What a day for Lottie Woden. What a couple of weeks it has been for the English women and England's Lionesses, probably hoping to replicate that victory here in Switzerland in just an hour's time. England against Spain in the Euros final. Elsewhere today, Bayern Munich preparing an offer of more than £60 million. This is for Liverpool forward Luis Diaz. Elsewhere, Tadej Pogačar is on the brink of his fourth Tour de France title. The professional final stage heading into Paris is underway. The F1, the Belgian Grand Prix over on Sports Extra 2 right now. Piastri still leading from Lando Norris with 19 of 44 laps complete after that rain delay. And in the cricket, the final session about to restart on Sports Extra. England against India. India leading England by 11 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Right, an hour to go until full live commentary of the European Championship final. Let's break though for the latest BBC News with Beth Ann Holmes.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yes, we're just under an hour away until the Lionesses play in another Euros final.
I don't think I've really processed it yet.
I'm hoping for some luck against Spain because they're obviously an attacking team.
We're more than good enough. Had faith from the start we were going to be here.
They've got to come out with the right mentality from the kick-off and it's a win.
It's the hope that kills you, but have the hope so much, and I'm just going to stick with Dad and go, we're winning it.
Fans out in Basel speaking to us ahead of defending champions England taking on World Cup winners Spain. Kick-off is at 5 with commentary here on 5 Live. Now, let's turn to Gaza, where aid is being allowed in after Israel eased restrictions. It follows mounting international anger over the hunger of the Palestinian population, where in the past 24 hours, medical officials there say 6 more people have died from malnutrition. Israel's also implemented a humanitarian pause in fighting to allow the aid in. Dozens of lorries have been making their way into the territory, with the UAE and Jordan carrying out more airdrops. Israel doesn't allow the BBC or other international media to report freely from there, so our correspondent Hugo Pachega has been following developments from Jerusalem.
Jordanian officials saying that 25 tons of aid have been airdropped in the latest round of these operations over Gaza. This is a desperate measure really to try to get aid to those who need in a very quick way, but they say that this is not going to solve the crisis, that what is important here is for a significant amount of aid to be allowed to enter Gaza by land.
Well, medical officials in central Gaza say at least 17 people awaiting an aid convoy were killed by Israeli shooting. 50 others were injured. Elsewhere, firefighters in Turkey and Greece are battling wildfires amid extreme heat with temperatures in the high 40s. Turkey has deployed 130 aircraft, while Greece struggles to contain blazes north of Athens. The President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, is in Scotland for trade talks with Donald Trump. They'll meet at his golf course at Turnberry in the next hour. And the government wants to make it easier to open new bars, music venues and cafes to help rejuvenate struggling high streets. They're proposing changes to planning and licensing rules.
I'm Charles Dance, and this is the story of the greatest series of all time.
Michael Vaughan now steps out onto Lords.
Told by the Test match special team.
Peterson swings into this and mows the ball away. Everybody on this ground, and those outside it too, on the balconies, on the rooftop, standing and applauding.
Alongside the BBC Philharmonic Orchestra. The 2005 Ashes, settling the score.
And he has made sure that England are going to win the Ashes.
Listen now on BBC Sounds.
UEFA Women's Euro 2025
with Katie Smith
on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
So it's time for the final act of this year's Euros. The defending champions England take on the champions of the world Spain. It's time for the sequel.
We're going to make a movie someday, yeah. Well, this is a movie, my goodness.
This summer, one team will rise.
It's definitely a movie that keeps you on the edge of the seat, a fantasy for sure.
No more years of hurt! No more need for dreaming!
Let the battle begin.
We have a New England. The team has been in transition. We have new players. And yes, you do everything to play games like this. This is so exciting.
And France take a deserved 1-0 lead.
Champions humbled.
And France are running England ragged here in the first half.
No,
No tournament is won and lost on the first day, so we have to remember that.
No troubles for a familiar foe.
1 minute and 29 seconds. It took Spain, the favourites.
Spain 6, Belgium 2.
The Lionesses European Championship is on the line tonight.
James gets onto a left foot, goes for the corner! A jewel of a goal from Lauren James! And it's 4! And England have arrived at Euro 2025!
I think proper English to us just means we'll work hard, we'll work until we can't run anymore.
England have won by 6 goals to 1 and they are heading through to the quarterfinals, the defending European champions.
Next one is Sweden. It's going to be another great one.
Perfect start for Sweden! England behind inside 2 minutes!
It's just simply too easy.
Stina Blackstenius for 2-0.
The defending champions 45 minutes away from exiting the Women's Euros.
A new hero is made.
Chloe Kelly down the left-hand side, brilliant work, hooks it in, meeting it, achieving!
The place in the semi-finals to be decided on spot kicks.
Oh, it's over the bar! And England are through to the semi-finals!
Based on a true story.
I think it would be really disrespectful to Italy to think that we're the favourites.
Oh, Borinzea scored!
Another great escape.
Achimang! Yes! She's done it again! This Wonder Woman for England!
We relied so much on how important the substitutes have been and the finishers of the game.
It's Kelly, the hop, skip and the jump, and Giuliani saves it! But England get the rebound! And England surely are through to the final of the European Championships!
The sequel you've all been waiting for.
It's Spain, champions of the world.
Heartbreak for England instead of the heights of history.
Go into a final is already very, very special. And when you go to a final, you really want to win it too. And you really want to win it, and you're going to do everything to make that happen.
A rematch of the World Cup final from 2 years ago is just under 55 minutes away here in Basel. England against Spain. We are still dry here as well. We've had thunderstorms and rain in the last couple of hours. It's muggy, it is cloudy, but it is a sea of colour inside St Jakob Park. The England fans over to our left-hand side, Spain over to our right in this high-sided, imposing stadium where the fans are so close to the pitch. And right now, the England supporters are watching their team, the Lionesses, out on the field. They've just run out from the tunnel and warming up. Hannah Hampton over closest to them, just in front of the goal, sending out a long-range kick to Anna Morehouse. Kiara Keating warming up as well. All of England's starters, all of their substitutes out in that multicoloured kit. The purples, the blacks, the reds, the blues. Alongside me here in our commentary position, our commentator Vicky Sparks, who can remind us of tonight's team news.
And the big call by Serena Wiegmann, Jess Carter starts in place of Esme Morgan. That is England's one change from their last gasp extra time semi-final win over Italy. So Lauren James has recovered from that ankle issue and starts. Lucy Bronze becomes England's highest appearance maker at major tournaments. 36 now, overtaking Jill Scott, and she started all 36 games. Now that is proper English.
So full commentary to come here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. You can also watch England against Spain. It's on BBC TV, and you can watch it with our 5 Live commentary. So you go to the red button, iPlayer or the BBC Sport app, and click Watch with 5 Live. We're going to hear from the England manager now, Serena Wiegmann, who's just been speaking with Joe Curry.
Well, Serena, you always say big games require big decisions. Jess Carter returns to the side in place of Esme Morgan. What was the thinking there?
Well, the thinking was, of course, for Italy that we needed Esme, with what we were expecting from Italy also. And tonight, Spain will show some different things than Italy showed, so we think we need Jess tonight in the starting lineup.
What does that say about Jess's mental strength? Because she's been in and out of the side in this tournament. She's also had to deal with a spotlight I'm sure she didn't want as well.
Yeah, well, it shows, of course, what she can do, that she's a very strong personality, but also the support from the team. So we just kept playing football, we kept in the training sessions, and she kept showing up, so she's ready to go tonight.
For some players in that England dressing room, this is their third major final in 4 years. How important could that experience be today?
Yeah, of course, that's really important. That has been shown throughout this whole tournament, that experienced players who have had these tournaments already share some stories ahead of going into these moments with players who haven't experienced that, and that's really, really helpful. I hope they can share that tonight again.
You've also got plenty of stories to share. You've been in this position so many times before now. Does the adrenaline rush ever get any less?
No, no, absolutely not. These are the games that that are the most spectacular games you want to be involved in. That counts for players, but it's the same for me.
Finally, on behalf of the nation, can we do it in 90 minutes?
Yeah, we'll give it a try. Of course, we want to win. It's going to be a very tight game, I expect. And yeah, let's hope it's a little bit less nerve-wracking.
Enjoy every minute, if you can.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Sarina Wiegman there, the England manager, with Joe Curry down in the tunnel after England arrived about half an hour ago here in Basel. The scene where they take on Spain once again. That news then, Karen Bardsley, that Jess Carter starts today. It's a big call from Sarina Wiegman, but she is an experienced player on stages like this.
No, it is. It's a brave call, I think, considering all the noise going around Jess Carter as well, but she's a strong character. She's got an incredible self-belief, and, I think there's a few reasons as to why Jess Carter will find herself in the team. I think England will know that Spain will look to dominate possession, so I don't think they'll be looking to build loads, in terms of going through her as well. The physical battle, the physical challenge that she'll face up against Esther Gonzalez will be one that I think she'll be better suited for, in all honesty, as well as I think Esme Morgan did. As I think Vicky alluded to earlier in the build-up as well, Jess is very good at her positioning. She knows when to drop, when to cut across a run, and the threat from Esther Gonzalez isn't going to be in behind. She's the type of striker that's quite a traditional number 9. So the way that she's going to look to hold up play or drop into the midfield is probably better suited for someone like Jess Carter.
No Chloe Kelly starting, no Michelle Adjumang. There had been calls from the fans, probably more so than anyone else, because they have been crucial as impact players in the second half, late on in the second half. Karen, I'm guessing you're not too surprised today to see them out of the starting 11.
No, not at all. Listen, Sarina Wiegman's the manager she is, and she's as successful as she is for a reason. She has a plan, and it's not like it's just kind of off the cuff. She doesn't make emotional decisions. Again, as Vicky alluded to, there's no sentimentality in the way that she selects her teams. So I think Chloe Kelly will add impact. Michelle Adjumang obviously adds impact. We've seen what she's capable of doing. And there's no reason to kind of change that now, because I think one of the reasons perhaps it works so well is the relentless work of Alessia Russo as well, in terms of fatigue, the opposition's back line. So to start those two would just be something entirely off script, which isn't something that Sarina Wiegman does.
And just one quick word, Vicky, on Lauren James starting. That was an injury concern after she came off against Italy. So again, a big call, but confidence from Sarina Wiegman.
Yeah, interesting, because I guess the other option that I think Wiegman might have turned to if James wasn't fit, and also potentially thinking about it from a tactical perspective anyway, is whether Beth Mead perhaps would have played on that right-hand side. We've seen during this tournament, particularly when England have to make substitutions and then end up with, not actually very many central midfielders on the pitch. I think they played with one for about 40 minutes against Sweden because they made so many changes trying to get back into the game. And Mead was coming into central midfield and providing that extra body. So whether she would have perhaps tried to utilise that potentially, but no, she's stuck with Lauren James, who we know can provide these wonderful moments of magic as one of those players that can sprinkle stardust for England as the rain starts to sprinkle down here a little bit more heavily.
As the Spanish players come out of the tunnel and begin their warm-up as well. 2 changes for the world champions today, including that decision to put the Barcelona striker Pina on the bench. She starts on the bench today. Kickoff is at 5 o'clock. Let's head back to Old Trafford. Final session of this 4th test, and India holding firm. Ellie Oldroyd.
They are, yes. Are they going to grit this out and get the draw? They have done a brilliant job in coming back from a 311 first innings deficit to go into the lead in the second innings. They're 336 for 4 currently, so they're 25 runs ahead. 114 runs between Ravi Jadeja and Washington Sundar, who are both in the 60s at the moment. Can England take those last 6 wickets and give themselves a chance to chase a small total? It's looking increasingly unlikely on a very, very unhelpful pitch. Or will India grit this out and take it to the final test match at the Oval with the chance of levelling the series? 336 for 4, just over 32 overs left in the day.
Ball by ball commentary from Old Trafford over on Sports Extra. On Sports Extra 2, you can listen to the Belgian Grand Prix. Let's get an update from Harry Benjamin.
Well, we had to wait a little bit to get it underway, but it's been worth the wait so far. It's lap 28 of 44. The rain has cleared. We're on dry conditions. Oscar Piastri leads his teammate by 9 seconds, but Piastri may well have to make another pit stop. Leclerc, Verstappen, Russell the top 5, and it was Lewis Hamilton who spearheaded the charge to change from wets to dries. He's now rocketed up from the back into the top 7. Piastri leads currently, though.
Harry, thank you very much. So commentary of the F1 over on Sports Extra 2. So a choice of listening for you here on 5 Live and Sports Extra across BBC Sounds. Our base here on 5 Live, though, is Basel, St Jakob Park, as the rain starts to trickle down on the England players warming up down below us. England against Spain, kicking off in just under 45 minutes time. Alongside us, our commentator Vicky Sparks, former England goalkeeper Karen Bardsley, and I'm being flanked by goalkeepers now because we're bringing in Rachel Brown-Finnis as well, who's commentating for TV this afternoon. Rachel, just describe what it's like to finally get to a moment like this after the roller coaster that we have been on.
It's the amount of time that it feels like since that semi-final. It feels like it's been a week in the waiting, coming here and being able, and the preparation. For the girls, it does feel like an endless amount of time. They just want to get out on the pitch. They want to face their opponents. But could that 24 hours extra for England be advantageous? Historically, it has certainly seemed so. But yeah, I mean, it's perfect conditions. It's hammering it down here today in the stadium for this contest between England and Spain, and there's so much excitement. The stadium's already nearly full.
Do you think the English players will like that, though?
Love it.
I spoke to Steph Horton earlier. She was on with us on 5 Live, and she was licking her lips. She said, get me out there. I'll be slide tackling across the pitch.
Well, precisely for that reason, you know, we like the physical contest. If required, then our physical contest can get drawn into... Sorry, we can absolutely match, if not topple, any team when it comes to physical contest. And when you're talking slide tackles, as a goalkeeper, you know the ball's going to fizz along the ground, but you also, it has quite a true fizz along the ground as well. Same when you're in possession, the way you can kind of drill that ball along the ground. I think it'll suit England more so than it suits Spain.
We've been talking about this being the sequel, Rach, of the World Cup final from a couple of years ago. You did commentary that day. You were out in Sydney watching it. Now, there've been a couple of matches since then, but for those maybe new to Lionesses football, they might remember that final from a couple of years ago. So where do we place these two sides since then?
Well, in my opinion, these are the two best teams in the world. Certainly the two that many people would have expected to fight out in the final of the Euros, and no one can argue that it's the tastiest test. England have shown in the knockout stages, and when I call knockout stages, I'm almost saying since the opening game that England lost. Every game since then has been a knockout, and the character, the resilience, the work ethic, the togetherness, how united the team have been, you know, across every single player who has A, started the game, B, being a game changer off the bench, and C, being part of that environment, which is clearly a very, very tight-knit environment, to be able to kind of conquer the monumental tasks that have been put in front of them, or they've pretty much done themselves, you know, going 2-0 behind in Sweden game in the quarterfinals, to go 1-0 behind in the semi-final against Italy, and to come back victorious through them all. If that's what it takes today, then we'll all sit through that in the rain.
They've been calling it the scenic route, which seems quite fitting given Switzerland's pedigree for mountains and lakes and gorgeous drives. It's kept us on the edge of our seats. So if we're talking scenic routes today, then Rachel, where are the potential vulnerabilities that they are going to be attacking in the next 90 minutes or plus?
Well, you're right. Both teams in a final are going to back how they play against other team. Of course, they won't worry about the opposition and what they might do to them, but they'll certainly consider it. And with that, Spain and what they're going to consider as all of the threats of England, sometimes that's the unknown, sometimes it's the effects of the game changes that come on, which have been excellent, as they have been for Spain. But where England will look at competing against Spain, will look at exploiting Spain. It was pretty clear for all to see in the semi-final when England played against when Germany played against Spain. Germany got in through that direct ball through the middle, with players running off of the wing from left into centre, picking up the ball on the wings and running straight at the heart of the defence. That was, I think Germany had at least 3 1v1s against the keeper. One of them was a header and she headed it wide, and 2 were just missed the target. And then the second area for me is that distance, that gap between the goalkeeper Katakoi and the defence. They play quite a high defensive back line and there is space in behind to exploit that.
And you look at the pace of England's forwards versus potentially the likes of Captain Paredes, who's so good in the box in terms of her defensive work in and amongst the action going on there, but perhaps you can get in behind her, the pace unmatched.
Well, a lot of teams have. You look, Belgium scored 2 goals against them. Germany had numerous chances against them in the semi-final, and and this is a team that have cruised to the final in some respects, and certainly by some people's perceptions in the group stages they looked supersonic, Spain. But when you compare the teams that they played against, England have had the tougher test in how they've got to this and who they've played up against and how they got to the final. But the game against Germany for Spain, they were exploited in those areas behind the back and with set pieces as well. England have got better forwards, as you just said. Lauren James down the right hand side is fast, explosive. Starts today, yeah. Explosive down that right hand side. She's also really clever, so she sees Alessia Russo hanging on the back shoulder of a defender. She's got the arrow-like focus and the quality to execute a killer pass with the perfect weight for Alessia Russo to run onto. And then you've got Lauren Hemp, who has got unbelievable pace. And I don't think it's quite clicked for Lauren Hemp this tournament, as in she's got a goal, but she's not had that many goals, and she's certainly not had as many assists as I think the yardage that she's put in would have really necessarily, her impact has not been as sharp as she would have liked to have been. And with that, I think today could be the day for Lauren Hemp.
Well, the rain continues to fall. I'm seeing umbrellas going up over the many broadcasters who are dotted along pitch side here. England continue to warm up down below us. And I thought, considering I've got 2 former England goalkeepers alongside me, it feels right to talk about Hannah Hampton next. What a tournament she has had. In the build-up, there was so much discussion around that number 1 spot after Mary Earps' sudden decision to retire from international football. Hannah Hampton has become now England's undisputed number 1, and this really feels like it's been a breakout few weeks for her.
Hampton's come a long way, and that's really good goalkeeping. Claims on the edge of her box, and that is the sign of a player who in that moment was completely focused.
I didn't think I'd ever get the opportunity to play at a major tournament for my country, and to be walking out with the girls was a special moment, and looking up and seeing all my friends and family in the crowd proudly singing along with the anthem with us. I think I just had a smile from ear to ear, and when the camera walked past me, I was trying my hardest to keep a straight face and sing the anthem rather than just burst out with a smile.
You then go on to play Netherlands against a backdrop of a lot of pressure. It ends up being an incredible night for the team. You didn't have loads to make, but you showed off some fantastic kicking skills.
That was really good goalkeeping, and that's a brilliant pass. Here goes Russo, driving towards the penalty area. Great delivery by Hampton. Russo cuts it back. James gets onto a left foot, goes for the corner! A jewel of a goal from Lauren James!
After the game, Jill was in the hotel in the team area, and she kept coming over and she goes, "Oh, how many times have you watched that that pass back in front of everyone, and I was like, I don't know, like 3-4 times, and the amount of people that called me out on it, and ever since that I think I've watched it like 10, 15 now, because it just kept popping up on my phone. But I know Les is very good with controlling the ball at her feet and runs in behind. She's a very willing runner, and when that space opened up, I don't know, it was just that rare moment I backed my ability and kicked the ball, and yeah, it reached the right place.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but surely that goes down as must be an assist somewhere. Full credit where it's due, Hannah Hampton. That is why you are in the team.
You go into the quarter-final against Sweden. It goes to a penalty shootout. The goalkeepers, some love them, some don't.
Yeah.
What were you thinking? Nervous or excited?
I think I was excited, but I also think it was my time to give back to the team. They ran around for 120 minutes, got us level, and I thought if they can run around for that long, I definitely know I can't. So if I can save a penalty or two in the shootout and help us get the result that we want, then I can give back to the team in any way.
What can you do, Hannah Hampton? Oh, it's over the bar! And England are through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I didn't actually realise the ball went over the goal, to be honest, to begin with, until I saw everyone come running down. And my first thought, to be honest with you, we've got through is, please no one hit my nose. Which probably shouldn't have been the first thought, but it was so sore. I just didn't want anything else to hit it. And yeah, but it was a lovely moment for them to all come running in and celebrating. And you could see probably in the celebrations how together as a team we all were, and how much we dug in, and the relief of everyone's faces, the fact that we turned the game around.
You spoke before the tournament about not feeling fully backed by all of the England fans. Are you feeling the love now?
Yeah, I think from the Sweden game and the penalty shootout, and the England fans always cheering so loudly throughout the whole game, and the shootout in itself was a lovely moment, and I think it was just my way of being able to say thank you for being behind us, especially being behind me. I know it's been a difficult journey so far for myself personally, with a lot of attention, some that I don't really want and isn't nice, but it's definitely been an overriding support from you all, and that's definitely been playing a lot in helping me keep going in this tournament and push on to really showcase what I can do in this team and help get us the results that we need.
So that is England's goalkeeper Hannah Hampton speaking to Joe Curry. I've got two former England goalkeepers listening into that, Rachel Brown-Finnis and Karen Bardsley. And Karen, I bet if Hannah's watched that pass leading to the Lauren James goal 10 times, you've watched it 50.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. No, it was quite the pass, and to see it in real time was so incredible, because you could see that channel run that Alessia Russa was making, and you think, Hannah Hampton's head is up. She's waiting for that space. And then just the instinct, the fact that she backs her ability to do it, and the fact that it's just a lovely flat trajectory as well, and it breaks several lines of that Dutch team. It was just so perfect. And the fact that it ended in a goal as well, it just said so much to me around, she mentioned it in the interview there, like her mentality, the self-belief, the fact that she backed herself to do it in that moment when England needed it the most as well. It's a big, big moment, and the fact that she's been able to just make save after save, game-changing moment after game-changing moment. I've been really, really impressed with the way that she's taken this opportunity with both hands.
I actually thought one of her best defining performances in an England shirt, Rach, before she came here to Switzerland, was in their win against Spain at Wembley. She pulled out some brilliant saves, particularly in the second half, to keep England in it.
She did, and it was one of the early kind of insights to what Sarina Wiegman was going to do ahead of this tournament, when she played in that game and played in the bigger games, of the games that Mary Earps played. And she absolutely delivered for Sarina Wiegman. And, with Mary Earps, she wasn't England #1 until Sarina Wiegman came in. And when Sarina Wiegman came in and she was awarded that, had earned that position, but Sarina Wiegman backed her as a starting goalkeeper, we saw what that did for Mary Earps. So roll on, 6 months of being #1 under Sarina Wiegman. And, she's vying for the top spot of being one of the world's best goalkeepers, and she's here in a European Championship final. So the backing of Sarina Wiegman, if that could be packaged and sold, tell you what, you'd make millions.
Should we try and get some?
I think I might get my gloves back on and see if she can put a little spring in my step.
Right, Rachel, enjoy the game. Thank you so much for joining us here on 5 Live. Rachel Brown-Finnis there, former England goalkeeper, who is part of the BBC TV coverage this afternoon with half an hour to go until kick-off. Former Scotland international Jen Beattie is with us here in Basel as well. And Jen, I wonder from a defender's perspective, having a goalkeeper like that, so solid with their feet and having gained so much confidence, what it's like playing with someone like that behind you.
Oh, it's huge, especially in the modern game of football. That's everyone wants to play with their goalkeeper. For a centre-back, if you want to possess the ball, you have to use your goalkeeper, and they're so key, not just for out from the back, like straight from kickoffs, but in game, in possession, switching a play. 9 out of 10 times you watch it do so much through the box, through your goalkeeper. So no, it's huge. And to see that level of the game in general across so many teams at so many levels, domestic and internationally, Hannah Hampton's at the forefront of that. People have been talking about her technical ability, but no, you're right. To answer from a centre-back's perspective, it's huge. Everyone talks about your midfielders in front of you and how key they are technically, but your goalkeeper's right up there now.
How do we analyse, Karen, her performance in that penalty shootout against Sweden? And I guess what sort of confidence that gives her going into tonight if that does end up being the case?
Yeah, I think what my reflections were from my career are ultimately the fact that I had opportunities where I could have maybe trusted my instincts a little bit more, and perhaps I didn't, especially in penalty moments. And I think that's something that we saw Hannah do really well. She'd done the work, done the research, done her homework, and when the opportunity came to put all that to the test, she just backed all of that and instinctually went and made those saves. So I think...
Do you think she enjoyed it?
Well, it didn't sound like it afterwards. She sounded like quite relieved that it was all over. If it was me, I think I would have really enjoyed it. I always loved a penalty shootout because that's the one time really there's no pressure on a goalkeeper. So I think she can definitely take so much confidence from that.
Hold that thought. We're going to go and check in on the cricket at Old Trafford. Ellie Oldroyd.
And India are just easing towards that situation where they can say this game is drawn 344 for 4. England desperately still trying to take those last 6 wickets, but the pitch is just not offering them any help whatsoever. The more they throw at it, the more it just remains flat and unresponsive. But well played to Washington Sundar and Ravi Jadeja, who have now put on 122 runs for the 5th wicket. Just trying to make the breakthrough has not gone. It's just not gone England's way with the ball. Really, for the last 5 sessions, only 2 wickets have fallen in the last 5 sessions. But Sundar is on 67, Jadeja is on 64, and India 344 for 4, and the lead is 33.
So coverage continuing on Sports Extra from Old Trafford. Let's go back to the Belgian Grand Prix. Harry Benjamin.
It's turning into a sublime race from Oscar Piastri, but can he hold on to it? That's the question. He's leading this Grand Prix. It's lap 37 of 44, and Lando Norris is closing the gap. Just over 6 seconds now between the two championship rivals. Norris, who started on pole, but Piastri, who has the lead. This one could well go down to the final lap.
Harry, thank you so much. So commentary from Belgium continuing on Sports Extra 2. Less than half an hour until England take on Spain in the European Championship final. Jen Beattie is with us. And Jen, I sort of cut you off mid-thought there. We were talking about Hannah Hampton, and particularly after what was an extraordinary penalty shootout, what that might give her going into more knockout games here.
Yeah, I mean, I think all goalkeepers love penalty shootouts because the pressure is not entirely on them. And I massively agree with what you're saying. I think anyone coming through a knockouts grows in confidence. This is what you should be thinking. Your mentality should be in the final. Yeah, we deserve to be here, no matter if you're a goalkeeper, centre-back, whatever. Everyone has played their role perfectly leading up to this moment, and Hannah Hampton's been so big in that. So no, you're right. Goalkeepers, no matter what, if it goes to penalty shootouts, they're ready, whatever the situation.
So the England players just giving each other a guard of honour as they do at the end of their warm-up, all clapping one another, a shake of the hand, some hugs, as well as I'm watching Niamh Charles, Esme Morgan. They'll both be on the bench today. Beth Mead, Grace Clinton, and the captain Leah Williamson, hair drenched by the rain here in Basel. They are heading towards the tunnel, which is where we find Jo Curry.
Afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? I have to warn you, I've just run in from the pouring rain in a full festival poncho. It's quite the look.
So who have you been speaking to down there, Joe? And I think you'll see the England players come past in a moment. I'm interested what sort of disposition they have. They seem quite calm from where we are.
Well, I was lingering in the tunnel as the team came off the team bus and wandered through to the dressing room. And like I've seen in every game so far, it was very calm, it was very collected. A few of them had their headphones on listening to their music. Lucy Bronze was joking to her teammates that the one takeaway she'll take from Switzerland is that there are more stairs here than in any other part of the world. I don't know if that's true or not, but this stadium does have an awful lot of stairs. We hung around there for a little while. The music was blaring very loudly, as again as it has done ahead of every game. I can tell you, inside knowledge here, that their Euros playlist consists of Does Your Mother Know by ABBA and Entrance Set You Free, which is an absolute tune. I then wandered down to pitch side. I spoke to the Spain legend, Veronica Buqueta. She was saying that England-Spain was a final that everybody wanted to see. She wasn't sure about the English weather, though. And as I wandered back in here in my wonderful festival poncho, I know it's not a good look when Viv Miedemar, who's here wearing an England shirt, supporting Beth Mead, just rolled her eyes and said, "What have you come dressed as?" The ultimate put down from her.
Oh dear, Joe. Right, you go and recover from that, Joe Curry.
I am a fashionista and I'm not having it any other way.
Yeah, no, we knew that, and we saw you getting drenched by the sprinklers a couple of games ago, and you still look great. So Joe,
always happiest when drenched. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Joe Curry, down in the tunnel for us. Good to see, KB, that ABBA's back on the playlist. It worked very well at Euro 2022.
It did, didn't it? You know, and I had quite a good time, I think, just building up to this game as well. Jen Beattie and I are having a bit of a dance party over here. ABBA's a particular foot mover, a wiggler, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Foot tapper?
Foot tapper, that's the one I was looking for. Thanks, that was terrible.
Well, the atmosphere inside St Jakob Park is fantastic. They've distributed 29,000 inflatable clappers in and amongst the fans. So hopefully we'll hear a lot of that noise clacking away as we build up to kick off England against Spain. Great atmosphere here, but plenty of family and friends watching all across the country back home in England. So let's go and join some family and friends of the players, shall we, at the Union Arms pub in Wigan, hometown of Ella Toone, and her family friends have a watch party going on. BBC News' Ollie Constable has joined them.
Hiya, yeah, that's right. We're here at the Union Arms, where underneath a huge mural of Ella Toone showing that moment she scored the winning goal 3 years ago. We've had a little bit of a competition here with some chalkboards and getting kids to come down and write on chalk some good luck messages to the Lionesses. Lots of people have been doing that, including Ella's auntie, Nicola, who was here earlier. She said that she's spoken to Ella this morning and she was calm as anything. She said, I don't think Ella has nerves. They were far more nervous sat here in the pub thousands of miles away than they were, but very exciting for them. This pub is absolutely packed, the Union flag adorning lots of the fences here. I'm going to sit down here to say hello to Joe and Olivia. We'll start with you, Joe. Hello. Why did you want to come down today?
Well, we're massive Man United women fans, and a friend of ours that watched the game here, on the semi-final game here, said it was an amazing experience, a great atmosphere, and the place that she would recommend to watch the game if she were out in Switzerland.
And who have you got in the back of your shirt?
Mail and Tessier.
Yeah, you've got we've got a picture here as well. How would you describe this?
Mask.
A mask?
Mask of Mayor.
Massive mask of some of the players. It's fantastic. It's a great atmosphere. You're a women's coach. Tell me about the impact that it's had. You know, the Lionesses is doing so well. How has you've seen that impact on young girls?
Well, a lot of the girls that play for us probably wouldn't have even thought of playing football without the impact of the Lionesses. It's made it visible. It's made them think that they can do that and that they want to do that. And it's also give them belief that they can do that if they want to do it and if they work hard. And our session yesterday ended with all the girls trying to recreate Chloe Kelly's penalties from the other night, so that was fun.
It's really brought everybody together, hasn't it? And it feels so positive. And Olivia, you've been taking part in Ella Toone's camp. She has like a camp here, doesn't she, for young aspiring footballers. You've been taking part in that. What's that like?
I think it's nice to play with people that are the same as you, like not boys. Like I feel like sometimes it's nice because that's how the Lionesses are. They don't play with boys.
And you've been able to learn from the best as well. So you've met Ella, she's come down and helped coach some of the sessions. What's it like with an England international there?
It was really good. It's like nice to have like women's role models to look up to instead of just like men's.
Fantastic, that's great. Right, quickly, score prediction.
2-1 England.
3-2 England.
All very positive here from the Union Arms in Tilsley.
Ollie, thank you so much. And Karen, you were just smiling listening to that. I mean, in many ways, that is what it's all about. Little girls who don't have to play with boys. They don't have to play boys football anymore because the Lionesses don't do that.
No, they don't. And it's great that there are so many opportunities, and it's the knock-on effects, isn't it? The legacy that obviously winning that European Championship in 2022 has made, the impact. But I think what made me even more smiley was the fact that I've done some work myself with Ella Toon's Academy, and like the enjoyment that it brings me, to see these girls just playing with such freedom and like excitement when they come to the training session. They're buzzing for the session. They're just fully engaged the entire time. And yeah, it's really special because, just a handful of years ago, those types of things just didn't exist.
And Jen, the impact it could have once again, 3 years on from the watershed moment for football in England and across the UK, what another win could do tonight.
Oh, incredible. I always relate back to that summer of 2022 and then going back to pre-season with Arsenal and season tickets just completely spiked, and it completely changed the game. All of a sudden we were selling so many tickets at the Emirates, and the impact that had, and the fan numbers just grew and grew, and it was incredible. And I always say there is nothing England could have done bigger than beating Germany at Wembley in front of a home crowd and winning the Euro. So the thought of them to be able to do that again for the first time on foreign soil would just multiply that even more. So no, it would be incredible. I think this is about them continuing their legacy. Can they do it? They know they've already proven it back at Wembley in 2022. Can they do it again? Incredible scenes that would be.
And they're playing in front of another packed out stadium here in Basel. Let's talk Spain then for the next few minutes, the world champions. But Vicky, I feel as though a point that would be quite interesting to make before we get into all the really obvious key threats like the midfield, like Ballon d'Or winners and Aitana Bonmati coming back from viral meningitis and scoring their winner in the semi-finals. I mean, you can't make it up. But we've talked a lot in general terms, I think, about them being the world champions and this experience they have on the biggest stage. But actually, if you look at the team from there to now, and you'll flesh out those reasons why, there are several players playing in Switzerland now who don't have that experience.
When Spain went to the World Cup in 2023, it was off the back of a huge row with their manager at the time, Jorge Vilda, and the Spanish FA. A lot of claim and counterclaim that we don't really have time to go into now. But suffice to say, there were 15 players who sent an email to the Spanish FA, essentially saying they didn't want to be considered for national team duty. Now, that the exact contents of the email are disputed, but basically there are players here who would have been in that squad for the World Cup had that not happened. Some of them decided to still remove themselves from national team duty. Some of them weren't called up by Jorge Vilda because of the email and the row that there'd been. So the likes of Patrick Guiaro, Claudia Pina, Lucia Garcia, Leila Wahabi, Laia Alexandri are all players who were part of that 15 who sent that email. And it must have been the most agonising watch and the most incredible mix of emotions because, for some of those players, they'd chosen not to be there. They'd chosen to absent themselves, either initially with the email or continually. But they had essentially taken a decision because they wanted better standards for Spanish women's football. They'd taken a stand and they missed out on the greatest night and the greatest occasion and the greatest moment in the history of Spain's women's football. The likes of Mariona Caldente, Aitana Bonmati and Ona Badje were also part of that 15, and they did end up going. So there are players here, and you look at Patrick Guiaro, who her manager, Montse Tomé, has said she's the best central midfielder in the world. She didn't get the chance to experience that 2 years ago. So yes, Spain as a group are the world champions. Spain as a group made history, but there are players here who on a personal level didn't, and that is going to give them so much motivation in this final.
That being said, Jen, before England fans get too carried away listening to that, you have got players like Bob Massey, who, if she wins today, has essentially completed football, right? She's won everything.
And still at such a young age, which just sounds even more ridiculous. No, what a talent. I think when you're winning, individual accolades like 2-time Ballon d'Or winner, she's the holder as it stands. And then winning everything domestically, and then winning the Euros and the World Cup, you kind of have, you're sort of looking at the list of things to win, and you are going tick, tick, tick as it goes down.
I was trying to work out, I think Finalissima might be the only one not on the list.
It's just incredible. It's incredible, and it's testament to the player she is and everything that Barcelona have built for their academies coming through the ranks, the product of football that they play, because it's not even just about winning things, it's the style of football they play. It's absolutely amazing to watch.
And yeah, we could talk about several other midfielders, KB, that have had a massive impact for the Spanish side. Let's talk about Alexia Putellas, also a former Ballon d'Or winner. And I think for the good of football, it's been genuinely a pleasure to watch her back to her best here in Switzerland.
Yeah, absolutely. She's quite the player. Obviously, as you said, 2-time Ballon d'Or winner herself. She absolutely thrived in those group stages as well, didn't she? Incredible assist maker. She's got such good vision and execution, the way she can, create something out of nothing and play players in. She may not be the quickest, but she is incredibly skillful and very, very intelligent, and that's reflected in how successful she has been. But I do think she was slightly anonymous in the knockouts, if I'm being honest, particularly against Germany. She kind of struggled to get into the game. So I will be interested to see how she reacts to this England defence and midfield.
Fascinating stat about Alexia Putellas, which just goes on from what Karen was saying there. I mean, she's been in brilliant form here, directly involved in the most goals in the entire tournament. 3 goals and 4 assists. However, she is yet to score or assist in any of her previous 9 knockout games at World Cups or Euros. So she absolutely brings all of that 2-time Ballon d'Or in the group stages, but traditionally, even not just at this tournament, traditionally at major tournaments, it's been the knockout stages where we haven't quite seen the best of Alexia Putellas. And okay, she wasn't starting every game at the World Cup 2 years ago, but she is starting here, and I wonder if she is aware of that record. I think she will be, and she also is a player who loves it when she's got a bit of a point to prove.
Well, and someone else, Jen, who was very impressive against England in the Nations League was Pina of Barcelona. She's on the bench today.
I am a little bit surprised. Her quality, that she, even on a Champions League level, what she brought to that Barcelona side was insane. But I think, to be honest, it just goes to show the depth and quality that Spain have, and you can't write off Athenia. She's had a brilliant tournament and deserves her start today. But you're looking at Pina coming off the bench, Paraluelo, Vicky Lopez, phenomenal players that can come in and impact it at any point. So no, she'll be devastated. Any player wants to come into these moments and start, but you have to know deep down that you can make an impact no matter what happens.
I just wonder whether they're slightly thinking 2 things. 1, she didn't have the most impact in the semi-final, Claudia Pina, and 2, she came off the bench against England last month in the Nations League and scored a brace, and Spain won that game. So as a player, and she's done that for so much for Barcelona this season in the Champions League, hasn't she? I mean, she was the top scorer in the Champions League, but so often it was off the bench for Barcelona, and it seems to give her this real drive and fire, like we see with Chloe Kelly and Michelle Adjumang. She could almost be that for them.
Yeah, I think the Germany game, you're spot on, Vicky, was definitely a different game tactically for Spain, and probably the first time that they'd come up against a team like that defended really, really well and a little bit lower. So tactically, I think Vicky's spot on. It's probably the right decision to have Pina come off the bench and make an impact in that way.
Cacophony of noise and colour building in Basel. We're about to see and hear a closing ceremony out on the pitch. 10 minutes to go until kick-off, back to Belgium and the conclusion of the F1. Harry Benjamin.
We had to wait, but we got a thrilling race in Belgium, won by Oscar Piastri, who made a move on track when it mattered, managed his tyres superbly, made no mistakes. A possible champion's drive for Oscar Piastri, who extends his lead in the title. Lando Norris second, with Charles Leclerc third.
And to the cricket, to Old Trafford, Eleanor Oldroyd.
356 for 4. India still 24 and a half overs left in the day. Looks like they have saved this in fine fashion. Washington Sundar 71, Ravi Jadeja 72. They put on 134 runs together. Whatever England has done with the ball has not worked. Will they decide to shake for a draw at some stage in the next 45 minutes or so? We will see. 356 for 4, India.
Ellie, thank you so much. And ball-by-ball coverage continues over on Sports Extra. So many colours around Savyaka Park. These 29,000, what they're calling iconic inflatable clappers, are really going for it around the crowds. There's orange, there's blue, there's red, there's purple. And in front of us, a closing ceremony. This tournament, Vicky Sparks, has been labelled the summit of emotions. This is to do with the peaks of the mountains that we see across Switzerland. England have taken us on a roller coaster ride of emotions, and this is the culmination.
It absolutely is, and a word for Switzerland and how they have hosted this tournament. I mean, the scenes here are just incredible. As you say, Katie, it's just a riot of colour all around us. It has been such a roller coaster ride for England. And my words, could this final just put us all through it once again.
And the dancers down below us, Jen, they all have the clappers as well. They look slightly like air traffic wardens.
You said it, not me. No, I think that's what's amazing about these ceremonies, is seeing the energy, seeing the life and joy that sport brings to people, and it's amazing. We said it, the colour, the flags, everything, it's incredible. The fireworks are just going off now, and hopefully you can hear the crowd really get into it, but it's an unbelievable atmosphere.
Can I just say, Katie, you've done absolutely brilliantly there, because Rachel Brown-Phillips to our right with television has got really into the clapping there. She doesn't have any of these inflatables, but halfway through your introduction to us there, she's literally smacked you on the head, almost knocked your headphones off, and you've done brilliantly there to go through with that.
Thank you. Karen Bardsley also threw a packet of sweets at me the other day as well. So
that was not me. That was our producer, by the way.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I've muddled you up, sorry. The fact I'm still standing after all the drama is remarkable. We've got a couple of minutes until the teams come out. So, Karen, I just want to talk about Lauren James for a couple of moments. She missed the World Cup final as a starter. She came on as a substitute and couldn't really make an impact. She starts today. Will there be any sense for her of a redemption arc?
I don't think so. I don't think she's an emotional player in terms of she'll know exactly what she's on the pitch to do, get her the ball, create opportunities to score. You know, I think when these two teams met in February, I thought she was absolutely exceptional on both sides of the ball. You know, she created so many opportunities, worked her socks off to get behind the ball and break up play, and that's exactly what she's going to have to do tonight. It will be a big shift on both sides of the ball. You know, in terms of you know, what she can do as well as progressing the ball forward. She can get the team out of danger and get them higher up the pitch as well. So there's a lot of elements that we're gonna need to see from her.
There's been so much talk, Jen, around Michelle Adjumang, around Chloe Kelly, the impact they have made. Could Lauren James still be that X-factor player for England?
Oh, of course. I think she is the star player. I think when Lauren James is on the pitch, you know, from early on or latter stages, something can happen, and I think that's what special players do, and I think she's proven that time and time again for club at Chelsea and for England. So I've no doubt. Of course, this is about squads. This is about everyone off the bench knowing their role, coming in and impacting it. We've seen it. So many of England's goals have come from their bench. But look, the starting 11, they're the team that breaks down the play, that brings the energy from minute one. But you're right, Lauren James for me is star power. When she's on the ball, anything can happen, whether it's a dribble from the inside or shots that no one else would even look to think can take, but she can go and execute it and put it top corner. She's a very, very special player. So I think all of England will be happy to see her fit and playing today.
The firework fumes are lingering in the air. At the end of that closing ceremony, two flags unfurled. To our left-hand side, the English flag. To our right, the red and gold of Spain. And now, being presented to all four sides of the stadium is the very shiny European Championship trophy. Karen, this journey for England has been about resilience. Every time they have had their backs against the wall, they have found the answer. How do they find the answer tonight?
Same again, isn't it? You know, digging deep, making sure that they stick to their game plan. You know, they need to be absolutely perfect tonight to get a result here, but they've got it within them. We've seen glimpses of it from time to time over the course of this tournament, but make no doubt about it. They've got the fight, the determination to go deeper than Spain. And when they need to, let's hope they bring it.
Jen, you said they've not been out of third gear yet in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't think they have. I think it's fair to say that when you know what the players are capable of, right? When you've either played with them or against them, and that's my perspective watching England in this tournament. I think they know it themselves. It hasn't been the perfect performances, but this game is so different to, I think, any game they played. It'll be similar to France in terms of technical ability that they'll be coming up against, but I know they've got it more than capable of bringing that today. I feel like the energy surrounding a final as a player, it just brings more out of you. The big players in that dressing room, they've got more in them, and I think they'll show it tonight.
Well, the rain has stopped for now. The floodlights are on, and Leah Williamson, the England captain, leads out the Lionesses. 3 years ago, her England side did what no others had done before them. They became the European champions, and history is on the line again today. She says they recognise this as an opportunity. They don't feel the weight on their shoulders, and she stands tall as she leads out her 11 alongside the Spanish players. A shot at immortality beckons here in Basel. England against Spain, the European Championship final. Your commentary team are former Arsenal and Manchester City defender Jen Beattie, former England goalkeeper Karen Bardsley, alongside our commentator Vicky Sparks.
Thank you, Katie. Can this roller coaster ride at Euro 25 end on the highest of highs for England's Lionesses? We'll find out after the national anthems. Of the live string quartet here inside St Jakob Park in Basel, drowned out by a huge roar from the Lionesses travelling fans. 2 years ago, Spain broke English hearts in the World Cup final, and here in Switzerland it is Spain once again, the pre-tournament favourites who've won every single game here, who must be overcome if England had to taste glory once more. But Karen Bardsley, Jen Beattie, England have shown their grit, their determination, their willingness to cling on in what seems like the most desperate circumstances already at these Euros. And that is the sort of spirit, the sort of belief that they need to bring once again.
And I'm sure they will. They'll be absolutely so excited to bring, to play this game. I think there'll be so much quality at show on the pitch, world-class opposition, a replay of that 2023 final, and it will be a fight to the death in a sense.
Huge moment. This is a new generation of players. So many players didn't experience 2022. A couple missed out on the World Cup final in 23. This is another chance to continue that legacy for England, and what they've changed the game since winning the Euros. Can they do it again and really continue that? I think so.
Well, one of those players who missed out on the World Cup final 2 years ago, the captain Leah Williamson, out of the tournament in Australia with an ACL injury, has just exchanged pennants with the Spain captain Irene Paredes, as we give a very warm welcome to our listeners all around the UK on BBC Local Radio and all across the globe on the BBC World Service. We are delighted to have you with us here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds for this huge occasion. It is the defending European champions England up against the reigning world champions Spain, as the players break away into their pre-match huddles and England's players gather all together in a circle. Karen Bardsley, former England goalkeeper, what sort of words are said in this moment before one of the biggest games of these players' lives?
I think it's going to be focus on the game plan, focus on your role within that plan, managing the emotions, and just trusting all the preparation up until this very moment. As you say, Vicky, they've dug deep. There's so much quality in this England side. They haven't shown it consistently, but this is a one-off game. The hard job's done. They're in the final, and now anything is possible.
So it will be England and Ella Toone to get us underway. Here we go then. This is what it all comes down to. Can England make history here in Switzerland and become the first senior England side, men's or women's, to retain a senior trophy, the first to win one on foreign soil? We'll take you through the team lineups in a moment as Alessia Russo tries to win the ball down the right-hand side for England, goes out of play for a throw to Spain. The big team news for England, one change from their last gasp extra time semi-final win against Italy. Jess Carter starting in place of Esme Morgan. Carter, who has had horrendous online racist abuse to deal with off the pitch during this tournament and has received huge support from the world of football. On the pitch she struggled at times. Morgan was preferred in the semi-final, but Carter, who's on the ball right now for England, just inside the England half, given the nods by Sarina Wiegman. Two changes for Spain, a start for the in-form Atenea del Castillo in place of Claudia Pina, who bagged 2 goals from the bench against England in the Nations League just last month. And Laia Alexandri back from suspension, she replaces Maria Mendes. Ball goes out of play for an England throw on this near side. Karen Bardsley.
Straight away, some intent from England. Looks like a back three with Kira Walsh occasionally dropping central to kind of provide some stability. But the most important thing, the thing we're looking for, is that extra body in midfield alongside Kira Walsh of Lucy Bronze to step in. Provides an extra pass and build up, but also that central security in case the ball does break down and turn over possession.
So England in possession. Stanway steers it back to Williamson. Well, we wondered, didn't we, when the team news dropped, would they just tweak this formation? They played a back three for most of the World Cup campaign 2 years ago, and it took them to the final against Spain. What can it do here? We might also see a little bit of a change in and out of possession, and indeed out of possession, England are slotting into this back four. So Spain with the ball just outside their own penalty area. So England out of possession. You've got Hampton in goal. The back four are Greenwood, Carter, Williamson and Bronze. Stanway and Walsh ahead of them, with Hemp, James and Toone supporting Russo up top. And interestingly as well, Lauren Hemp has started over on the right-hand side and Lauren James has started over on the left-hand side. So not their usual positions. But again, Sarina Wiegman, whose name is being chanted by the England fans, away to our left already. Just trying something a little bit different, but we would expect them to switch wings during this game as well. So Irene Paredes, Spain all in red with the golden diagonal slash down their sides. Play the ball forward, looking for the tournament's leading goal scorer Esther Gonzalez, but Hannah Hampton, all in green, is out quickly and bowls the ball out underarm to her captain, Leah Williamson. Karen Bardsley.
Yeah, Hannah Hampton will be really important tonight in terms of her start position to support that back line. That England are going to want to stay a bit higher to kind of make sure their midfield unit and attacking unit are connected. So she'll be important sweeping up anything in that space.
Oh, Russo could be in here. Flag stays down. Alessia Russo into the area to give England an early lead. Good save by Coy and won't quite fall to James. Well defended by Honor Badje. Stanway's in there, wins the ball on the edge of the area. Flag still stayed down. Looked as though it would have been tight. We do have VAR. But what a chance that was for England. Can they keep the momentum of this attack going down the left-hand side? Here's Stanway. Pulls it back to Greenwood, midway through the Spain half, and Stanway forward once again. Toone, back to Stanway. Spain pressing tight as Paredes slides and intercepts that ball into the penalty area. Bonmati has it. Will play it forward now to Alexia Putellas, and this is where Spain can start to click. It's Putellas. Gets it back from Caldente, and Del Castillo picks up the ball. Carmona now over on that far side, plays it in field to Alexia Putellas. Ball into the area, too much on it for Esther Gonzalez, and it goes all the way behind. But let's talk about that chance at the other end. Karen Barty for Alessia Russo.
Yeah, it was great, really worked well down England's right-hand side, and Alessia Russo times a run perfectly. Starts from inside, curves around, drives into the area and strikes across goal. Good save from Catacoy in the Spanish net. Produces a good save just to parry it wide, but could Lauren James have reacted a little bit quicker?
Here come England again. This is a bright start from the Lionesses. It's Lucy Bronze, blocked away by Carmona, and ball goes out of play for an England throw deep in Spanish territory. This is a perfect start from the defending European champions in terms of aggression and getting Spain on the back foot.
It's a real belief in this England side. They look proper up for this.
So Lucy Bronze with the throw over on the far side. She's got Toon there as an option. Intercepted by Mariona Caldente, and the ball goes out of play for a Spain throw deep in their own territory. Goalless here across the BBC. 4.5 minutes gone in this Women's Euros final. So Spain with Coy in goal, the back four of Badge, Paredes, the captain, Alexandri and Carmona, who scored the winner in the World Cup final 2 years ago against England. Ahead of them it's that formidable trio, Bonmati and Putellas, 4 Ballon d'Ors between those two, and Patrick Guijarro, whose manager Montse Tomé says he's quite simply the best central midfielder in the world. Caldente, Del Castillo, very in form here, and Esther Gonzalez, 4 goals for the tournament, leaving the Golden Boot race up front. But it's Spain with all the defending to do at the moment. Alexandri with a nervy clearance. They do pick it up on the edge of the area. Here is Del Castillo, plays it towards the halfway line, but too much on that for Aitana Bonmati, and intercepted by Jess Carter, who plays it forward to Lauren James. As Montse Tomé, the Spanish manager in her dark suit, comes out to the edge of her technical area and just puts her hands palms down towards the grass and tells Spain to calm down, because at the moment they are looking slightly nervier, the reigning world champions.
There was a transitional moment when England were getting into defensive shapes, and the play had bypassed Ella Toon. She was still on the floor. It looked like she picked up some kind of knock, or she's limping a bit. Looks like she's it looks a bit uncomfortable in that midfield.
So out to the left-hand side goes Spain, ball just outside their own penalty area. We will keep an eye on the movement of Ella Toon, who is jogging over the halfway line as we speak, as Lauren Hemp goes sliding in, blocks that ball forward from Olga Carmona, and she plays it back to Alexia Putellas, looking for Arsenal's Mariona Caldente, but it's laid off once more to Putellas, and Putellas will find Caldente. First chance for Spain to attack down this left-hand side. Putellas looking for that ball into the area from Caldente, and Hampton comes out quickly and gathers on the edge of her 6-yard box. Karen Buds.
It's very good from Hampton. Again, she's front foot, alert to the danger. She can see that there's a player open in the tie Bonmati at the edge of the area, so she's organising while she's got one eye on the play and threat that's developing in the goal.
So Alex Greenwood in possession, plays it back to Jess Carter inside the England penalty area. Gonzalez will chase down that back pass, but Hampton steers it calmly out to Leah Williamson, who lifts it up towards halfway. Stanway with the chest down, Guijarro gets the foot in, Stanway gets another foot in, but it will fall to Onabaje. And now Aitana Bonmati, the current holder of the Ballon d'Or, the second she's won in a row, the scorer of the extra time goal against Germany that took Spain to what is their first ever European Championship final, when they lifted the World Cup by beating England in Australia 2 years ago. That was the first major trophy in their history. Lionesses had done just that, of course, at the Euros a year before. Will it be England? Will it be Spain? Here on 5 Live and across the BBC, as the ball forward by Spain is cut out by the head of Lucy Bronze and goes out of play for a throw to Spain, deep in England territory. They've taken it quickly. Caldente will play it forward. Carmona's whip delivery, headed away powerfully by a stooping Leah Williamson, the England captain, but Spain have it again on the edge of the area. Almost fell to Bonmati, but Georgia Stanway thumps clear. Let's bring in Jem Beattie. Your thoughts on the first 8 minutes or so of this European Championship final?
Yeah, I think, look, England has started really strong, honestly. I think they've had the better chances so far. I think Lucy Bronze against Mariona Caldente is fascinating on that far side. Bronzy's coming into the middle and really man-marking Caldente when she comes centrally, creating a bit of a box in the midfield for England. So you can see tactically they've prepped, they've recognised these moments and where but any chance England get, they're trying to hit Spain in behind. You can see Ella Toone constantly on her front foot trying to hit that space. It's where England want to threaten up top.
And they almost do it again. That ball forward this time from Kira Walsh, looking for the run of Alessia Russo, but it is steered back to Catacoy. I was in the Spain press conference yesterday, and Montse Tomé and Irene Paredes were asked about Alessia Russo, and the journalist doing the asking said, well, she hasn't scored yet at these Euros, and I was thinking, yes, she has. She did score against Wales, but you know, this is a player who got 3 goals at the World Cup 2 years ago, 4 goals at the Euros, as England have defending to do. Esther Gonzalez into the area, good save. Hampton came out, made that angle really narrow on the edge of the 6-yard box. Spain have a corner, but Hannah Hampton, England's number 1, did her job there.
Again, that speaks to confidence in goal. Front-footed, yet again, potentially offside there from Esther, but she's alert, Hannah Hampton. She recognises the bounce. She recognises that Esther is not in control of the ball, so she gains the yards, makes herself big. Really brave goalkeeping from Hannah Hampton.
So Spain have a corner over on the far side. Test this early on for England. It's swung in, it's a poor delivery. Cleared away by Georgia Stanway, and a hand of apology is raised over on that far side from Alexia Putellas as the clearance bounces into the Spain half, and Catacoy, all in a dark grey-green kit, the Spain number 1, retrieves it over on the far side and plays it to Irene Paredes. The world champion Spain against the defending European champions England. England, who of course beat Spain en route in the quarter-finals. They needed extra time to do that as well 3 years ago, on their way to lifting their first major trophy on that glorious night at Wembley. Who will soar to the summit here in Switzerland as Mariona Caldente plays it forward down the left-hand side. Carmona's delivery, Gonzalez with the chip and chips it wide. Spain is starting to tick.
That's really, really well worked again from Spain, just combining down their left. I'm thinking here they're just going to whip across the front of the goal, but no, just pulls it back, and there's numbers in the area. Esther Gonzalez just leaning back a little bit too slightly, can't put that on target. But England look comfortable even in their defensive phases. You know, they're not trying to push too far forward when they haven't got secure possession.
And I think what is impressive 10 minutes in is that England have had good possession, 46% to Spain's 54. And Spain, as in the men's game, are a side that love to have the ball, but England's not playing along with the Spanish rulebook. As Spain come forward once again, Del Castillo will chase this, won't keep it in, down on the byline. And the ball goes out of play for another England goal kick. 0-0, 10.5 minutes gone.
But I think this is exactly what we wanted to see from England. You know, we've seen over the course of the group stages and the knockout stages, they've started relatively slow, haven't they? They've not really brought this level of enthusiasm. But this first 10 minutes has been absolutely outstanding.
It is still goalless here on 5 Live and across the BBC. As Hannah Hampton takes this goal kick long. Over the halfway line it goes, flicked on by the head of Lucy Bonds up towards Alessia Russo. Might have got a bit of a shove there, but England are coming forward, and England have it with Hemp. Toone's ahead of her, James as an option. Hemp hesitates, James might be offside now. Flag stays down, but it was a miscontrol inside the area, and the referee has decided that she's going to give that offside. Just a little breakdown there in communication, and an opening squandered.
But it's brilliant from Ella Toone. She's first to the ball. She puts Alexandria under pressure and forces a... Oh, that was quite close, actually, if you look at that back. She might have potentially been onside there, but ultimately, yeah, that was very, very close. But good signs from England.
Yeah, Lauren James inside the area, just unable to bring that ball under her spell. And Spain have it once more with Laia Alexandri. Over the halfway line she goes. She was one of the players who was involved in that dispute with the Spanish FA, and Jorge Vilda, the manager at the time, ahead of the World Cup, so wasn't there 2 years ago as Spain won it. So there's a lot for some of these players to prove on a personal level, as Del Castillo has it inside the area, works for him for the shot. It's blocked away by a host of white shirts for England. Del Castillo still inside the area, lays it off to Guillaro. The red shirts really piling on the pressure as Putellas picks it up. It's all so neat and tidy for Spain as Leah Williamson cuts out that cross over on the left-hand side from Caldente. Oh, that's lovely skill from Lauren Hemp. Down the right she goes, eases past Olga Carmona, still inside the England half, and just checks the play and plays it in field to Ella Toone, and now back to Kira Walsh. England playing in the white shirts with the blue stripe and the red stripe that is just around the necks and the chest, and then the dark blue shorts and the White Sox as the ball is played all the way back to Hannah Hampton. Jen Beattie, just want to bring you in here on the fact that Hemp is starting out on the right and James is sticking on the left. What's the thinking from Sarina Wiegman behind that, do you think?
I think for me it's pretty straightforward. They both are obviously opposite footers. Lauren Hemp's a right footer, left footer, playing on the right hand side. So for me, that's cutting inside, dribbling at their fullbacks and getting shots off. So if they pick up the ball wide, like in these areas.
And let's see what they can do. It's Hemp's delivery and it's cleared away by Irene Paredes. Cushioned header into the box by Stanway. Rousseau's dispossessed. Stanway will drive. It was tame in the end. Just didn't quite catch it. Ball was just slightly behind her. And it goes into the arms of Katakoy. Well, we saw Stanway score a stunner. A Stanway special against Spain in the quarter-final. Extra time winner 3 years ago. Couldn't quite replicate that there.
Yeah, it looks like she just snatched that a little bit. But just want to go back to Jen B's point around Lauren Hemp cutting in. The opposite side, you've got Lauren James, who likes to get in the central channels as well. So those two will combine really nicely, I think, going forward.
Good adjustment by Williamson to cut out that ball to Esther Gonzalez over on the left-hand side, and England have a throw midway through their own half. So goalless here, 40 minutes gone in the Women's Euros final. Let's head back to the cricket. Eleanor Oldroyd.
India 378 for 4 and they have a lead of 66 runs and we have 16.4 overs left in the day, so in 2 overs time we could see the captains deciding that's it, they'll take the draw. Jadeja 89, Washington 76. They have played brilliantly, these two, and India are on the brink of drawing this test match.
Thank you very much, Ellie. So England would take a 2-1 series lead into the final test. That match continues over on 5 Sports Extra on a Badge. Retains possession for Spain and Bonmati will steer it forward, looking for the run of Del Castillo. Hampton out very quickly and launches the ball towards our commentary position. It's not quite going to reach Rachel Brown-Finnis, who's jumped up, our TV colleague, there to catch it. Oh, the instinct, Karen Bardsley. Where was it from you? It's gone out into the fans. It's a Spain throw.
Cheers, Vic.
Of course, I was expecting Jen Beattie to launch herself forward and head that away.
I was leaning towards it, to be fair. Any chance.
So, out to the left-hand side goes Spain. It's goalless in the Women's Euros final. Here on 5 Live, BBC Local Radio and the BBC World Service is Irene Paredes, the Spain captain, who has seen the captaincy restored to her under Montse Tomé. Plays it out to the right-hand side and picked up now by Bonmati. Now on a Badge. Paredes has it once more inside the centre circle. Forward she goes to Arsenal's Mariona Caldente, who of course was in the Arsenal side that beat Barcelona in the Champions League final this year. As the ball's into the area again, Williamson heads that so well. Lucy Bronze then is brought down inside the England penalty area and it will be a free kick to England on the edge of the box. But Jen Beattie, just your thoughts on this. When I saw Leah Williamson play for Arsenal and Arsenal beat Barcelona in that Champions League final, and so many of this Spanish side were in that Barcelona side, I think that's arguably the best I've ever seen Leah Williamson play. And she has started with that same front-footed attitude and that same precision in terms of how she's reading those balls into the area against, again, so many of these Barcelona players.
She's a big game player, and you know what, Leah has grown into that so much, but she's always been able to read the game really, really well. She has this great centre-back instinct that when you're coming up against players like Putellas, like Bonmati, like any player in that front line that love to run in behind, you have to spot it before it happens. You can't turn your shoulder and think, oh, how did that happen? You have to be one step ahead, and that's what she's really good at, and she's shown that in his opening 17 minutes so far, reading their movement really, really well. And I think 100% you have to reflect on that Arsenal-Barcelona game and think that's similar to what you're going to come up to. You're up against players that will be favourites coming into it. How do you do it? Stay really compact centrally. She can lead the line from that.
Here comes Spain, midway through the England half. And Paredes has it as it's steered back towards the halfway line. Former Arsenal defender Jen Beattie, former England goalkeeper Karen Bardsley here with us on 5 Live and across the BBC. 17 minutes played in this Women's Euros final. And it is goalless between England and Spain as Lucy Bronze plays it forward. Team will steer it back to Williamson, who will leave it, allow it to run into the area and then square it to Jess Carter, who brings it forward. But it is one of those things, that mentality. Nobody expected Arsenal to win that final against Barcelona, who had been imperious in the competition this season, as Georgia Stanway wins a free kick just inside the Spain half. And that's it, isn't it, Karen? You've got Barcelona players out there, the likes of Guiaro, Putellas, Bonmati, Paredes, and Katakoy. I mean, I could go on. But you know, those were players that believed they were invincible, and Arsenal proved that they weren't. An English side proved that they weren't. The likes of Alessia Russo, Beth Mead, Chloe Kelly, Leah Williamson proved that they weren't. Will that be in the back of their minds a little bit if it stays tight as it is right now? 18 minutes gone, 0-0.
No, I think it will be. It was an absolute masterclass from Arsenal. You know, they blocked up, they made it really, really difficult. They created opportunities and they were clinical, you know, on the counter-attack. You know, that play, that ball in behind for Blackstenius, that pass from Beth Mead was exceptional. The way she recognised his space, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Beth Mead today.
So Alessia Russo's done well, nicked that ball away from Patrick Guiaro. This is a good start from England. They are the better side at the moment, although that ball forward is poor and won't reach Russo, and Paredes will steer it back to Katakoi. She's closed down by Lauren James. Oh, that's a poor ball from Coy, and England have it inside the box. A brilliant save in the end as Lauren Hem latched onto the loose pass, and at a near post, Katakoi, Spain's number one, redeems herself and sends the ball behind for an England corner. Well, Spain almost gifting England the lead in the European Championship final.
Just looked like Katakoi made that pass as Alexandria was looking the opposite direction, and she produced an absolutely tremendous save from Katakoi. Redemption.
This is more like the England that beat Spain at Wembley in February in the Nations League. This is the sort of level that we know the Lionesses can push towards. Can they find the breakthrough? It's been a really good start to this final from England. They've got the corner over on the far side. James is there as the short option. She's being watched by Atenea Del Castillo. Walsh on the edge of the area, and Williamson among those moving into the centre as it's cleared away by Alexia Putellas. Walsh will pick it up, stabs it back to Jess Carter, who swings it forward to the edge of the area. Tuma's in there, it's cleared away. After a shout for handball there, which Lara Alexandri and Alexia Putellas don't agree with. Spain allowed to play on and take the ball over halfway. It was only Toon who shouted for it. We do have VAR here in this Women's Euros final, so they will have a quick check just to make sure that that wasn't a handball. And Patrick Guiaro has it on the halfway line for Spain. It's goalless here, 20 minutes gone, as Alexia Putellas plays it back to Patrick Guiaro. Forward now once more to Aitana Bonmati, and Spain just slowing the play down, happy to wait and try and pick the pass as Putellas sends it forward, and then Spain will continue to come forward. They wanted a free kick there, they're not going to get it. Here is Caldente. Oh, this is lovely from Spain. Caldente goes for the curler. Oh, it's just wide. Hampton watches it sail past the post, but that was the best passage of play of the half, and it came from the reigning world champion Spain.
Intricate little layoffs and combinations in those central areas. Got Mariona Caldente at the heart of it, alongside Bonmati and Putellas. And when you say those names out loud, you just think, oh my word, what a class midfield that is.
And the fact as well that they all play together at club level. I mean, that they get the chance to practice day in, day out, whether they're with their club, whether they're with their country. It's that Barcelona trio, it's that Spain trio, and they are quite simply, it is in many ways the most frightening midfield to face in the world. But England so far are holding their own and then some as they play it forward with Lucy Bronze. Lauren Hempel chases down the right hand side. Lara Alexandria across quickly, plays it back into Coy, just has enough on it. Coy steers it out very calmly under pressure to Carmona over on the far side, and the ball is returned to her and played up towards halfway, intercepted by Leah Williamson, the England captain. Ella Toon nicely brings that down, helped forward by Lucy Bronze. She was just stretching to keep that in there, Bronze, and can only send it out for a Spain goal kick. So England 0, Spain 0 here on 5 Live and across the BBC. You can also watch this match on BBC One with our TV colleagues Robin Cameron and Rachel Brown-Finnis. And if you would like the TV pictures with our commentary, just head to the BBC iPlayer or the BBC Sport website, and you can choose the Watch with 5 Live option. And wherever you are around the country, around the world, we are delighted to have your company here in Switzerland, in Basel, in St Jakob Park for this Women's Euros final. As Carter comes and doesn't get to that ball, Williamson gets across and clears away from Del Castillo, but she took a bit of a risk there, Carter. It's a Spain throw midway through the England half on this right hand side, taken quickly by Badje, and now Bonmati. Starting challenge from Stanway, but Badje avoids it and plays it back to Bonmati once more. Badje back to Bonmati, right hand side midway through the England half, plays it forward. Del Castillo won't get there though, and Lauren James is trying to shepherd it behind and does so, and it's an England goal kick. Karen Bardsley.
It's very good from Lauren James, doing the work to help out Alex Greenwood. And again, she's so balanced, Lauren James, in the way that she moves. She's so strong. She can protect that ball. And that's why she's on the pitch, not only to carry it upfield, but to, obviously help her team out to stay on the ball. But something interesting from that Spanish goal kick that we saw earlier was that England were going through their press, and they were all player for player in the midfield, all over the pitch. And that put the pressure back on Catacoy in the Spanish goal to try and hit that long ball. And it nearly worked, but Leah Williamson did really, really well to come across. So it's really well disciplined defending and press from England.
Ball cleared away by Jess Carter. Forced it Irene Paredes. The big cheer you heard there from the England fans was simply because Sarina Wiegman has stood up and walked to the edge of her technical area. Her 5th major tournament final in a row across World Cups and European Championships. She did lose in the quarterfinals of the Olympics back in 2021 with the Netherlands, but when it comes to World Cups and Euros, she is unparalleled in terms of what this woman standing in front of us here has achieved. She's won the Euros twice, she's finished runners-up in the World Cup twice. Can she make it 3 European Championship wins in a row? And so Tana Bonmati has the ball down by the corner flag. It's into the area for Del Castillo. She's still got it, evades the challenge, plays it forward to Badge down by the byline, hooks the ball across, and that's 1-0 Spain. Mariona Caldente is there to nod the ball into the back of the net. And for all England's positive play in this first half, just as it was in the World Cup final 2 years ago, it is Spain who hit the front. Caldente's header. England 0, Spain 1.
Oh, disappointing to concede in that way. England were looking really great in terms of the shapes that they were picking up. But it's a lovely little overload here. Castillo just off the back shoulder. No one's picking her up. Lauren James is entirely focused on Battier. And Alessia Russo is just slightly late as Del Castillo gets on the ball, and no one tracks the run from Battier. She puts in a delightful ball into the area. And Caldente is just completely pulling off the shoulder. She's on that second line almost, isn't she, Jen, about how she's going to go attack. And Lucy Bronze just isn't able to get across Caldente and put her off. That's really, really frustrating because England started so well.
Jen Beattie's thoughts in a moment, but England have got us underway, looking for this immediate equaliser out to the right-hand side. Here goes Lauren Hem. Can England hit back straight away? Hem's ball into the area. Russo is in there. Brave diving header. Shot driven in from the edge of the box by Kira Walsh. And it goes behind for a Spain goal kick. And it's England 0, Spain 1.
No, it was just great combination play this time from England on that far side from Lauren Hem. That's where they're going to threat to be. Ball drops to Kira Walsh on the edge of the box. But the goal for Spain, the marking was just too easy in the box. I think Lucy Bronze had her hands on her head after when the goal went in. She knows that's her marker, Mariona Caldente. But it was just England being one yard too late a little bit on the wide area and inside of the box. You can't do that up against these Spanish players. They have that quality to go and finish.
So Spain playing their way out from their own penalty area. Mariona Caldente has given them the lead. She was the WSL Player of the Year this season for Arsenal. 19 goals she scored for them, and you just cannot leave her unmarked in the area like England did. And Spain are coming forward once again. Too much on that for Caldente. Goes behind for an England goal kick. But we said before this game, the first goal, and it is a cliche, but here is why it's so relevant here. So often when Spain get the first goal, the handbrake comes off and they go up another level, they go up another gear. If you can hold them at bay, if you can outplay them as England have done on balance in this first half, you can see frustration, you can see doubt. Even though they're the world champions, you can see doubt creeping into some of these world-class players' minds. But when they get ahead, they are so hard to catch up. However, as England concede a throw over on the far side just inside the Spain half, England have faced adversity and then some in this tournament, and so far they have always got the better of it. They're going to have to do so again. Spain in possession midway through their own half.
I think when Spain score, obviously their confidence grows and they almost ramp it up a notch, as you were saying there, Vicky, and it will be interesting to see if anything does change, but England need to react.
So, Spain in possession. Irene Paredes has the ball. In terms of changing, I mean, the irony is, you know, we've seen not great performances from England in the quarter-final and the semi-final. So far, apart from that marking, it's been a really good showing from the defending European champions. And Sarina Wiegman is the least likely woman to panic anyway. As Lucy Bronze gets a foot in, but over on the far side, Olga Carmona has it and plays it back to Laia Alexandri. And Spain are zipping the ball around with real verve and vigour as Lauren Hemp concedes a free kick. Little foul there on Mariona Caldente, and she takes it quickly, and England have to stay switched on here because Carmona's coming down the left-hand side. Her ball into the area, headed away by Alex Greenwood, just getting there ahead of Del Castillo. England deep. Spain coming forward, looking for the second. It's Caldente out to the left-hand side. Carmona's delivery once again. Williamson is there this time on the stretch, clears away. Hemp picks it up, evades the challenge, steers it back into the area. Referee perhaps could have blown for a free kick there. And Lucy Bronze under pressure. She's got two Spain players on her. Someone needs to help her out here. Lucy Bronze will clear away. She's done really well, but Hemp won't latch onto it, and eventually the whistle goes for a foul on Hemp. And England have a free kick over on the far side. England 0, Spain 1. 5 Live, BBC Local Radio and the World Service.
There's no time for complacency, no time for England to let their heads and shoulders drop. You know, there was another opportunity there for Castillo to get in at that back post, and England need to be alert. They need to be organised and disciplined to make sure that this lead for Spain doesn't get worse.
So Hannah Hampton in possession, squares it to Jess Carter, who drives towards the halfway line, and Alex Greenwood will play it back into the penalty area, and Hampton picks it up once more. Jem Beattie.
No, I was just saying, I think Spain, when the crosses are coming in the box, both wingers from either side, that's how Caldente got her goal. But if the cross is coming from the opposite side, the other Spanish forward, if it's Athena, that is so good at getting inside, and that's where Alex Greenwood, Lucy Bronze have to be so aware that yes, their marker, keep them on the outside. You have to defend in your box so well with the crosses coming from. It's not a centre-back's job. They might overhead it and it might come your side, but just be really, really aware of that.
So Olga Carmona, who scored the winner in the World Cup final 2 years ago, in possession. That was the scoreline by which Spain beat England, and that is the scoreline in this Women's Euros final in 2025, by which Spain lead. And they're pushing for the second. Here is Putellas, space inside the area. Putellas, well stopped eventually by Leah Williamson. A little hop of frustration on the touchline by the Spain manager, Montse Tomé, as it's brought forward by Alessia Russo. Really good hold-up play, but was then fouled on the edge of the centre circle, and the hugely experienced French referee Stephanie Frappart blows her whistle and gives a free kick to England just inside their own half. England 0, Spain 1. Karen Bardsley.
That's tremendous work from Alessia Russo. She protects the ball so well. She manages to kind of hold on to it to allow her England teammates to get higher in attack, and then she draws a foul. So yeah, more of that please, but let's continue to really press this Spanish defensive line.
So Kira Walsh plays the ball forward, almost perfect, almost inch perfect for Alessia Russo, but it rolls all the way through to Kata Coy. And that's it. You know, you think about that poor pass out from the back that Coy made just moments before Spain took the lead at the other end through Caldente. She recovers Coy to save from Lauren Hemp, and it's a little bit obviously you were commentating for 5 Live in the semi-final against Germany. It's that deflected shot that she pours out of the net late on in normal time and then recovers so well to save the follow-up from Vamsa. It was really good goalkeeping, and that is why she is Spain's number 1, as Spain have it just inside their own half.
I mean, absolutely. That's when, you know, big goalkeepers like that in big moments, you might not have a lot of chances or big saves to make, but when they are recalled on, that's when they're needed. And I think Katakol did it in the semi-final. We saw Ann-Katrin Berger, we've seen Hannah Hampton, we've seen really great performances from goalkeepers throughout this entire tournament. But Katakol, you said it yourself, that was a really vulnerable moment for the Spanish backline. She kind of put themselves in it, actually, but at that, it was a big save and a big moment. But England need to hold on to those moments and know that they can come, and they might come.
So here comes Spain midway through the England half, leading by a 0-0 here on 5 Live and across the BBC. Here is Onabaje, plays it forward to Bonmati. Del Castillo's an option on the right hand side, well anticipated by Lauren James, who just waited and waited, read that really well and stepped up and intercepted as Greenwood under pressure clears away, and Baje has it. Bonmati now, Del Castillo again. Spain pushing England 2v1. They've got to sort that out defensively, England, because their fullbacks are being left isolated. As Spain pulls it back to Rene Paredes, and now Bonmati once more out to the right hand side, and Del Castillo, as the Spanish fans away to our right, raise their arms and applaud their side coming forward. Jess Carter clears the ball away. Montse Tomé, the Spain manager, comes out and will allow this throw to be taken. Let's head to the cricket. Eleanor Oldroyd.
And we're in the strange situation where England want to say this game is drawn, nobody can win it. India 410 for 4, and it looks like Shubman Gill is keeping the players out, so both batsmen could get their hundreds. Jadeja is 101 not out, Washington is on 92, so I don't think there's long left in this game. It'll be a draw.
Thanks very much, Ellie. Closing stages over on 5 Sports Extra. Here in the Women's Euros final. It's England 0, Spain 1. As Alexia Putellas has it just outside the England penalty area. Here is Badje in field. Bonmati, Putellas saw the run of Esther in the area. So did Jess Carter. Cuts out the ball as it comes in. Headed forward by Paredes. Brought down by Bonmati. Spain are really clicking at the moment. Out to the left-hand side they go. And the goal scorer Mariona Caldente cleared away by Lucy Bronze. But England just cannot get a foot on the ball at the moment. And it's spread out to the left-hand side by Laia Alexandri. And now Caldente of Arsenal, who's given Spain the lead in their first ever European Championship final. They are the best sides in the world at the moment, Spain. They are the reigning world champions, but their success has come over the last few years. This is still new territory for these players on a European Championship stage as Putellas is challenged by James. Spain still have it. Badje out to the right-hand side. Here's Del Castillo into the penalty area, chops the ball across. Greenwood blocks it away. And James is there to try and help out as well as Del Castillo will come again down this right-hand side. Into the area she goes, down to the byline, pulls the ball across. Esther is in there, it's just about cleared away by Jess Carter. Stanway will pick it up, but England are so deep here. Lauren James will clear it up towards halfway. It's intercepted by Laia Alexandri, and Bonmati has it once again. England 0, Spain 1 here on 5 Live and across the BBC as Gonzalez, the tournament's leading scorer, comes out of the area, plays it to Badje on this right-hand side. Back to Putellas once more, and now Guiaro, the Barcelona connections bearing fruit for Spain as Paredes, the captain, has it. And it is just so hard, Karen Bardsey, for England to get the ball off Spain at the moment as Spain ramp it up once again. Here's Guiaro looking for Badje. Really good pressure by Lauren James. Just eases Badje away from that ball, and it's out for an England goal kick.
Yeah, it's really tough, isn't it? Because the deeper that England drop, the more they're inviting that Spanish pressure. Their structure looks to me like it's collapsed a little bit in terms of there's no attacking outlet in Alessia Russo because she is trying to do so much defensively, and I think when that happens, especially midfield units struggle to get any sort of pressure on the ball because all the defenders can think about is the space in behind. So England really quite fortunate, I think, that they can use this goal kick to get higher up the pitch.
Let's see. Hannah Hampton can do just that. She can send it out to the right-hand side. Lisa Bronze will head it forward, but it wasn't, got to say, the best distribution from Hampton. It put Bronze under pressure, and she heads it out on the halfway line, and it is a Spain throw. Spain, who have already lost to England already this year, but the run they're on since then is impeccable. They've won their last 10 matches since falling 1-0 to England at Wembley in February. That is their longest winning run since 2021, so they're in better form now than they were when they won the World Cup 2 years ago, as Laia Alexandri has the ball just inside the Spain half, and they are happy to just have the ball, have the possession. That's what's changed since the goal. It's Spain with the possession. England had really been pretty level with them. It had chances as well before Mariona Caldente's header unmarked inside the area. You just can't do that for the WSL's Player of the Year this season, the Arsenal forward, as Carmona clears the way under a bit of pressure, and the ball goes out of play for an England throw on halfway. England 0, Spain 1, 9 minutes to go until half-time as England take the throw quickly. Here's him, loses the ball almost over on the far side. Is it going to spin out of play? No, Spain have it. Lovely little back heel clearance there from Guiaro, helping out the midfielder. And up forward to Esther Gonzalez, who keeps possession over on that far side, and Carmona has it once more. Spain have it now just outside their own penalty area.
And you're right, Mariona Caldente has just been involved in everything. She's just linking in those wide areas. She's creating overloads, either coming inside or letting Olga Carmona do that, and then she's hugging the width. So yeah, she's been involved in everything. She looks really, really sharp.
Here is Laia Alexandri for Spain, just inside her own half. England 0, Spain 1 here on 5 Live, BBC Local Radio and the BBC World Service as Carmona has the ball over on the left-hand side, but England are chasing what are lengthening shadows here in Basel. Early evening in Switzerland. We've had storms, we've had thunderous downpours, and now the cloudy grey sky is overcloaked, and it's close and muggy inside this stadium. Over 34,000 in here, sold out for this final. As Spain come down the right-hand side now with Ona Badje. There's Del Castillo ahead of her, but Badje will stop and check and look for a different run of a red shirt and plays it back to Irene Paredes, and again Spain inexorably inch towards that England penalty area. Laia Alexandri out to the left-hand side, and Mariona Caldente, her ball into the area, well headed away by her Arsenal teammate Leah Williamson. It's a good header as well, but Hemp can't latch onto it, and Spain have it once again, and they just cannot keep hold of the ball at the moment. England, this is relentless resistance that they're having to put up because of this relentless Spain pressure as Spain have it over on the far side to Bonmati, the double Ballon d'Or winner, lays it off to Carmona down the left-hand side. Good header away by Lucy Bronze, but it will spin to Carmona, and at the moment there seem to be two players to England's one. Everywhere you look on the pitch, lovely back heel on the edge of the box by Pateas as Spain come forward once again. They're in control, they're cruising at the moment. They lead 1-0. Here's Bonmati inside the area, out to the left-hand side. Pateas picks it up down by the corner flag and scoops it into the area now. Russo's back there defending. She's so deep, Alessia Russo. She's England's number 23. Positionally, she's England's number 9, and she's inside her own penalty area as England clear the ball long, but there is no white shirt up there, Jen Beattie, to alleviate this pressure for England.
No, and I think that's the tough bit. As soon as you kind of collapse, I think Karen touched on it earlier, as soon as you get deeper and deeper, you can really struggle to find that outlet, and usually you would look towards your Alessia Russo.
Oh, Spain coming forward again. Here's Del Castillo, little deflection on the shot, it's blocked away, picked up by Georgia Stanway and cleared out of play by Lauren James. He's gone down. Well, a groan from Karen Bardsley because it was a really poor ball from James, but perhaps that is why she came off at half-time against Italy with an ankle injury. And interesting that, because she's played it first time, but she's essentially played it out of play so that she can receive treatment. I am really fascinated to see if Spain give the ball back here, but that's a secondary thing. The primary thing is it really looks, Karen Bardsley, as though Lauren James is not going to be able to continue.
Yeah, she's not looked herself, has she? I think with the entirety of this first half so far, she's not really been moving well. She's not been dropping in or kind of changing pace. And, you know, we saw Beth Mead warming up earlier, but now you can see that Chloe Kelly as well is getting ready, getting her shin pads on. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that impending change.
Well, it looks as though it will be Chloe Kelly, as England's players are all in a huddle, apart from Lauren James, who's receiving treatment. They're all gathered around the edge of the 6-yard box, Jen Beattie.
I don't think Lauren James has looked comfortable, if I'm honest. She hasn't looked herself since the start of this game, and I'm in a way not overly surprised to see her go down, because it looks like she is in a bit of pain. She hasn't, and it's such a defensive job to get all the way back. It's a huge role that she would have to play, so seeing Chloe Kelly come off the bench, I think that's a positive sign, knowing that she can come into the game.
All over at the cricket, Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, as we suspected, Shubman Gill was keeping Sundar and Jadeja out there to complete their centuries, which they now have. Another double century partnership, steering India back to home to a very, very unlikely draw, what seemed very unlikely yesterday lunchtime. Only 2 wickets taken in 5 sessions, 424 for 4. India have finished, and they have drawn this test match.
Thank you very much, Ellie. So England will take a 2-1 series lead into the final test here at the Women's Euros final. England 0, Spain 1, and Lauren James off injured, replaced by Chloe Kelly, as we see James walking towards the tunnel, and she looks bitterly disappointed as Bonmati brings the ball forward for Spain. They've got runners in the area. Bonmati's delivery, oh, the header wide. Esther Gonzalez at the near post, the top scorer at this competition. Should have buried it. Should be 2-0 Spain.
We saw Jess Carter make something similar in terms of a block at that near post, and this time it was Leah Williamson, her opportunity to get tight and force Esther Gonzalez wide.
So goal kick to Hannah Hampton. Let's reflect then on the substitution of Chloe Kelly, because she's got other options here. Serena Wiedmann, Beth Mead could have come on, but Kelly, of course, has been, along with Michelle Adjumang, the super sub of the tournament for England, and England trailing by 1-0. That is a more attacking change than perhaps could have been made. Of course, Beth Mead's going to attack, but she's also going to give you that extra physical presence. As Spain come down the left-hand side, Carmona very well challenged by Lucy Bronze, who becomes England's record appearance maker in the women's game and major tournaments today, overtaking Jill Scott's record. But Hemp's lost it over on the far side, and Spain coming forward again. Del Castillo now inside the penalty area, tries to pull the ball across, it's blocked away, but Del Castillo still has it. Now Carmona, nice turn over on the left-hand side, and again the white shirts of England are dropping so deep. They're all camped, nobody further forward than 25 yards out from England's goal line as Walsh wins it. And now the white shirts getting forward, trying to provide that outlet, and that's exactly what they do, but they're still midway inside their own half. Spain are pressing so ferociously. Spain are leading by 1-0, but England are coming forward over the halfway line. Here goes Alex Greenwood to the substitute. Chloe Kelly who's made such an impact off the bench for England in these Euros. Can she do so again? It's Stanway now, down to the byline. Kelly's there. Here she is once more. Kelly will take it down to the byline, pulls the ball across. Tuma's in there. Her efforts blocked on the edge of the 6-yard box by Alexandri and will spin away to the edge of the area. Cleared up towards Esther Gonzalez by Patrick Guillaro, and Williamson wins the header, and Carter will steer it back to Hannah Hampton. Karen Bardsley.
As well dealt with by Jess Carter, very, very composed under some really intense pressure, and she knows she's got a fantastic goalkeeper like Hannah Hampton, who's so good with the ball at her feet.
Fantastic distribution from Leah Williamson to find Chloe Kelly. It's Kelly driving towards the area. Kelly drags it wide, 6 yards or so wide of that post on this near side. But she's got so much confidence here, Chloe Kelly.
She's injected a real sense of enthusiasm and urgency since she's come on. It's only been seconds as well. That directness is what was missing down this left-hand side. You know, you really have to attack these wide areas, and that's what I think England were doing really, really well at the start of this first half, and they've just kind of gone away from it.
Well, we've seen her come on as Coy, the Spain goalkeeper, spreads it out to the right-hand side, and Badger wins a throw off Greenwood. We've seen her come on in every game at these Euros, Chloe Kelly, as a substitute. Normally, it's with around 13 or 14 minutes to go to save England's tournament, certainly in the knockout stages. But that enforced change for Serena Wiegman. Lauren James off injured. She was a doubt for this game. He was told that she was available. Serena Wiegman decided to start. Bitter disappointment for her, only on as a sub in the World Cup final 2 years ago against Spain after being suspended for the quarter-finals and semi-finals. Now unable to make it to half-time. There's 1 minute to go, plus added time in this first period. England 0, Spain 1. Chloe Kelly on. Spain look to come forward once again down this right-hand side. Here's Bonmati, intercepted by Georgia Stanway, shepherded out of play by Del Castillo, and it will be a Spain throw midway through the England half.
The one thought I can't get out of my mind is, you know, if there was a fully fit Lauren James on the pitch, would England not have conceded that goal? Not that she had anything to do with it, obviously it was Lucy Bronze. It was alongside Mariona Caldente in terms of not being able to track her marker close enough. But yeah, that's just the one thought in my mind.
So Laia Alexandri has the ball for Spain just inside the centre circle as the first Mexican wave of this Women's Euros final. Goes around the stands here in St Jakob Park in Basel. England 0, Spain 1 here on 5 Live, BBC Local Radio and the BBC World Service as Monabadje plays the ball out to the right-hand side, won't be kept in by Del Castillo, and it's a throw which Alex Greenwood will take. Jen Beattie.
I think Spain's movement is the one thing to be aware of. Whenever you're watching Esther dropping so deep to get on the ball, but then you have Alexia Putellas going the opposite direction and occupying the centre back, so it's really, really clever movement from Spain. But look, I think as soon as Chloe Kelly's come off the bench, what does Leah Williamson do? Trying to find her on a diagonal, really great ball, so she's in a 1v1 position. She's put a ball in the box and got a shot of the way in a really short time of being off the bench, so that's really positive for England going into the second half.
Here come England down the right-hand side, 1 minute of added time. Spain have a player down on the halfway line, but Lauren Hemp is playing on. Here is Walsh, dinks the ball into the area looking for the run of Kelly, brilliantly cut out by Del Castillo. Well, they're half appealing for a back pass there, but it's not. Del Castillo's just stuck out a boot and intercepted it, and carrying out the cross has meant that it's rolled to Katakoi, so not deliberate. Caldente it is the goal scorer who's down on halfway, so referee Stephanie Frappard has stopped play as Caldente don't think is going to receive treatment. No, she's just getting up to her feet. She's helped to her feet by Lucy Bronze, who lost her for that opening Spain goal. Spain leading by a goal to nil, and since the goal, Karen, it's fair to say that Spain have been utterly dominant.
No, they have. It feels like there's a real drop in intensity from England when they conceded that goal, and you know they have to find a way to pull themselves back into this game. And as we said, you know, Spain look really, really confident, Vicky.
So half-time whistle, and not gone to plan for England. They started really well. They had more of the ball than most sides have against Spain. They created good chances. They had a brilliant opportunity to score just before Spain scored, when Katakoi, given the ball away, recovered and made a brilliant save from Lauren Hemp at the near post. But you cannot give Mariona Caldente, the WSL Player of the Year this season, a free header inside the penalty area. It was well finished, but it was poor defending from England. And that is why, at half-time, Spain are on top. The world champions lead the defending European champions by a goal to nil.
Well, if we are calling this the sequel from the World Cup final 2 years ago, Jen, the similarities are England find themselves a goal to nil down at half-time. Perhaps the differences are there have been some bright sparks, some bright moments for England.
I think so as well. I think they started very strong. You could kind of see the clear tactics were trying to get them early and behind, and whether it was Lucy Bronze on the far side or Leah Williamson, the tactic was trying to get Spain in behind. But the more Spain got into their groove, putting passes together, England just dropped off and started to collapse a lot more towards the edge of that half. Obviously, Lauren James clearly wasn't fully fit, right? She looked uncomfortable. Chloe Kelly coming onto the bench. Honestly, in my opinion, she's made an impact in a matter of a few minutes. So like you said, they're a goal down, but I'm watching them go off the pitch. Jess Carter, Leah Williamson, in each other's ears, trying to figure out how they can impact this second half for England.
What frustration, Karen Bardsley, for Lauren James, who actually defensively looked a little stronger than she did going forward, because I think it looked clear quite quickly on the left-hand side that she couldn't really run, and you could see moments where Russo was holding up play, expecting her to be there, making the run, and she just couldn't.
No, there was just like a vacuous hole, wasn't there, in terms of where you would expect her to be as soon as, you know, England were in possession. And even defensively, I thought, frankly, her positioning in terms of the distances away from her marker or away from the supporting defender weren't close enough. And yeah, it started to look, I don't mean this, I hope this doesn't come across the wrong way, but a bit of a liability. So I'm glad that she made the right decision in terms of taking herself off, because she was looking over at the bench from time to time.
How do we assess that Spanish goal then, Jen, for Mariona Caldente, a header? She's obviously had a phenomenal season with Arsenal, but helped out a bit there by England's defence.
I think one of my favourite things to watch about Spain is their timing. Their timing of arrivals into the box is almost inch perfect, and that's the one thing that when I see midfielders or the rotation, if you've got Alexia Putellas running towards the byline, you've got Bon Mati popping up at the edge of the box, they're always doing the alternate movement, but you have to be aware of it. One thing they've done really well, both wingers, Athenia and Caldente on the other side, whatever side the cross is coming in from, the opposite wide forward is right on that back post, making an effort, and that's how Mariona Caldente got her goal. Her timing to come on the inside. Lucy Bronze was just 1 yard off her, but when you're 1 yard off of a Spanish player, that's what can happen. So it was a great header, a great finish, but the marking wasn't quite there, and Lucy Bronze knew it. She had her hand on her head as soon as it went in. She'll know going into the second half that can't happen.
So second half commentary to come here on 5 Live following the conclusion of this European Championship final. It'll be 6:06. You can get your calls in later with Natalie Pike and former England forward Tony Duggan, who is with us now. Tony, your assessment then of that first half?
Yeah, I mean, you see Spain pinning England in, and I think England struggled then to get out of that block, and I think Russo, she's so deep, thinks she needs to get a lot higher, but that goal from Mariona Caldente. But you know, England, they're used to coming back now. That's been the tournament, so I don't think anyone will be too worried at half time. I think England just needs to come out, perform better, and hopefully the subs can come on and make the difference again.
And what about that instant impact, Natalie, from Chloe Kelly? So many fans have been calling to see her get on the pitch a little bit earlier. Not in these circumstances, but what could she do? Some damage in the second half, perhaps?
Oh, hopefully, Katie. But obviously, when you see LJ go down, you're instantly like, oh my goodness, you're worried. And then that is eased by the sight of Chloe Kelly warming up on the side. So we just got to hope she's got full 45 minutes. And as we know, a lot of fans have really been calling for her to get more time. So this is her opportunity.
Natalie, Tony, thank you so much. So they will follow here on 5 Live with 6:06. You can get your calls in a little bit later. 08085 909 693. Have your say on this Euros final. England, the defending champions, trailing the world champion Spain by a 1-0 at half-time. So if England want this roller coaster ride in Switzerland to continue on, and they've got a big 45 minutes to come. What twists and turns still await. Second half commentary to come. That is after the latest BBC News with Bethan Holmes.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Katie. We're starting with what's happening in Gaza. Jordan and the UAE have carried out airdrops of aid after Israel eased restrictions. Dozens of lorries of food are also entering the territory by land. It follows international anger over the hunger of the Palestinian population, where in the past 24 hours, medical officials there say 6 people have died from malnutrition. The Israeli military announced a tactical pause in 3 areas of the territory to allow food and medicine to be distributed. We're hearing from medical officials in central Gaza who say at least 17 Palestinians awaiting an aid convoy were killed by Israeli shooting. Around 50 were injured. Well, Gaza Al-Haddad works for Oxfam there, and she's calling for a ceasefire.
You cannot give me little aid and at the same time the Israeli airstrikes, the Israeli bombardment, the Israeli shells are still ongoing. We don't need a few trucks. We need to open the borders that we have to allow all types of aid to get in to help the people recover. And this couldn't be with a trickle of aid that is like a drop in an ocean of need.
Elsewhere, Greece and Turkey are continuing to battle wildfires with temperatures hitting the mid-40s. In Greece, the worst of the fires are on the islands north of Athens. Our reporter Nikos Papanikolaou.
Some people have been left without their properties, like a lot of properties have burned and a lot of cars. And people were evacuated in the very last minute. We have the example in Heathrow where people were being taken away from a beach where they went there to escape the fire. They were taken away via coastal vessels and private boats.
Now, while Donald Trump's in Scotland visiting his golf courses, he's also talking trade. He's been meeting with the President of the EU Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. They're talking less than a week before a US deadline for imposing tariffs comes in. Trump says the EU will not get tariffs lower than 15%. And the Chancellor says she wants to protect pavement pints. With planned changes to licensing rules for pubs and bars, Rachel Reeves says the plans would fast-track permissions for venues to have outdoors drinking and dining.
When it's a quintessential part of British summer. When it's the tournament you've waited 4 years for. When it's down to a nail-biting match-point rally.
How can they keep going?
I'm tired just watching.
I think I need a banana.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And a TV licence covers you to watch all TV channels so you can enjoy a whole summer of world-class sport. It also funds everything you love from the BBC, including iPlayer and live radio. Like this.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
UEFA Women's Euro 2025.
With Katie Smith.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
We're inside St Jakob Park in Basel, where it is England 0, Spain 1 at half-time. Sarina Wiegman, the manager, marching down the tunnel. Quick as you like after that whistle went, notebook in hand. One of the biggest team talks to come from the woman who's in her 5th consecutive major tournament final. England, of course, trying to retain their European crown. 6:06 follows the conclusion of the match. You can get your calls in now with Natalie Pike and Tony Duggan. 08085 909 693. What do you think of England's first half performance and what's still to come here in Switzerland? Elsewhere, though, we started the day with a chance of an England win at Old Trafford, but Ellie Oldroyd, it has ended in a draw.
Well, what an extraordinary day's Test cricket, an extraordinary couple of days Test cricket we've seen. India were right up against it. They were 311 behind on first innings. They were 0 for 2 at lunch on day 4. But then somehow they, through 2 mammoth partnerships, managed to drag themselves back into this game, taking a lead and then finally drawing it as in the dying embers of the evening as Shubman Gill refused to shake hands at the earliest opportunity. So Washington's Sundar and Ravi Jadeja could both get their centuries. A real battling, confidence-building day for India, and congratulations to Shubman Gill. Another century for him, his 4th in the series. England will be frustrated and a bit concerned, though, that their bowling lacked the penetration. Only Archer, who dismissed Shubman Gill, and Stokes, who got Rahul LBW for 90, had any success with the ball today. But match drawn, and the 2 teams will go to the Oval on Thursday, with India in with the chance of drawing the series.
So we continue on then. Reaction to that 4th test, though, you can listen over on Sports Extra with the TMS team. Sorry, there'll be a podcast out later tonight on BBC Sounds. You can also listen to live ball-by-ball cricket commentary of Surrey against Bears in the Women's T20 Blast final at the Oval. That is over on Sports Extra 3. A little earlier, Oscar Piastri won that rain-delayed Belgian Grand Prix ahead of his teammate Lando Norris to take a 6th victory of the season. Let's hear from the championship leader now.
It was a great race. You know, I knew that trying to take the lead on lap 1 was my best chance of winning, and I was able to make it happen, which is nice. So got a good run out of one, and then had to be pretty brave through Eau Rouge and try and stay as close as I could, and then got the slipstream and got it done. So very, very happy.
How worried were you about the tyres as well, lasting until the end, and did it get more comfortable the longer it went on?
I think like sort of 6 or 7 laps into the stint, I wasn't feeling the best because the tyres were getting a little bit worse already, and I knew we still had a lot of laps left. So at that point I was a bit nervous, but then as I did more and more laps, the pace stayed the same. The deg didn't really get any worse, and just the last 5 or 6 I was probably struggling a bit more. But once I changed a couple of things, I found a fair bit of pace, and I was able to hang on.
So victory for McLaren's Oscar Piastri. In golf, 21-year-old Lottie Woad won the Scottish Open a little earlier by 3 shots. It's her first appearance as a professional. So the mood here inside St Jakob Park, well, it's still pretty good, and it's very lively over on our right-hand side where the Spanish fans are playing their drums and flicking their clackers together. Let's check in, though, at the Wigan Watch Party. Ollie Constable at the Union Arms pub.
Hello, that's right, and it's certainly down but not out here. This is the Union Arms here in Tyldesley, where the Ella Toon shirt adorns the walls, and people coming here today to watch the game are doing so shoulder to shoulder with her family. One of those people is Olivia. What did you make to that first half?
I think we had some good chances, but we just need to use them better. We started off well, but I think I still have hope because,
Yeah, well, that's it. They said, didn't they, that England seem to have had more than 9 lies this year, the Lionesses. They seem to be doing really well coming back from these kind of results. Still positive for the second half then?
Yeah, I think if she brings Michelle Adjaman on, she can score.
Fantastic, that's great. You've got your shirt on, you've got your flag here. It's a great atmosphere here as well. And Leanne, I'll come to you. You're wearing your classic England shirt. That's a beautiful shirt, the nice white one that you've got there. You work at a local school. Talk to me about the Ella Toon effect that has here in the town.
Yeah, I work at Fred Longworth. I'm a learning coach, and Ella was at Fred Longworth, and she's inspired so many of the kids there. Whenever I speak to them, they just speak about her really highly. They're excited. She's born and bred Tyldesley girl, so yeah, fantastic.
You got girls here all wearing the shirts and excited for the second half, watching women's football on the big screen in a packed pub. What's that like to see that effect?
It's brilliant. I mean, I play football myself socially, so I'm really into, girls getting into football, and it's brilliant to see, the England team in the final. I'm really excited. I think there's still time. It's a little bit nail-biting, as you alluded to.
But yeah, that's it. Fingers crossed for the second half, isn't it? So from here in the pub in Tyldesley, still feeling positive.
Ollie, thank you so much. So lots of positivity still back home. Karen Bardsley, Jen Beattie here inside the stadium with us. The England team just trotting back out onto the pitch ahead of the Spaniards. They've taught us anything, Karen, if they've taught us anything, it's that they believe right until the last second.
No, they're absolutely phenomenal to watch. It hurts to say it, if I'm being honest, as a former Lioness, but I think Caldente has been exceptional. Look, we've seen some stats pop up as well. Just in the first half alone, she completed 35 passes. 31 of those were in England's half, which is remarkable, really, in terms of the impact that she's had, but also just how much England have struggled to get out of their own half.
It's suffocating possession, Jen, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's hard in those moments. If you're in an England trip right now, you just have to be patient and wait for your moment, which I know they still can do. They've caught them on the counter, trying to find long balls. They've got it in them.
Well, this is the biggest moment then. A big 45 to come for England against Spain. Second half commentary of the Euros final with our commentary team, former Arsenal defender Jen Beattie, former England goalkeeper Karen Bardsley, and Vicky Sparks.
Thank you very much, Katie. As Spain prepare to get us underway in this second half. And as Katie says, if there is one thing that these Lionesses have shown us at this tournament, it is that they fight until the very last. It's the third time in these knockout stages they have gone in trailing at half-time. They made it through against Sweden in the quarter-final. It took penalties, but they got there. They made it through against Italy in the semi-final. It took extra time. It took a 96-minute equaliser in normal time, but they got there. Can they fight back once again and upset the world champion Spain? Can they knock them out of their rhythm? Spain leading by a goal to nil, and Spain in possession over on the far side as Russo closes that ball down, but it's steered all the way back to Katakoi. So no changes for either side at half-time here on 5 Live, BBC Local Radio and the World Service. England making that enforced change shortly before the break, with Lauren James coming off and being replaced by one of England's super subs at this tournament, Chloe Kelly. So we'll take you through the lineups in a moment, but Kira Walsh fizzes the ball out to the left-hand side, looking for Kelly. It's intercepted by the two-time Ballon d'Or winner Aitana Bonmati, but she plays it straight into Ella Toon. Guiaro picks up the ricochet for Spain, and Herrera Paredes will steer it back to Onabajo. So England with Hampton in goal, the back four of Lucy Bronze, Leah Williamson the captain, Jess Carter, that was the one change ahead of this game in Esme Morgan, and Alex Greenwood. Ahead of them it's Georgia Stanway and Kira Walsh, with Chloe Kelly now on for the injured Lauren James, Ella Toon and Lauren Him supporting Alessia Russo up top, as Greenwood has it over on the left-hand side. Little push there from Del Castillo, referee happy to let it go, Stephanie Frappart, and Spain will pick it up, and here's Mateus. Oh, that's got to be offside for Gonzalez, got to be. Serena Wigman's appealing for it, flag stays down for now. Spain coming forward, she really did look offside there, Gonzalez, but they're playing on. Pateas now to Caldente, the goal scorer, goes for the curler, hooks it over the bar, and the flag eventually does go up on the far side. It looked like a clear decision. Look, it's one of those I know will infuriate many of our listeners, but it was a good goal scoring opportunity. It is a European Championship final, and the assistant on the far side taking no chances, but it's over the bar anyway from Caldente, and it certainly looked offside from Gonzalez. So Spain with Coy in goal, the back four of Baje, Paredes, Alexandri and Carmona. Ahead of them that formidable trio of Bonmati and Pateas, two Ballon d'Ors each. Guiaro completes that, and then Caldente, the goal scorer of Arsenal, Del Castillo and Gonzalez, the tournament's leading scorer, up front. So Alex Greenwood takes his free kick for England, fizzes it out to the right-hand side. Carmona gets there ahead of Lauren Him. Pateas plays it back in field to Alexandri. Nicely worked this by Spain under pressure as Carmona back to Pateas once more on the halfway line. She's well closed down by Ella Toon. Guiaro then gets in a bit of trouble, loses the ball. Walsh has it just inside the England half. Caldente, Spain's goal scorer, gets it footed, and that will eventually come out of an England boot, although Serena Wigman disagrees with that. And it goes up for a throw to Spain on the halfway line. Karen Bardsley.
You can see the England players are very, very animated, arms in the air, shouting, looking quite frustrated in their body language.
So Olga Carmona coming forward. Walsh has caught Caldente there, but referee is allowing Spain to play on over on the far side. Here is Baje, plays it forward now to Del Castillo, right hand side of England's penalty area. Del Castillo whips the ball across. Kira Walsh takes a touch and then does clear away from the close attentions of Alexia Putellas. It's picked up by Spain in the centre circle. Just seeing Walsh catch Caldente there. Interesting, we saw a replay from a slightly different angle of Lauren Hemp's effort that she saw saved by Katakoi on the angle just before Spain took the lead. And Alexandria, as she comes in and Hemp steals the ball away, she does make contact with Hemp's foot, and if Lauren Hemp went down there, then England could well have had a penalty. She decided to get the shot away instead. It was honest from Lauren Hemp. That was the word you used to me off air at half-time, Karen Barty, over on the far side. But had she gone down there and not, done what felt natural, which was to continue because she still got the ball, was able to keep her footing and get the shot away, then England could well have had a penalty.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Lauren Hemp is a hard worker. She wants to play the game in the right way. But yeah, I think some gamesmanship, you just need to be a little bit cute, perhaps in a similar vein as Beth Mead in that game against Italy.
I was just thinking that as Spain had the ball on halfway. I remember Beth Mead saying afterwards, when the arms were around her from Emma Severini, she thought, what's she doing? and as a player that actually entitled then anyways to go down. And that was the penalty that Chloe Kelly scored the rebound from, having seen the initial effort save, that sent England through to this final, the final in which they trail Spain, the world champions, by a goal to nil. Here's Del Castillo down the right-hand side. Brilliant footwork. Athenia Del Castillo lays it off to Bonmati. Bonmati drives the shot in, and Hampton catches in her midriff and cradles that ball to her at her near post.
I would say the one good thing about this is that England have forced Spain wide. They forced them away from those central areas and made it as predictable as possible for Hannah Hampton to make that save. When you're going back across goal and the goal opens up in those central areas, it becomes really, really tough.
So ball forward by England, who are switching to this three at the back in possession. So it's Carter, Greenwood and Williamson, and then you've got the fullbacks really pushing up Hemp on this right-hand side at the moment, and Chloe Kelly on the left, and Lucy Bronze is kind of drifting around in this central role, adding an extra body in midfield. The ball is forward, looking for the run of Alessia Russo. Alexandri wins the header, but then Russo gets a boot in. I think that's going to spin out of play. It is on this near side, just in front of the official, and it's a throw to Spain.
It's interesting, this roaming fullback role that Lucy Bronze has. You know, sometimes in this shape, the fullback is typically the one that's picked up last by the opponent in terms of getting numbers forward.
Really good interception by Lauren Hemp. She's easing past Carmona, down to the byline she goes, pulls the ball across into the area. Russo angles tight. Oh, couple of ricochets. Oh, was that a handball? Might well have been against Alexandri. England players appealing for it. VAR will have a look. There was a lot of ricochets in there. The ball was coming from a very close angle, but let's see. As Lauren Hemp has it on this right-hand side, throw's been given. Is Stephanie Frappart going to tell Spain not to take this throw? She's got a hand to her ear, but she doesn't have the whistle to her lips as yet. I think VAR are happy, and Karen Bardsey, we've just seen a replay.
Yeah, no, it just deflects and hits Alexandria in the midriff, and unfortunately for us England fans, it's not going to be a handball. But I was just thinking in terms of the what I was seeing in front of me. Lauren Hemp, you know, was facing her own goal, but didn't have anyone behind her. She could have turned, so she's just not thinking, get forward, play forward.
Here goes Bonmati. Spain certainly thinking about playing forward. Bajay has it over on the right-hand side. Right-hand edge of the penalty area, fizzes the ball right into the knees of Alex Creamer, comes back to Bonmati. Lucy Bronze misses her header. Caldente brings it in, tries to place it. Hampton spills it and then gathers at the second attempt. And England are looking so nervy, so rocky here. The only positive thing at the moment for the Lionesses is it's still only the 1-goal lead for Spain.
Yeah, it's a concern in terms of these edge box, edge of the box positions from Spain, just being able to step off the defensive line of England. And Lucy Bronze throws herself forward and commits herself to the ground.
Almost fed through by Ella Toon to Georgia Stanway inside the area. Cleared away by Spain, and Olga Carmona will send it out of play for an England throw. Good movement going forwards from England there, but in the end it is just the throw deep in Spain territory. Lucy Bronze will take it quickly down to Lauren Hemp, looking for Bronze once more. Caldente gets the foot in and goes out of play for Spain throw, but Jen Beattie, that is just Lucy Bronze all over. You know, she says she'll give anything and everything in an England shirt, but it's about making the right decision in that moment, and it really gave Spain the space and a really good opportunity. Look, no one can question her heart and desire, but you've got to keep your head in those moments.
No, not at all. And I think she's, regardless, Lucy Bronze, I don't think I've ever seen her lose her head. She always has this kind of controlled aggression, and that's what the top players have. And look, I think bottom line, she knows the danger zones. She doesn't want people on the edge of the box to have that time and space, but when you go, you have to win it, and I think that's the difference. You can't let them have space on the edge of the box. When you go, you have to win it.
Spain with the throw on the halfway line, and referee Stephanie Frappart is telling them just to edge back a little bit, so that is exactly what Olga Carmona will do. England 0, Spain 1. 8 minutes gone in the second half here on 5 Live, the World Service, and across BBC Local Radio. We're delighted to have your company with us this evening as England look to fight back in the European Championship final. The defending European champions, they are the Lionesses, against the reigning world champions who beat England in the World Cup final 2 years ago in Australia. This match also live on BBC One with our commentary colleagues Robin Cowan and Rachel Brown-Finnis. If you'd like to watch and listen with the 5 Live commentary, then you can do so via the options on the BBC iPlayer or the BBC Sport website. It's Jess Carter easing away from Esther Gonzalez. Good strength from Carter to retain possession. And again, Spain pressing really high. Caldente, the goal scorer, closing down her Arsenal teammate Leah Williamson. Nice ball forward from Lauren Hemp, but Kira Walsh won't reach in, and Guiaro plays it in field now to Pateas. Closed down by her number 11 counterpart Hemp, but Pateas has found Bonmati, and here she goes, the 2-time Ballon d'Or winner. Back from Caldente, and now Pateas. She's got room to place the shot on the edge of the area, and Alexi Pateas, who has 2 Ballon d'Ors to her own name and is still yet to notch a goal in the knockout stages of a major tournament at her 10th attempt, sends the ball sailing wide.
Spain are so dangerous. They combine in the wide areas, they combine in the midfield, just create little opportunities of space, little flicks and tricks, and it looks like Lucy Bronze is kind of just chasing a little bit, and yeah, the way Spain managed to find themselves free in really dangerous areas, this could get ugly.
Montse Tomé controls the ball, the Spain manager, over on the near side, and Lucy Bronze will have a throw. England 0, Spain 1. Can England find consistency in this second half? Up against the pre-tournament favourites. They started so well, but since Caldente scored midway through the first half, it has been all Spain. That's a nervy clearance though from Laia Alexandri, knees the ball away, and England are gaining territory, fighting for it so hard with another few yards, and this throw down the right hand side. It's Lucy Bronze who has it as England attack the goal behind which the Spain fans are sitting. As Hemp goes down, wants a free kick, she's not going to get it, laid off by Alex Greenwood on halfway, and England have dealt with that Spanish potential counter-attack well. But this is it, Karen, isn't it? Stephanie Frappart, hugely experienced referee, clearly she's letting the game flow, and it makes for a good spectacle, but as a player you've just got to have that in the back of your mind, because we've seen games at this tournament together where it's been the opposite, and actually the team that's benefited is the team that's really cottoned onto that. Down the left hand side go England. Chloe Kelly's ball into the area, it's Russo! And it's 1-1! And England do have hope in this European Championship final! And the Lionesses, as they have done so often at this tournament, are digging deep and fighting back once again. It's Russo's header. It's England 1, Spain 1.
And Leah Williamson has sprinted over to speak to Serena Wiegman about potentially some changes. But again, it comes from Akira Walsh playing through the midfield and utilising that wide space. And it's a delightful ball in. And Alessia Russo does so well to get herself in between the two centre backs. But who else to deliver that ball in but Chloe Kelly?
That is typical England play, right through the midfield, out wide to Chloe Kelly. They haven't had much of the ball, but that just goes to show when they do have it in really key moments, they can play. They tore it, that's right through Spain's midfield, and they'll be really disappointed from that Spanish perspective. But what a ball, in swinging from Chloe Kelly, making it really hard for the centre-backs, and that's a brilliant header from Alessia Russo in the side netting. England are back in it.
England are back in it. How many times have we said that in this tournament, as Alessia Russo goes into the book for a challenge on Irene Paredes. Spain with a free kick midway through their own half. In fact, the challenge was an Honor Badge, and the yellow card is still Russo's, but the goal is still Russo's.
It's phenomenal, really, how England can go from looking so dire defensively and then suddenly go straight up the pitch with some incisive passing from Kira Walsh, taking that opportunity by the scruff of the neck and getting it to none other than the finest playmaker at this moment in time, Chloe Kelly.
Here comes Spain down the left-hand side, header won by Lucy Bronze. It's 1-1 in the Women's Euros final. Strong challenge there by Bronze. I think she's going to go into the book for that. Olga Carmona is rolling around on the floor. The Spain players are absolutely furious. Let's see what Stephanie Frappart does here. It was a poor challenge. She's having a long look here at Olga Carmona, and it is a yellow card for Lucy Bronze.
Lucy Bronze looks determined. She gets a foot to the ball and just touches it away, but goes through Carmona in the end there. To me, it looks like it's deserved of a foul, potentially a yellow. Strong physical challenge from Lucy Bronze, setting the tone, setting the tempo.
Yeah, I think when you go to ground, you're always a little bit of at risk. If you don't get it right, you can be at risk of a card. But she wins the ball first. It's the follow through. Her body's momentum just takes her through, and that's what's drawn the foul and the yellow card. Just a little bit dangerous in the ref's eyes.
And she also gets the ball, but then Carmona actually gets a touch on it as well. So it's, can you have second phase fouls? I don't know. It's still all one move, isn't it? But yeah, I think even if Carmona doesn't then get that subsequent touch, I mean, it is clumsy from Bronze, but particularly because Carmona then gets that touch on the ball, then Bronze is into the book. So England, having levelled things up at 1-1, 59 minutes gone in this Women's Euros final, now have a free kick to defend. It's a two-player wall. Ella Toone and Lauren Hemp. It's midway through the England half, this free kick on the left-hand side. It's swung in left-footed by Alexi Pateas. Paredes is in there, heads towards goal. And Hannah Hampton's there at a near post. Well, she was on the angle, Irene Paredes. It was a long way to go. We know how good she is in the air. She's scored some absolutely cracking headers this season and one of this tournament as well. But luckily for England, she was a little bit too far away on the angle and straightforward enough for Hannah Hampton. England 1, Spain 1. England play the ball to the edge of the area. Leah Williamson, the captain, takes a touch and then dinks it out to Jess Carter on this left-hand side. And suddenly the England fans inside St Jakob Park here have found their voice in Basel. As Elena Paredes, the Spain captain, heads it forward to Guillaro, and now here goes Aitana Bonmati. She's got Del Castillo on the right-hand side, and here comes Spain, and the ball into the area, intercepted almost by Greenwood, then Carter comes out to Bonmati, well blocked away by Jess Carter once again. That's brilliant defending from Carter, and Chloe Kelly will thump the ball into the stands over on that far side. 1-1, Spain throw on the halfway line.
And Jen, I'm going to bring you in here just to talk about Jess Carter in terms of recognising she's made that block, and that she's covered that distance to go and close that space to make that another block.
Centre back positioning is always one I love to look at, especially when you're deep in your own half, opposition are about to cross it, and you have to be within the frame of your goal. Jess Carter, Leah Williamson, so well positioned in those moments. Just get there first and then work your way up.
Long ball over the top from Kira Walsh. Oh, she's blocked off there by Alexandri. Paredes gets the ball and steers it back to Katakoi, who takes the touch and calmly plays it out. But Russo's got a new lease of life here.
No, she looks really energetic. She looks like full of belief again, and now the service is coming. You can see that England recognise that Spain, when they're running at their own goal, they're incredibly vulnerable.
England won, Spain won here on 5 Live and across the BBC in the Women's European Championship final. England, the defending champions, looking to become the first senior England side, men's or women's, to win a major trophy on foreign soil. Looking to become the first senior side as well to retain a major trophy. And they have fought back in this final against Spain, and they're coming forward now with Toon midway through the Spain half on the stretch, back to Bronze, who is taking up the central midfield position once again. It's really interesting tactically from England here. When they're in possession, it's the back three, then Bronze is sitting along with Walsh to give them that extra body in midfield. As Stanway drives towards the area, lays it off to Chloe Kelly, swings the ball in, Lauren Hemp's there, and it's headed away by Olga Carmona. Hemp went for the header as well, and the decision is Spain goalkeeper Chloe Kelly again looking so dangerous off the bench for England down this left-hand side. She's a live wire.
No, she really is. It's going to be an intriguing battle between her and Anya Batlle, Spain's right back, and so far I would say Chloe Kelly's winning it, but interestingly I still think Lauren Hemp is going to get one over on Olga Carmona as well. She finds herself 1v1 so often, but that big switch just doesn't come.
Ball is back with Hannah Hampton. England 1, Spain 1. Jess Carter will bring it forward, and it is huge credit to England that they have managed to find a way back into a game once again here at these Euros, because we said when Spain hit the front they are so hard to stay with, and to be fair, Spain were much the better side after they scored that goal midway through the first half, but it stayed at 1-0 and England have found the equaliser, and they are playing with new belief here as Russo fizzes the ball out to the left-hand side. Chloe Kelly will keep it in. Greenwood joining the attack. Here's Alex Greenwood, just overran it. Did that get a touch there? No, it doesn't. Greenwood's down, but it was the fans shouting for a penalty, and there wasn't a Spain touch on the way through, and it goes out for a Spain goal kick. 1-1.
Again, brilliant from Alessia Russo, just recognising maybe the touch wasn't the tidiest, but she makes up for it in terms of spinning inside and finding that quick switch again. So yeah, loads of space on those wide areas for England. They just need to keep utilising them.
Here goes Katakoi, plays the ball up to halfway. Lucy Bronze wins the header, cleared away by Patrick Guillaro. Williamson is there, heads the ball over the halfway line. Olga Carmona stabs it forward, looking for Esther Gonzalez, the tournament's top scorer so far. And it's all the way back to Hannah Hampton in the England goal. England, who have already made history at this tournament and shown that they can dig deep and find a way. They were the first side in Women's Euros history to come back from 2 goals down in a knockout match. They did that in the quarter-final against Sweden. 79 minutes Lucy Bronze started that comeback. As England come forward once more with Bronze. Guillaro's there, reaches the ball ahead of her. Bronze really putting up the pressure. Guillaro plays it back to Coy. Russo's closing her down. Coy trying to play her way out of trouble. Just about does so. Then Carmona is taken out by Lauren Hemp as England try and win that ball back, and it will be a free kick to Spain just outside their own penalty area.
What a fantastic ball from Hannah Hampton, by the way. That out ball is always going to be in that space just behind the winger, just in front of that fullback, or even behind the fullback if Spain have committed numbers forward. But slightly indisciplined there from Lauren Hemp. I thought England are really pressing. They look like they're so much more confident with that goal going in.
But this final is back in the balance, because as Karen says, they do look more confident, but Spain coming forward now. Now will they How can they respond to this setback? They have it with Del Castillo on the right hand side. It's pulled in by Badje, but Stanway's there, intercepts and clears the ball away. And Badje will pick it up once more for Spain over on the far side, and here is Bonmati towards the penalty area, pulls it back across, and Putellas has it now. A lovely turn, haven't got something on it though, and England again, just all of a sudden they're hassling, they're harrying, they're playing with belief as Carmona has it. 1-1 here on 5 Live and across the BBC as Putellas well dispossessed by Kira Walsh, and now it's Putellas' turn to spread her arms to the referee, but nothing doing, and Walsh is trying to feed Russo, but Paredes will get there. The touch from Russo just took her a little bit wide, and Paredes, the Spain captain, has done well and plays it in field to Guillaro.
That's really good from Kira Walsh, stepping in, reading and just getting a big touch in there and putting again the ball into space for Alessia Russo to run into, and yeah, that is the antidote, is it not?
And Spain are doing what they didn't do after scoring in the first half. They're giving the ball away in midfield, and that is good news for England. And Serena Wiegmann watches on, just little hand gestures, trying to tweak the position of the England players. I don't think anyone's looking at her at the moment. They are so focused on what they're doing, these Lionesses, because they've levelled this final of the Women's Euros against Spain. But Spain have won it from bronze on the halfway line. And here goes Guillaro, and the red shirts are flooding forward once more. Guillaro still going. Del Castillo drives the shot across goal. And it goes behind before it manages to sneak in at that near post. Well, Del Castillo's in such good form at the moment. It goes behind for an England goal kick, and it is still 1-1.
Well, they're the moments I think England need to be really aware of. Obviously, Lucy Bronze is drifting central when those balls are played. Guijaro does so well, just reads it perfectly, steps right in front, and then England on the counter-attack. I think that was almost 6v4 in Spain's favour, and that Spain looked vulnerable. Alex Greenwood does really well just to force a really wide angle for the shot, but England just need to be a little bit aware of. They're playing more passes centrally, getting a bit more confident on the ball, which is great, but be aware of the counter-attack when Spain go the other way.
Midway through the second half, England won, Spain won, and Claudia Pina is preparing to come on. Here we go. This is Claudia Pina, who scored twice off the bench in the Nations League against England just last month. She's done it all season for Barcelona in the Champions League. She was the Champions League top scorer this season, but so many of those goals were from the bench, and she will have been stung at being left out of this starting lineup for the final as the ball into the area is too much on it for Esther Gonzalez, and Hannah Hampton will watch it behind, and Karen Bardsley.
No, what I've noticed from England in terms of that little tactical change is it looks like when Spain are in possession, England seem to be on different defensive lines through their entire third. So when they're pressing with higher numbers. So Lauren Hemp's getting up alongside Alessia Russo and Chloe Kelly. But then Lucy Bronze is just kind of sweeping up anything between Kira Walsh and the back line as well. So they've just got the ability to go and press a little bit better, a bit more stability in those central areas as well.
Ball is broken to Ella midway through the Spain half. She's got Kelly as an option on the left-hand side. And here she is, Chloe Kelly, towards the penalty area. Digs the ball across and just past that far post. It got a touch on the way through. It's an England corner. But this woman, once again, what an impact she is making from the bench. She was the heroine in the final 3 years ago. She's a heroine of a different kind. The super sub for England at these Women's Euros in terms of her assists. And so close she was to squeezing that ball in. And Karen Bardsley, as we see the replay, what a save that is. The fingertips of Katakoi.
Tremendous save to parry that just around the post from Katakoi, but Chloe Kelly's got Anya Batty's number.
And that is very good news indeed for England, as Chloe Kelly comes over to this near side to take this corner. Both arms in the air, she swings it in, it fizzes all the way across, but England can't get the shot away on the edge of the area. Leah Williamson grimacing in frustration because Spain did not defend that well. And the ball is all the way back with Hannah Hampton, who plays it forward once more, out to the right-hand side. And Chloe Kelly just slips. Huge groans from the England fans in St Jakob Park here as Alexia Putellas picks it up and takes it over halfway. Forward she goes to Mariona Caldente. She's up against Kira Walsh. Caldente still going, out to the left-hand side now, and Del Castillo hooks the ball across. It's headed away by Williamson. Lucy Bronze will chest it down and then boot the ball high into the cloudy skies here in Switzerland. Hemp wins the header, spins out to this left-hand side, and Del Castillo will pick it up once more and steer it back to Alexia Putellas.
Solid from Leah Williamson, really good positioning, really good covering to clear that danger.
Spain are ticking into gear here. Del Castillo, little deflection on the cross as it came through, but it rolls into the arms of Hannah Hampton. 1-1 on 5 Live and across the BBC.
Again, there's just a real belief in this England side now. They're making things a lot easier for themselves in terms of forcing the Spanish attack away from those central areas. And that cheer, what a tremendous cheer that is, Vicky.
And that is for, you guessed it, Michelle Adjimang. Serena Wiegmann is just about to watch Claudia Pina to come on for Spain. And she is about to respond very shortly. She's not quite, oh, she is ready, Adjimang. Adjimang is going to come on for England as well. She gets a big low 5 from Serena Wiegmann, so Pina is on. Alexia Putellas is off, 2-time Ballon d'Or winner. And here comes Michelle Adjimang. Russo, who's levelled this final for England, is off, and Adjimang is on. Well, I'm getting shades of 3 years ago, Karen Bardsley, when Ellen White would be the player to make way for Alessia Russo. And now it's the changing of the guard. It's Russo making way for this Wonder Woman, Michelle Adjimang.
The dynamic duo is back on the pitch. But yeah, you know, Michelle Adjimang, this is what we all wanted. Every single fan here and at home wanted to see more of this young lady, and now is her opportunity.
She's been the impact sub along with Chloe Kelly in these Euros for England. She saved them in the quarter-final against Sweden. She saved them in the semi-final against Italy. And with this final poised at 1-1, can she go on better and win this final for England? Spain will hope that Claudia Pina will write a contrasting story for them, as Spain have a player down just inside their own half. So play just stopped here. It's Carmona again. She's not too happy. The decision, I don't think, has gone her way. I think it's going to be a throw to England. Jen Beattie.
I'm just wondering how Michelle Adjimang might change England tactically. I think especially with Chloe Kelly coming on just before half-time, there's been a lot more crosses into the box, and that's obviously how Russo got her goal. But that's when Michelle Adjimang, she's at her best. Whenever there's crosses in the box, longer balls that she can hold up play, bring Ella Toone and Georgia Stanway into play a little bit more around the box, she's going to be key for England in this last sort of 15-20 minutes.
So a new record attendance, the highest attended Women's Euros ever. They already broke that record in the semi-finals here, but they've broken it again. Sold out stadium of over 34,000 as England comes down the left-hand side and Katakoi comes out and clears the ball out of play. But the balance of this game, Karen Bardsley, has shifted hugely since that equaliser from Russo.
Very much so. There's so much more belief. I feel repetitive almost saying it, but England really, really look like their tails are up. They look like they believe, and all it needed was just them to get up the pitch and just keep chasing down those channel balls, because I do think our wingers have got the better of their fullbacks.
Out to the left-hand side, lovely ball from Leah Williamson, but just bounces right ahead of Chloe Kelly, who sticks her tongue out in frustration. Throw to Spain on the far side, 1-1.
But even already you can see Michelle Adjimang just making a nuisance of herself. She runs across Alexandria and puts a little elbow into her. She runs across Paredes and goes, yeah, I'm here.
Ball is cut back by Spain to Katakoi, just scoops it away from the on-rushing Lauren Hen. But that's it, those Spain players, as much as England's players will look at Pina and think, well, we know what she can do, they know what Michelle Adjimang can do. Here is Pina, forward for Spain, plays it to the edge of the area, it's Caldente. Pina once again, she often goes for the curler, but she drives it across goal. Oh, brilliant save from Hampton. She went at the near post and Hampton was equal to it and beats it away, and it's eventually cleared behind by England for a corner. There is the danger in a nutshell of Claudia Pina.
Claudia Pina can go left, she can go right. Can Lucy Bronze get a little bit closer to her? But again, she forces her away from the centre of goal. And Hannah Hampton gets big hand behind it to clear it away from danger. Really important save from Hannah Hampton.
So corner to Spain. It's 1-1 in the Women's Euros final. 16 minutes plus added time to play. Corner swung in from this left-hand side. It's cleared away. Brilliant header by Lucy Bronze. Spain have it once more. Here is Del Castillo. Comes back out to Pina. Swings it in right-footed. Adjimang's in there. Great header from the teenager to clear away for England. And now Bonmati just outside the penalty area. Rolls it to Badge, who scoops it in. Paredes is in there and Bronze does brilliantly. Heads it away from the Spain captain. It's another Spain corner.
Just have to keep weathering the storm. Just making sure that you're staying switched on to your tracking. Making sure you're tight to your markers. Not giving them an inch. I think it's really important here with the blockers, their role of stopping any sort of momentum from Spain with those runners to go and attack those crosses that are going to come in.
So Pina it will be to send the corner in once again. It's higher this time and Hampton comes, really good punch on it. sends it out of the penalty area where Carter should be able to clear. She knees it down. Bit of a shove on Guillaro there, and Guillaro wins it, and Spain have it with Paredes on the right-hand side. Spain then see Paredes go down their captain. Challenge from Carter. Ball's gone out of play for a Spain throw, and Paredes is just getting up to her feet, and referee Stephanie Frappart, I think, is going to give the free kick as well. So the challenge by Carter on Paredes has yielded a set piece to Spain over on the far side. And again, Karen Barsley, England are having to hold firm here.
Yeah, it's going to be really important. There's just going to be a wave of Spanish attacks as we've seen this momentum swing so often, Vicky.
It has been another roller coaster ride in this final. Did we expect anything else from England? I don't think we did. Claudia Pina with this free kick for Spain. 14 minutes plus added time to play in this final. It's 1-1, and Pina raises her right arm in the air. Now swings the ball in right-footed. It's high, it's looping, it's over the head of everybody. Adjumang will follow that ball out to this left-hand side where Carmona collects for Spain and tries to get past Adjumang. Can't do so. Referee Stephanie Frappart is happy with that. And Adjumang, really good defensive work there from the 19-year-old. And then the break is stopped by Ona Badje. Lauren Hemp almost bursting over the halfway line, but it's a throw to England on this near side. Karen Barsley.
Looks like Michelle Adjumang almost expected that to be called back by the referee, but nonetheless, she finds a pass and then sets Lauren Hemp on her way.
So England with the throw just inside their own half. As Serena Wiegmann watches on, her hands clasped behind her back. She has made the changes earlier in this game. It's been a massive talking point at these Euros. One of them was enforced, James coming off just before half-time and Chloe Kelly coming on. But Michelle Adjumang given 20 minutes this time. Not to save England, Russo had already drawn them level, but to have the sort of impact that she's been having all tournament. This talented teenager as Kira Walsh clears the ball over her head, and it might turn into a decent ball for Lauren Hemp. Picks it up on the edge of the area. Adjumang's in there as an option. Hemp pulls it to the edge of the box. Samo won't get there, but it breaks for Ella Toon. Edge of the area, pulls it back to Kira Walsh. Spain's red shirts are back there defending, but the white shirts of England continue to come forward. Hemp's delivery, left-footed over the head. Is it of Adjumang? She's just got something on it. Chloe Kelly will pick it up, left-hand side of the area. Pulls it back to Alex Greenwood, and Spain are marshalling England well. 1-1 here on 5 Live and across the BBC as Leah Williamson has it. The England captain plays out to the right-hand side. She's continued to run, Williamson. She gets to the ball inside the area, pulls it across goal, and Badje just about clears away from an on-rushing Chloe Kelly on the far side. And Alex Greenwood will shepherd that ball on the byline just about on halfway and steer it back to Jess Carter. That was a brilliant move. That was bravery from England. That was Leah Williamson, the captain, getting forward from centre half and almost managing to provide the perfect ball into the area.
I was going to say it was a fantastic run from Leah Williamson, and the courage to continue it, knowing that she would be unmarked, that Spain wouldn't be able to track.
But Ella Toon's lost it, and here comes Claudia Pina midway through the England half. Esteban Gonzalez plays it to Mariona Caldente. Caldente, left-hand side of the area, plays it off Lucy Bronze for a Spain corner, and Bronze has gone down. She's holding a midriff, and it will be a Spain corner, and that was a painful one for Lucy Bronze, who not for the first time in her England career puts her body on the line for the Lionesses.
Again, just reminding myself of that little ball played through from Lauren Hemp. She just gets a lovely little first touch to it, beats Olga Carmona to it, and Leah Williamson being able to cross that ball. Chloe Kelly really should have attacked that near post, or the opposite post, I should say.
So Claudia Pina has the ball, places it down to take this corner for Spain. 11 minutes plus added time to play. It's Pina's delivery, it's a decent one, it's headed away by Lucy Bronze. The England fans behind the goal roar as Ella Toon helps it out of the penalty area. Chloe Kelly's clearance skews out to this left-hand side for Spain, and they pick it up once more. Here's Badje. Bronze sends it forward on the slide, and she was fouled there, Lucy Bronze. The ball forward wouldn't have reached Adjumang, so it's good refereeing by Stephanie Frappart, and Bronze is down again. Oh, she's been in another battle this evening, Lucy Bronze. And England are very much in a battle. The defending European champions against the reigning world champions. England against Spain, it's 1-1, and we are approaching the final 10 minutes here in Basel, and Hannah Hampton's gone down. Karen Barsley, we agreed she's absolutely fine?
I wouldn't be surprised if this is just another opportunity just to kind of stave off any more Spanish momentum being built. But, you know what, I have to say, this young lady in front of me, Jess Carter, I think she's been exceptional coming on. It was a big, big call from Sarina Wiegman in terms of, you know, her experience in and amongst all of the noise going on. And I think she's managed, on the whole, for the most part, this Spanish attack fairly well.
I couldn't agree more, Karen. I think even on the ball as well, she's looked composed, been very secure with her passes, found midfielders' feet, or gone long when she needs to. I think herself and Leah Williamson as a partnership have been brilliant. I think their positioning in the box when they need to be in key areas, they've been really physical, and you can constantly see them trying to dictate the press. They're trying to organise everything in front of them, which when you're playing up against Spain, when there are so many rotations, when they can pick up spaces at any moment, you have to be so switched on. But Jess Carter, I think it's been a great performance, read the game so well, and the ball at her feet looked really comfortable and composed.
It was a big, big call by Sarina Wiegman. Carter on the pitch has struggled at times in key moments during this tournament. She's not the only England player by any means to have that said about them. Off the pitch, she has had to deal with some horrendous racist abuse online, which she revealed before the semi-final against Italy. She's been suffering throughout the tournament, and I know all the thoughts of those in football and the England fans and players and staff and all of us at the BBC continue to be with her and with all of those who are facing such abhorrent comments. But in terms of how she has played today, she has been so solid and so good. She's had a lot on her shoulders, Jess Carter, and she has absolutely stood up and risen to that. So Hannah Hampton back up to her feet. Lucy Bronze as well is clearly struggling a little bit with that knock, so we'll keep an eye on that as Hannah Hampton prepares to take this free kick.
Interestingly, I just did notice that Hannah Hampton does have a significant amount of strapping on that right knee. It's been covered up by her green sock, so yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that one, but not now, Hannah, thank you.
Karen Bardsley speaks for us all. Cleared away from Lauren Hemp, goes out of play for a throw to England midway through the Spain half. It's 1-1. 8 minutes gone. We've just seen a shot of a banner in the crowd that says bangers and mash is better than chorizo. I do love the food rivalries when we come to these major tournaments in the men's and the women's game. And this rivalry between Spain and England, this intriguing chapter, which way will it twist? It's 1-1. It's a lovely twist from Ella Toone under real pressure. 3 red shirts around her, but Lucy Bronze has it now. Plays it to Kira Walsh. It's charged down by Guiaro. England throw, and at the moment, England's on top.
I love the ball-winning ability from Kira Walsh and Ella Toone. They've just been breaking up play, you know, for the latter stage of the second half. I think a lot of England's success has come from them just getting higher up the pitch and putting pressure on that Spanish midfield.
Lucy Bronze with the throw in fields to Ella Toone. They scored late in the quarterfinals at the Euros 3 years ago against Spain to take it to extra time. Can they score late here, England, and win it? And win this competition, their second major trophy in their history. They've given away a free kick just outside the Spain penalty area. Laia Alexandri is being told by referee Stephanie Frappard that it is just outside the Spain penalty area and she should take the set piece from there, and she's preparing to do that. The Spain fans still in fine voice. Away to our right, the red and yellow shirts, they're waving those inflatable clappers together. It's Claudia Pina, plays it back to Olga Carmona, but it's Spain now who are pinned inside their own half as Lauren Hemp closes down Alexandri, but they've played around that England press well, Spain, and up to the halfway line they go, and Esther Gonzalez lays it off to Caldente, who got Spain underway in the first half before Russo's equaliser in the second. And here goes Onabaje down the right hand side, Del Castillo into the penalty area. Danger here for England. It's cleared away before it can reach Gonzalez. Chloe Kelly brings the ball down and then clears away up until the halfway line. And England deep though, not quite as deep as they were in the first half after Spain took the lead, but there's no white shirt there to latch onto it. And Alexandri has it once more inside the centre circle, forward to Bon Mati, who's been quiet in the last 20 minutes or so. And maybe I shouldn't say that, because when I said that to a colleague in the semi-final, she then scored the extra time winner about 30 seconds later. Here she is again on the left-hand side. Bon Mati down to the byline, pulls the ball across. Hampton's there, or she was on the stretch and gathers at the second attempt. Carter was right there, ready to help her out by blocking the ball with her head, but there was no red shirt in and around the green body of Hannah Hampton, and she does claim that it is still 1-1 in the final of the Women's Euros. 6 minutes plus added time to play, and I feel like we always say I'm not going to talk about penalties yet, but I feel like maybe I shouldn't be talking about extra time yet, because that's been such agony for England in this tournament. But that's where we're heading as Katakoi has the ball inside her own area.
Oh yeah, how I would love to not see that happen and England win it in 90 minutes, but straight away when Hannah Hampton had that ball in her hand, she was looking for Michelle Adjumang, but there just wasn't the connection there.
Oh, here they come again. Chloe Kelly almost finding Adjumang, but Spain able to make the interception. It's forward by Guiaro now. All getting a little bit scrappy, and England have to stay switched on here. Beth Mead is about to come on. As Serena Wiegmann prepares to make another change in this final. And Spain have the ball on halfway. They play it forward, looking for Bonmati. It's laid back off to Guiaro. She's easing away from Adjumang in the centre circle, and out to the left-hand side she goes, and Carmona. Now Alexandru once more. Forward to Irene Paredes, the captain of Spain. Forward to Esther Gonzalez. Really well defended by Jess Carter. Oh, she's had a fantastic game, Carter. As England have it on the right-hand side. Here is Lauren Hemp, Tuna Adjumang in the centre. Kelly arriving now as well. Hemp, right-hand side of the penalty area, pulls it to the edge of the box, and Kira Walsh is screaming at her because it was a poor ball by Lauren Hemp, and Walsh was waiting. Stanway there too. They had space, and they can't be found as Lucy Bronze goes down. She's really struggling here, Bronze. She grabs her left boot, but you will have to literally drag her off the pitch, Lucy Bronze, to get her off this final, as Beth Mead prepares to come on. And Bronze is up to her feet. And let's see who will be replaced. It's Ella Toone, who is coming off. And she looks absolutely exhausted, Ella Toone. She's run herself into the ground, and she will be replaced by Beth Mead.
I think Toonie's been brilliant, especially in this second half. Like I said, she's getting forward, breaking up play. When Alessia Russo was on the pitch, she was supporting either side of her, trying to pick up any seconds and be available for layoffs. And I think you should be really proud of that effort, because she's put in one heck of a shift.
So Lucy Bronze still down. She's currently sitting on the ball. I mean, that is one novel way of making sure the game can't restart, while you just make sure that your ankle's okay.
Looks like Leah Williamson in a little tussle with Esther Gonzalez may have taken a bit of an elbow to the face. Looks like she's got some blood in her mouth, I think.
Well, they're playing on for now, England, as they've lost the ball just outside the Spain penalty area. Adjumang gets a foot in. Did that get a ricochet off Pina? Yes, it did. Well, the Spain fans are furious just there as Carmona barges into Lauren Hemp, and the ball bounces off Hemp, and that'll be a Spain throw. Well, this is feisty. It is a rivalry. It's been building over the last few years. England beating Spain en route to winning the Euros in the quarterfinals 3 years ago. Spain beating England in the World Cup final 2 years ago. They've met in the Nations League this year. One win apiece, and it's 1-1 in this European Championship final here on 5 Live and across the BBC as Spain break forward, and we've got 3 minutes to play, and Spain are coming forward with Del Castillo. Del Castillo up against Greenwood, who does really well, gets a foot in. Del Castillo still has it though, turning inside the area, right hand side, lays it off to Badje. Del Castillo once again trying to work room for the shot, and England surround her with the white shirts, and in the end Georgia Stanway does brilliantly, gets the foot in, goes down, wins the free kick on the edge of the box.
The latter stage of the second half, defensive-wise, have been so good from England. They really are taking ownership in terms of not only showing Spain away from danger, but getting up to the ball. Leah Williamson, Jess Carter have been really well organised in central defence, and the covering from Alex Greenwood has been phenomenal. So huge effort defensively.
Well, we talk about late substitutions for England. We're into the 88th minute, and Spain are making a double change. Vicky Lopez is on, and Esther Gonzalez, the tournament's top scorer, is coming off, and Sama Pariuelo has come on for Atenea Del Castillo. Now, of course, this might also be a nod towards extra time as well from Montse Tomé. But this is Spain's roll of the dice late on in this Women's European Championship final. The two Barcelona players, the youngsters, Vicky Lopez, who only turned 19 yesterday. She's Spain's talented teenager. And 21-year-old Sama Pariuelo are on. And again, Karen Bardsey mentioned it before the game, the attacking talent on this Spain bench is absolutely terrifying as England win a throw midway through the Spain half.
I think it's just a fantastic challenge for England now in terms of managing a really speedy striker that's going to want to run in behind. So completely different challenge now for Jess Carter and Leah Williamson to consider.
Well, last year Spain broke the hearts of England's men late on in the European Championship final. Can the Lionesses do the reverse to Spain? It's 1-1. They have the ball over on the left-hand side. They've been the better team since the equalizer from Russo in this second half. Russo, who's since been replaced by Adjumang as the ball is forward, cleared away by Irene Paredes, picked up now by Pachi Guiaro, who spreads it out to the left-hand side, and here goes Pina. Spain are proficient at scoring late on in major tournaments in recent years as well, and they have it in the area as Pariuelo. It's a brilliant block from Jess Carter. It's behind for a Spain corner.
Just great cover again from Jess Carter up against Parallelo, who's known for her pace. When the ball's deep for Spain, she's looking to attack that back line. Jess Carter just follows her run really, really well, covers her. She tries to get the shot away. Great block from Jess Carter, positionally spot on yet again.
10 seconds of normal time to play as we approach 4 minutes of added time. Spain corner from the left-hand side. Pina swings it in high. It's headed away by Alex Greenwood. Comes to the edge of the area. Laid off to Bonmati. Mead makes the block and clears away. England dropping really deep now in these final stages, but the ball has rolled out over on that far side on halfway for a Spain throw.
Big moments when you're going to clear your lines. This might be the time for England to keep putting it out of play, to slow down the game, keep getting themselves up the pitch. So well managed by England.
Spain in possession. Here is their captain, Irene Paredes, on 5 Live and across the BBC. Are we heading for extra time once again with England at these Women's Euros? Olga Carmona sends it out to the left-hand side, and Pina, she's running at Lucy Bronze, plays it in field to Parayuelo. Parayuelo with the drive, it rolls well wide of Hannah Hampton's far post, and still it's 1-1, and we've got 3 minutes of added time to play. Karen Bardsley.
Just breathe, Vicky. No, we saw that from Parayuelo, didn't we, against Germany as well. So many opportunities for her just kind of weren't coming off in terms of they were going wide, and she couldn't just get on the end of it. So yeah, chance for England to get up the pitch with this goal kick from Hannah Hampton and just try to find a semblance of threat to put this game out of touch.
Hampton's ball over the halfway line, bounces over the head of Mead and Adjimang, but a little ricochet might take it into the path of Adjimang. It's good covering by the Spain captain, Irene Paredes. She's then brought down, and Spain win a free kick just about level with the edge of their own penalty area on this left-hand side, and we have 2.5 minutes of added time to play in this Women's Euros final. It's 1-1 between England and Spain. I think they might be about to put us all through it again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Vicky. You know, I just want to see a few more balls into the area. Just need to get a bit higher, but first you got to get the ball off England.
Given away by
Spain.
Well, given away by Spain, and Chloe Kelly on the stretch can't check that ball on the far side. And Irene Paredes will pick it up and send it forward out to the right-hand side. And Onabaje forward now to Vicky Lopez, the 19-year-old, had a birthday yesterday. And Spain work it out to the right-hand side, looking for Parayuelo, but it's stumped clear again by Jess Carter, and she has just grown in confidence during this game as Spain have it just outside their own penalty area.
You can see Sarina Wiegman really just trying to keep encouraging England to get up the pitch, keep trying to get pressure on the ball. They believe that they can get something.
Pina hooks it forward to the edge of the area, looking for Parayuelo. Carter's there, heads away. Guillaro will pick it up for Spain, chests it down. Williamson, but it only goes to Parayuelo. Lays it off to Vicky Lopez. Lopez with the curler just over the bar. Well, that would have been the Adjimang moment for Vicky Lopez, the 19-year-old for Spain. But it's over the bar and into those England fans, and we have 1 minute of added time to play in this final, or we are heading for extra time. 1-1.
From a goalkeeper's perspective, you're quite happy for, you know, strikers to take that opportunity from wide areas, from that kind of height. You back yourself to go and move your feet to get to that save, which fortunately Hannah Hampton didn't have to make.
And it is Hampton now who stands over this goal kick. 45 seconds to go in this final of added time. It's over the halfway line. Caldente wins the header, forward by Lucy Bronze. Can either side fashion a final chance? Can either side score the goal that surely would win them the European Championships? It would be Spain's first, it would be England's second. It means so much, and it's Spain coming forward with Badje down the right hand side. She's marshalled by Chloe Kelly. She pulls it back to Vicky Lopez on the edge of the area, and now Bonmati. Badje has it once again. Parayuelo's in there to aim at, but Spain are slowing the play down. They're trying to pick the precise pass, and they're doing that with Badje still outside the area. Bonmati once more. Guillaro's there as an option. Here's Caldente trying to squeeze it through the legs of Greenwood, and Greenwood does really well. Gets the blocking on the edge of the area, and the ball spins out to play, and referee Stephanie Frappart blows the full-time whistle. And we're going through it again. This rollercoaster ride at Euro 25 continues for the Lionesses. Again, it's extra time. 1-1.
And the England players start to make their way over to the touchline just below us. We are sat just above the England dugout where Sarina Wiegman is in hot talks right now. Very, very big talks with her coaching team around her. Lauren Hemp on the touchline taking a drink from her water bottle. Lucy Bronze going for another gel. She's on the floor again. She's looking at that left ankle again. Jen Beattie, Karen Bardsley with us. And Karen, that is a third game in a row now, knockout game in a row here in Switzerland, that England have come from behind and taken us to extra time. The resilience is admirable.
No, look, we were... Listen, the defensive approach that England took when conceding that goal wasn't helpful, so they had to find their way, get up the pitch. But the way that they responded when Alessia Russo, and, well, I should say the impact that Chloe Kelly made of putting that ball into the box and finding Alessia Russo with that guided header, they just grew so much in confidence. And we always knew that they were going to create opportunities, but they just really had to put them away. And now, after scoring that goal, they certainly look like the better team. And hopefully they can take that belief into this extra time.
Jen, let's start with a word on Chloe Kelly, and then we're going to talk about Jess Carter. But Chloe Kelly having to come on in the first half for injured Lauren James, and then creating a goal again down that left-hand side. How does she keep doing it? This clutch Chloe Kelly.
It's just a mentality, I think, that's so clear and obvious. She's ready for whatever the team needs, and that's the attitude that I think is spot on whenever she comes onto the pitch. Coming on in the first half is a hard thing to do, let alone in a major tournament final. But she created 2 opportunities pretty much off the back with her own shot and then a cross right after it. And so she came into it, made an impact, and that just continued well into the second half. That was a pinpoint cross on the end of Alessia Russo's head, and of course it was a brilliant finish, but that in-swinging from the left-hand side is so hard to defend as a backline, and Alessia Russo just popped up right in between. But that is a instant impact. Everyone wants to see her play more. She's playing a lot tonight, and she's showing up for England.
England just about finishing off in their huddle. Quite interesting, Karen, that England were in this huddle. They were clapping each other. There were words being passed amongst one another. Spain stood in sort of a ragged shape. They look maybe a little bit more despondent for the fact that we're going to extra time. I wanted, though, a word on Jess Carter, because what a 90 minutes she has put in.
I think she's been tremendous, honestly. I think Jen touched on it in commentary as well. Not only has she been great out of possession in terms of defending the likes of Esther Gonzalez, who, that's a match made in heaven for Jess Carter, but in possession, I think there were questions around, if she was going to get pressed onto her left foot, how would she respond? And I think she's been excellent. She's been able to step into the midfield, find passes. She's taking care of the ball. She's not taking any sort of unnecessary risks, and she's been making incredible blocks, clearing things away. Yeah, she's been exceptional, and she deserves it. It's a, big credit for her, considering all the atmosphere and noise around what's going on at the moment.
I think it was always a big decision for Sarina Wiegman to make that change again going into a final. But Jess Carter stepped up, and one thing I want to highlight, she's teammates with Esther Gonzalez, Gotham FC. You have to take those little bits of information on board, and she's reading the game so incredibly well. And the pressure was on her. Anytime a manager makes the change and you're the change, especially in a final, you have to step up. And on top of it, all the stuff that she's come out and spoken about, and the pressure was on her, and she's performed above and beyond today.
Well, the two captains have clasped hands with each other and with the referee. England go into one final huddle halfway through their half. Over to our right-hand side. The rain is still staying away here in Basel. The skies up ahead are grey and murky and cloudy and muggy. We've talked about England taking the scenic route here in Switzerland. Is this another stop along the way to the summit of emotions here in Basel at the Women's European Championships? We go to extra time in the final. Back to our team, back to Vicky Sparks.
Thank you very much, Katie. So Beth Mead has the ball on the spot for England, who become the only side to play 3 extra times at a single Women's Euros. Once again, they found a way, the Lionesses, and they have won the last 5 matches at the Women's Euros, England, that have gone to extra time in their games. And as Beth Mead gets us underway here, I don't think Leah Williamson was ready for that, or is she just watching Barry Uello? Tanner Hampton clears out to the right-hand side and the ball goes straight out of play. But you just wonder as well, Spain played a day later in terms of the semi-finals. They played on Wednesday, England played on Tuesday. They also went to extra time and scored a late winner against Germany. And this remarkable stat, which speaks to sometimes how much that day's extra rest can be an advantage. In the last 14 men's and women's World Cup and Euro finals, 12 of those games have been won by the team that played the semi-final the day early. In the other 2, the semis were played on the same day. So, could that be an advantage for England here, as Spain look to get an early advantage in this first period of extra time? It's Vicky Lopez into the penalty area, down to the byline, pulls the ball across, flashes across goal, and headed away by Lucy Bronze, with Pina there lurking at the far post, goes behind for a Spain corner.
What an exciting player Vicky Lopez is. Again, she's so good at finding space and immediately targets Alex Greenwood. She tries to get in the area and just tries to slow her down, maybe with a bit of change of pace, and gets a fine ball in across. It's well headed away by Lucy Bronze.
She turned 19 yesterday as Pina sends the corner in. It's poor. It's headed away by Georgia Stanway and helped on the edge of the area by Chloe Kelly. But England defending that set piece so deep. And Badger has all the time in the world to pick it up just outside the centre circle. Send it out to Pina, who delivers the ball in, and Hannah Hampton is there and claims and again welcomes that ball right into her midriff and bowls it out underarm to Alex Greenwood. So England with Hampton in goal in extra time. The back four of Bronze, Williamson, Carter and Greenwood. Stanway and Walsh ahead of them, with Kelly, Mead and Hemp now supporting Ajimang up top. And indeed, Beth Mead over on that right-hand side for now. Chloe Kelly on this left-hand side, and Lucy Bronze again drifting into midfield. So England going with the back 3 in possession. Spain have it midway through their own half. Alexandri plays it over the halfway line. It's a poor ball. It's intercepted by Stanway. She's then caught by Pariuelo. That will be a free kick to England just outside the centre circle. So Spain with Coy in goal. The back four are Badge, Paredes, Alexandri and Carmona. Bonmati and Guillaro now ahead of them. Caldente, Pina and Lopez supporting Pariuelo up front. Alexia Putellas, one of those players making way. So that Barcelona trio in the Spain midfield has been disrupted tactically by Montse Tomé in the latter stages of this final as Walsh plays the ball over the top. Stanway's running in behind, but it goes all the way through to Katakoi. It's 1-1, 2.5 minutes gone in extra time.
I love the leadership role that Kira Walsh is taking right now. She's constantly talking to Beth Mead about the channels and the pockets that she needs to find herself in, and that is causing a distraction and then freeing up space on the opposite side.
Here goes Vicky Lopez. England up, finding that she's a real handful, the 19-year-old. It's Lopez trying to find Pariuelo. Williamson just gets a foot in, and Chloe Kelly will clear away to the centre circle, where Alexandri will pick the pass out to this right-hand side, and Onabaje plays it infield to Altana Bonmati, and now out to Lopez again on this right-hand side, taking on Alex Greenwood. Here she goes, Vicky Lopez. Decent-ish delivery, but too much on it for her Barcelona teammate Claudia Pina, and it goes behind for an England goal kick.
Still, so much is coming down this Spanish right-hand side. I think slightly, a warning sign perhaps in terms of, can you get up closer to Vicky Lopez from Alex Greenwood just to kind of block anything, but fortunately for England it comes to nothing.
So 1-1 in the Women's Euro final here on 5 Live, BBC Local Radio and the BBC World Service. Coverage over on BBC One as well. If you would like to watch and listen along with our commentary, you can choose that option via the BBC iPlayer or the BBC Sport website, as Jess Carter has it just outside the England penalty area. Turns away from Pariuelo and plays the ball out to the left-hand side. Too much on it, sails over the head of Chloe Kelly and out for a throw to Spain.
But Chloe Kelly has been absolutely phenomenal, hasn't she, since she's come on. She's made one heck of an impact, being so direct. She's been an outlet for Hannah Hampton in terms of receiving those long balls.
Well, Massey caught there in the centre of the pitch, and that's going to be a yellow card for England's Lauren Hemp, and a free kick to Spain just inside their own half. Jen Beattie.
Yeah, I think the really interesting part is with England per se is Beth Mead's come into this number 10 role, and I think the more England go long and look towards Agyman, Beth Mead will always be looking for those flick-ons, runs in behind, or if Agyman holds it up, looking to bring Beth Mead into play. She's obviously a natural winger. That's where we see her more play for Arsenal. But she grew up being a number 9, so she's used to more of those centrals. Obviously, right now she's playing a little bit deeper, but I'm really intrigued to see how that plays out for England.
Here goes Onabaje down the right-hand side. Greenwood should get there under pressure from Vicky Lopez, but Lopez will win the ball from Alex Greenwood and has the ball on the right for Spain. It's 1-1 in the Women's Euro final. 5 minutes of extra time have been played as Vicky Lopez goes down right in front of her manager, Monse Tomé, and wins the free kick, and she really has made an impact since coming off the bench, hasn't she?
Vicky Lopez has had a great tournament, I will say. Even we go right back to the start when Bonmati obviously had her health issues. She's the one that stepped in and performed really, really well.
Here goes Onabaje, right hand side, plays the ball in, it's behind Pariuelo. Kira Walsh back heel clears that away to the chest of Georgia Stanway, who clears away herself on the edge of her own 6-yard box. Out to the left hand side for Spain goes that ball, and they will have the throw. They take it quickly, just up from the halfway line. England 1, Spain 1 in this tight, tense period of extra time. So far, Spain's Vicky Lopez is providing the bright spark as Bonmati sends the ball out to the teenager on this right-hand side. She's got Bardier ahead of her as an option, but will stop and check and play the ball back in field to Aitana Bonmati, and in field to Lopez once again. Receives it back from Bardier, and here she goes, Lopez. It's blocked by Alex Greenwood, but then Chloe Kelly misses her header. Greenwood doesn't miss the clearance, but again, England are so deep, they can't get the ball away. Hemp will stab and make that interception, and now Hemp's away, pursued by Caldente, who gets a foot to it. Hemp can't win back possession, wrested away from Mariona Caldente, and here comes Spain. It's Bonmati driving towards the area. Aitana Bonmati trying to pick the pass and slide it into the bottom corner, and England get the block in and play the ball out of play, and Lucy Bronze has gone down here, and again it's an interesting one. She's cleared the ball out of play, I think because she needs to receive some treatment, so whether Spain give possession back from the throw, because it was also a clearance from Bronze, but she is really struggling here.
No, we saw her kind of limping, didn't we? And she almost went down again at the end of that second half, and it just looks like it's her right knee. Not sure what it is. I know she's had some problems with it in the past, but yeah, she looks really uncomfortable. Looks quite stressed.
Yeah, she's in tears, Lucy Bronze, holding the top of her knee now. She, as we say, is a battler. Her middle name is Tough. Portuguese naming convention. It's her mother's maiden name, and it epitomises her. And if she comes off, you know it will be because she can barely walk. But this isn't tactical. She's really struggling here. And Spain went to take this throw over on the far side. So 1-1 in the European Championship final between England and Spain. We will have full reaction, of course, following the game, and on the Monday Night Club tomorrow. Steve Crossman and the team, Izzy Christensen and Neda Manua, will join him. And Eve Charles is warming up on the touchline, and Karen Barzi, is this the right time to bring you in about Maya Le Tissier? Maybe for the final time in the tournament?
I don't think this is the right time, Vicky. Yeah, she's not had a moment, to get any sort of minutes in this tournament, really, and and I think Serena Wiegmann's mind, Eve Charles is probably the next one up. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to see any real irrational decisions from Serena Wiegmann, but my thoughts go out to Lucy Bronze. She's been absolutely outstanding in this tournament. She's been a real hero, arguably one of England's best players in history.
Well, she scored the decisive penalty against Sweden that gave England the advantage in that shootout. Smilla Holmberg then missed in the quarterfinals. It looked as though England were down and out in that match. They weren't. They found a way. It looked as though they were down and out in the semi-final. They weren't. They found a way. It looked as though at one point Spain might ease away from them, having taken the lead in the first half in the final. It didn't happen. England found a way. Bronze is off the pitch. England need to try and get this substitution on as quickly as possible. As I say that, Lucy Bronze comes back on. So sit back down, Eve Charles. Lucy Bronze is going to do what Lucy Bronze does and continue as Bonmati comes down the right-hand side, crosses the ball into the area. Bronze jumps, misses, doesn't win the header, fizzes out of the box and picked up now by Carmona. And the ball will just be kept in by Lauren Hemp, who made the block and prevents the corner as well. It's brilliant defending back there from Hemp. Lucy Bronze is asking for it and does get there. She's moving all right at the moment, Bronze, as the ball is forward, looking for the run of Beth Mead, but Paredes has a cross quickly to snuff out that counter-attack. But 9 minutes gone in extra time. Spain are going to be targeting England's right-hand side, with Bronze struggling for fitness with that knock to her knee, as Onabaje picks it up for Spain, deep in their own territory. Guillaro close down by Agyemang, who hasn't really had the chance to get on the ball much since coming on in the 70th minute, but we know she only needs a moment. It's Wonder Woman from the bench. 1-1 between England and Spain.
The concentration from Leah Williamson, Jess Carter, Lucy Bronze. There's so many opposite movements that Jen was speaking about earlier, and they're so well timed. The English defence have to get that tracking spot on.
So here is Laia Alexandri just outside the centre circle. 1-1 here on 5 Live and across the BBC. Caldente now looking for the red shirts to make the runs. Out to the right hand side she goes, and Onabaje swings the ball across. There's too much on it. Pina will follow the pass out of the penalty area and pick it up on the left-hand side. She's up against Lucy Bronze here. What can she do against England's right back? It's Pina. She works room for the shot. She curls it across goal and it flashes wide of that far post.
She loves that, doesn't she, Claudia Pina? She's got that in a locker. We've seen her do it numerous occasions. We saw them do it. Saw her do it in Barcelona when England played there and lost 2-1. So yeah, warning signs, but Hannah Hampton didn't look terribly worried.
So 1-1, 4.5 minutes of this first period of extra time to play. And this is going to be a key conversation for Sarina Wiegman at half-time. Lucy, are you fit enough to continue?
It might just be one of those things where sometimes, this is going to get a bit nerdy, but like your meniscus kind of gets caught in your knee a little bit, and it could just feel uncomfortable, and as soon as she moves again, perhaps it frees up, but yeah, we'll keep one eye on her.
Nice control from Vicky Lopez. Spain have it midway through their own half, and we think back to the first half by Lauren James. You said it, Karen, she looked so out of sorts. Clearly she was struggling with that injury, and it was only James going down that meant that she ended up being substituted. So will Sarina Wiegman make the decision for Lucy Bronze? There's a lovely bit of skill from Michelle Adjimang, earns a free kick for England on halfway.
These are moments though, the Alex Greenwood has just gone short, but I was thinking, go long. Get it in the box with Michelle Adjimang in there. She's obviously the one that won the foul, but in those moments I think when you've got Adjimang on the pitch, go long, get it in the box, because that's where she can be a real strength. They've gone short, didn't do it, but I think they could keep that in mind.
So Hannah Hampton picks up possession for England. 1-1 still in this Women's Euros final. Spain took the lead in the first half through Caldente. Poor marking from England for her header. Poor marking from Spain for Russo's. It was a brilliant cross from the super sub Chloe Kelly, and Russo not at England level. And to extra time we have gone, and we tick towards half time in extra time. The Spain have a throw over on the far side. The reigning world champion Spain against the defending European champions England. A rerun of the World Cup final 2 years ago, but England this time have fought back. England this time have taken it to extra time. Are we going all the way? Here goes Bonmati over the halfway line, plays it out to the right hand side. Good on interception on the stretch by Chloe Kelly, and then stab forward looking for Adjimang. Referee is going to play advantage. It would have been an England foul, but here they go, England out to the right hand side. Mead finds Hemp. Adjimang and Stanway are in there. Hemp's delivery, Adjimang trying to get on the end of it. Spain make first contact and Guiaro should be able to clear, and Pina then plays it out to the left hand side, but it goes out of play for an England throw midway through the Spain half over on the far side. 1-1.
And that's it, Lauren Hemp on the ball, cuts inside, lovely in-swinging cross. Slightly behind Adjimang though, but that's it, numbers in the area. That's exactly what Jennifer Beattie was just alluding to.
Out to the right hand side go England. Here is Lucy Bronze playing through this knock. Hemp won't reach it. Spain with a little ricochet. Adjimang wins it back though. Spain have a play it down and the whistle's gone. Foul, says referee Stephanie Frappart. A foul by Adjimang, and she looks absolutely aghast. Spain free kick though, just outside their own penalty area.
But that's what she brings. She brings that physicality. She's going to make these defenders just so uncomfortable. And at first it looked a little bit dangerous, but you see that on the replay. And Claudia Pina just makes an absolute meal of that.
It's a terrible, terrible dive, essentially. There is a tiny bit of contact on the boot of Guiaro, but then Adjimang is she's won the ball, she's then pulled out of the challenge. There's a tiny bit of contact, but it's natural contact. Really poor decision, but England have it back. England have lost it. Spain have it back midway through their own half. Spain almost lose it, but Guiaro plays it out to the left-hand side, and Pina now looking to release that run of Carmona over on the far side, but too much on it, and Leah Williamson will steer it back to Hannah Hampton. And again, I would say England are edging this at the moment. England look the better team, England look more confident, except when Vicky Lopez gets on the ball for Spain.
I think England are still getting loads of joy in these wide areas, and I think where their success was coming defensively was making sure that Spain attack away from the middle.
Here goes Beth Mead. We've got 30 seconds of the first half of extra time to play here on 5 Live and across the BBC. Mead picks it up once more midway through the Spain half, gets it back from Stanway and then just overruns it. Poor touch from Mead. Carmona is there, but she's under pressure. They're looking nervy, Spain. Plays it off Mead. I say that, looking nervy. She's done really well there, Carmona, under pressure, but they've taken the throw too quickly and they've lost it. And here goes Hemp down to the byline. She's blocked off there by Alexandri. And the referee says, goal kick Spain.
I actually think of that little exchange in the corner there. Beth Mead was trying to find Lauren Hemp for a little slip pass, but the run never came. But again, they're looking really, really confident, England, in terms of progressing the ball, carrying it into some really dangerous areas.
Well, the big cheer there was because some of the England fans behind the goal thought that Frappard pointing for the goal kick was actually a penalty. But it was just good defending by Alexandria as we enter 2 minutes of added time at the end of extra time. Williamson wins the header on halfway, the England captain, forward by Kira Walsh. Once more cleared away by Guiaro, but again England putting on the pressure very well. They have played with bravery, they have played with courage. This feels different to the World Cup final 2 years ago when Spain got ahead, and even though Marriott saved that penalty to keep it at 1-0, they just couldn't find that belief, the Lionesses. They are showing that in bucket loads here as Spain win another free kick midway inside their own half, 1-1.
I think the biggest difference for me in terms of how I feel is I don't feel sick at this moment in time. I feel like there's some real belief. I think England, believe in themselves. No more opportunities will come, and then we've got an extra half of extra time to go.
Wait until we get to penalties. If we get to penalties. 1-1 in the final moment of added time in the first half of extra time here on 5 Live, BBC Local Radio and the BBC World Service. Here is Badje over the halfway line, cuts it in field to Aitana Bonmati. She's got options ahead of her and finds Vicky Lopez, the 19-year-old with the yellow 19 on her back as well as the red shirts come forward. Badje pulls it back to Bonmati, right hand side of the area. Badje will reach it down by the byline. Greenwood's out to defend. Badje still has it. Bonmati wants it back. Badje instead finds Vicky Lopez, and now Badje once more. It's also tight and congested, but this is where Spain shine. Here's Bonmati just outside the penalty area, plays it forward to Badje, but a space now as England are pulled out of position, and Pariuelo can't convert from 2 yards. Little back heel by Carmona, who keeps it in. Pariuelo won't get another chance. It's cleared away. My word, the Lionesses are living dangerously.
No, they certainly are, and again, shots fired in those central areas, late runs from Pariuelo.
Down the left-hand side comes Spain, blocked away by Lucy Bronze. Mariona Caldente's delivery, but Pariuelo, what a chance, just couldn't make clean contact. She was about 2 yards out as that ball was fizzed across the box by Badje, and it's gone through her legs almost, Jen Beattie.
Yeah, but I think it was Chloe Kelly just kind of switches off for a brief second. She's performed so well, but it's that look over your shoulder and the running behind a clear cross. But that was a big chance for Spain.
So half-time in extra time, it's still 1-1.
So the deadlock cannot be broken, or has not been broken so far. 15 more minutes of extra time to come. England won, Spain won in the European Championship final. That also means Natalie Pike and Tony Duggan that we are almost 15 minutes away now from ending this on-spot kick. 6:06 to follow. Who do you want to hear from?
Thank you, Katie. Oh, England fans, book your calls in right now. Tony and I would love to speak to you, whatever happens here. It's 08085 909 693. 15 minutes to go. Tony Duggan, would you take penalties right now?
After that chance that I've just seen, yes, 100%. How she hasn't put that in. Thankfully she didn't, but I think so. I think there's a few tired legs out there, but we couldn't have expected this game to go any other way. The whole tournament has just been like this. It's summed it up to perfection. But come on, girls, get through this and win this tournament.
So Tony is the ideal person to speak to tonight, of course, former Lioness, and of course Tony played for Barcelona, which basically means Tony played with all of the Spain team's players as well. So book your call in right now, 08085 909 693. We look forward to speaking to you, either celebrating or crying.
Get those calls in. So many of you getting in touch throughout this commentary. Caroline in Warwickshire, watching on the edge of my seat, trying to decide if I enjoy watching England. It's thrilling stuff, but not sure I can sustain the anxiety and adrenaline for another 15 minutes. Imogen, England are doing this the hard way, but it's so exciting to watch. Come on, England, let's finish this. And we've had news as well from Latitude Festival today. The Elbow are headlining, but they have delayed their gig to watch this extra time between England and Spain. Will it be one day like this, one day to celebrate? Let's find out. Second half of extra time to come with Vicky Sparks.
Thank you, Katie. That question about Lucy Bronze has been answered. She cannot continue, and she is replaced by Niamh Charles. Spain have made a change as well. Leila Lahabi has replaced Olga Carmona, who scored the winner in the World Cup final 2 years ago when these sides met. Who will be the heroine here? Will it be more success for Spain? Will it be more joy for the reigning European champions, England? 15 minutes of extra time, and then potentially penalties once more. Spain get us underway, playing from right to left in the all red with the yellow diagonal slash down the sides. England in their white shirts with the blue shorts and the white socks, as Parayuelo has missed a huge chance at the end of the first half of extra time, picks it up outside the penalty area. She's still going, Parayuelo. Charles trying to get a foot in. Parayuelo lays it off to Pina, left hand side. Oh, fizzes the ball across, right across the face of goal and trickles past that far post. So close for Spain.
Why Parayuelo doesn't shoot here? It's a great turn. She gets herself out of trouble and then just gets beyond Leah Williamson and just doesn't pull the trigger. Tries to set Pina up for a ball across the area, but yeah, you just think even a toe poke there would be sufficient.
So 14 minutes of extra time to play, and yes, I am starting to count down. 1-1 in this Women's Euros final between England and Spain. You can watch the game over on BBC One if you'd like to do so with our commentary. That option is on the iPlayer and the BBC Sport website. Here is Leila Wahabi, who was one of the players who missed that triumphant run to the World Cup final, where they won their first major trophy because of the row that was going on with the manager at the time, Jorge Vilda, and the Spanish FA and a group of players. There are players here who will have watched on with such mixed emotions because they weren't there because of that fallout. They have come here, Spain. They're in their first European Championship final. They're looking to wrest the title away from England, and they've won a free kick over on the far side, just outside the England penalty area, as Badje goes down.
These are the moments, Vicky, where I'm thinking, okay, it's your third extra time in a row. I'm watching Grace Clinton, Aggie Beaver-Jones warm up. Are these the moments you start to think about fresh legs, penalty kicks? But that 3 extra times in a row is big for England. It's all about mentality. Can you physically get it over the line now?
As we say, Spain had extra time as well. They played a day later in the semi-final on Wednesday, but as Jen says, England have done it in every single game in the knockout stages at this tournament. They're the first side to do that at the Women's Euros. That foul by Greenwood on Badje has yielded this free kick over on the far side. Claudia Pina, one of the players, standing over it. Vicky Lopez is there as well. England have a 2-player wall on the edge of their own penalty area as referee Stephanie Frappard goes into the box just to have a word with Niamh Charles and Laia Alexandri. England have to hold firm here early in the second period of extra time. It's Pina, she raises her arm, she plays the ball in, it fizzes across the 6-yard box, nobody can get contact, spins out of the area, and Michelle Adjumang will clear up towards halfway for England. 1-1.
Again, well managed. Adjumang just recognises that there's no outlet up top and just needs to get the ball forward.
Well, the ball has in fact been called back for a free kick to England inside their own penalty area. Might have possibly been an offside in there, but either way, England have possession. And Hannah Hampton, whose thoughts may well be turning towards another penalty shootout. She saved twice in the quarterfinals against Sweden. Will she be called into action once more, or can either England or Spain, as both of them did late on in the semi-finals, find a late winner? England against Italy, Spain against Germany, as Lauren Hemp, brilliant work down the right-hand side to get away from the Spain defence. Hemp pulls the ball into the area, controlled by Alexandri, but she's struggling to clear. She's helped up by Pina, who eases past Kira Walsh and then was brought down there by Beth Mead. And that will be a free kick to Spain midway through their own half. 1-1.
That's a professional foul from Beth Mead in terms of slowing that break, but listen, there's a lot of tired legs out there, and that's what Spain can do to you. They possess the ball so well, they move it so quickly, and you have to chase and you have to graft in order to kind of prevent them from really penetrating.
Oh, that's a super ball for Spain by Badje, and it's Bonmati down the right-hand side into the area, pulls it across, and Charles is there, anticipates as Pina was waiting to smash that ball home from 12 yards. Spain have it once again. Really good defending by Charles. It's Bonmati. Down the right-hand side she goes. Checks outside the area. Plays the ball forward. Pull back across. Deflected behind for a Spain corner. Spain on top. 1-1.
Huge shift from Georgia Stanway. Huge. And for Niamh Charles to come on straight away, fresh legs, I think the team will really, really be lifted by her focus and concentration, being able to see things from off the bench as well. So big moment for her.
Big moment this for England. They're digging deep here. Spain are cranking up the pressure. It's Pina once again to take this corner from the far side. The reigning world champions looking to wrest this European crown away from England. Pina swings it in high. It's towards Paredes. Adjumang challenges her. It's towards goal, and Parayuelo with a swing and a miss on the edge of the 6-yard box. And Hannah Hampton gathers, and it is another huge chance. squandered by Spain. Salma Pariuelo.
And England struggled to react. They're struggling to be first to the ball, make those clearances. Vicky Lopez does really, really well. But Pariuelo, wow, you really should have put Spain ahead.
Here is Pina. Has the ball on halfway. She's well pressured by Charles, who then just pushed her a little slightly in the back. Serena Wiegman's not happy about that free kick, but Spain have it. But another chance squandered by Pariuelo. And again, you think back to those moments in the quarter-final, Hampton making a big save at 2-0. Would have made it 3-0 to Sweden. England found a way. Big save as well, 1-0 up. Italy were, they could have made it 2-0 late on. Hampton saved, England found a way. Pariuelo's had two massive chances in extra time. It stays 1-1. Can England once again find a way? They clear away from just outside their own penalty area, and Spain have it on halfway. 9 minutes of extra time to play. England won, Spain won in the Women's Euro final on 5 Live and across the BBC as Badje has it on the right hand side, lays it off to Bonmati, fizzes the ball across, and Hampton's there and claims, and Karen Bardsley applauds to my right.
That is a great take from Hannah Hampton. It's a ball that bounces just in front of her. She's got two defenders and Pariuelo trying to get across her line of sight, and she just cushions it so nicely. Love a little body save, no rebound. That's brilliant from Hannah Hampton in a big, big moment.
And it's Hampton who launches the ball over halfway, and Ajimang is chasing that down. It's headed away by Paredes, forward by Walsh. Paredes is there again, scoops it out to this left-hand side, and Niamh Charles will see that ball bounce over her head, and will go out for an England throw. Just thinking about Michelle Ajimang, Karen, you know, the impact that she's had when she's come on, England have always been trailing. England have needed to get back into it. It's slightly different, isn't it? Because she came on when it's level, and so you're not throwing the kitchen sink at it in the same way as they were against Sweden and Italy, as Spain had the ball midway through their own half.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what Serena Wiegman was alluding to. The game plan changes immediately when Ajimang comes on the pitch, but not now.
Here goes Caldente. Oh, it's a brilliant run. Plays it out to the right-hand side. It's Vicky Lopez for Spain, the teenager. She'll go for the curler, and again, she'll curl it over the bar. Entitled to go for it from there, perhaps, but she did have other options, but it's behind for an England goal kick, and we have 7.5 minutes until penalties.
But again, it's brilliant from Mariona Caldente in terms of driving into that space, and the quality that Vicky Lopez has shown in this extra time period. You would expect her to bury that, but fortunately she hasn't.
So England have a player down just outside their own penalty area. It's Georgia Stanway, so a bit of treatment required here. And Serena Wiegman, what are you going to do now in terms of substitutions and in terms of penalties?
Jen and I were discussing, the shift in the midfield that, Georgia Stanway and Keira Walsh have been putting in, trying to get up to the ball, force Spain to play backwards, getting any sort of pressure on. And they frankly look exhausted, don't they, Jen?
Yeah, I know, but it's such great movement again. Mariona Caldente, you touched on it there, just peeling off the shoulder from Keira Walsh, receives it on her back foot, and all of a sudden the acceleration just to go at your back four. Spain are on the front foot, and then you're saying, Bonmati drifting outside and creating overloads over there. As midfielders for Stanway, Walsh, do you follow right there? Do you pass her on? It's a huge shift, and I said it earlier, extra time in your legs, you're going to be feeling it, but it doesn't get any bigger than playing up against Ballon d'Or winners in the midfield.
Well, Stanway's walking over. She has to come off the pitch because she's received treatment, but it looks as though she's not going to be able to continue. Grace Clinton is getting ready to come on, and that is a big moment because Georgia Stanway is England's #1 penalty taker. She wasn't on the pitch by the time they went to penalties against Sweden, and Grace Clinton, if it is Clinton who replaces her, saw her penalty saved in the shootout. She does take them. It wasn't a surprise that she did, but a moment of redemption perhaps for her, and a moment of opportunity here for England. They've got a corner where Harvey's furious. Lauren Hemp is guiding her away from that corner, but England corner, 5.5 minutes to go in extra time. As we see this again, Harvey does get a toe poke there. Hemp appeals for it as Clinton prepares to come on, and does come on now. So Georgia Stanway, England's #1 penalty taker, off. Looked as though she couldn't continue. Grace Clinton is on. But England were in this situation in the semi-final against Italy, moments away from penalties, and they scored. They got a penalty. They scored the rebound with Chloe Kelly. Can they find the goal here that would put them within moments of winning these Euros?
Great thing about Grace Clinton, though, in this situation is she's absolutely fearless. She'll put herself her head in any danger.
Chloe Kelly swings it in. Stephanie Frappard not happy with something in the area. And so she's going to tell Chloe Kelly to retake this corner kick from the right-hand side. Jen Beattie.
I also think if you miss a penalty, what have you done every single training session since then? I know there's not been a lot of time, but no doubt she'll have been practicing them every single time that if needed to be, she'll take one again.
If needed to be. Score here, England. And maybe it won't need to be. Chloe Kelly sends in the corner. England players on the move. The whistle's gone already, and it's gone for a free kick. Koya claimed it. Free kick Spain. Karen Barty sit back down.
Oh, my heart. I genuinely thought that was going to be a penalty and the referee was going to point to the spot, but no, the whistle went, and it certainly wasn't for the foul that I thought I saw.
So again, Stephanie Frappard is telling Spain to retake this goal kick. Koya claimed it anyway, but it is getting a little bit scrappy. Time is ticking away. 4 minutes to go in extra time here in the Women's Euros final, here on 5 Live, BBC Local Radio and the World Service, as Pina plays it through the legs of Charles but can't get there. Cleared away by Leah Williamson, and the ball will bounce to Laia Alexandri inside the Spain half. It's 1-1, and a goal now, you feel, surely wins it for either Spain, the reigning world champions, or England, the defending European champions. It's Spain coming forward. It's Pina. Bonmati lays it off to the left-hand side. Wahhabi plays the ball across. Green was there, but Lopez got there first, and Hampton claims that header. Lopez's header down into the ground, bounces up, and Hannah Hampton plucks it out of the air. 1-1.
Brilliant. Good defending. Alert from Hannah Hampton in terms of reacting first. She's still looking for that outlet. I think she's hoping that Lauren Hemp's going to be bombing on, and if she did, I still think she would get the better of this Spanish defence.
So Hampton over the halfway line she goes. Ajimang is muscled out of it by Guillaro. Beth Mead gets a foot in but can't win it, and Caldente has it out to the left-hand side. Here goes Pina up against Charles just inside the England half. Pina's delivery should be cleared away by Alex Greenwood. Heads it in field to Grace Clinton, who chests the ball down, but Matty tumbles. Clinton too strong for her, and England have it on the right-hand side. Back to Niamh Charles. Concentration needed here, focus needed here as Williamson clears away. Not the best clearance. Wahhabi gets something on it, but it will fall to Ajimang just inside the England half. Really good hold-up play from the teenager, and Clinton plays it back to Jess Carter, who squares it to Leah Williamson. 2.5 minutes to play. England 1, Spain 1. As the ball over the top, Ajimang tumbles. Paredes goes down as well. Stephanie Frappard's blown the whistle. She's not gestured yet. Very slowly she raises that right arm and says that's a free kick, a foul by Ajimang on Paredes, and Ajimang once again is aghast.
I love Michelle Ajimang's expressions here, but it's a cheeky elbow for me. I mean, when I look at this, for me, Paredes just sticks one in her chest a little bit, and you can see from Michelle Ajimang's reaction there. She's an honest player, and she's shocked.
So Serena Wiegmann, but here comes Spain as Caldente slides it through. Pariuelo into the area, touch forces her wide. Carter's there with her. Pariuelo for Spain, edge of the box, pulls it back to Mariona Caldente, trying to work the shooting opportunity. Spain, Bonmati's pass, not controlled by Caldente, but she will pick it up on this left-hand side, tries to squeeze it through to Bonmati. The ball in is blocked by Kira Walsh and spins out of play for a Spain throw. They are pushing at the end of extra time. 90 seconds of it to play, plus added time, here on 5 Live and across the BBC. It's 1-1 in the Women's Euros final. Guillaro back to Wahhabi, steers it back to the halfway line. And now Alexandri. Spain pushing in these later stages of extra time, but they don't want to throw the kitchen sink at it either. Nobody wants to be the player to make a mistake, to lose the Euros final here. But Spain it is who are coming forward once again down the right-hand side. It's Badge, and now Vicky Lopez, the 19-year-old. Bonmati's making the run, and Lopez will play it to Badge, and back in field to Lopez once more as Spain work their way towards the penalty area, but Chloe Kelly gets the foot in, then almost brought down Vicky Lopez, but Lopez will keep possession, and now Alexandri has it just outside the centre circle. Caldente now driving towards the area. Caldente, they've got options. It's Bonmati inside the box, can't get the shot away, and Chloe Kelly gets the foot in, and the ball spins out of play for a Spain throw on the far side, and we've got 30 seconds of extra time to play before we head into added time.
Crucial interception there from Chloe Kelly, just to relieve the pressure on this English defence.
Because it is pressure, because Spain, the reigning world champions, are cranking it up Down the right-hand side they go, but they're looking to pick the passes, the intricate passing. Michelle Adjumang goes down. Surely she's won the free kick there. Yes, she has. Really, really good play from Adjumang. And we have 10 seconds of extra time to play, and now 2 added minutes are shown by the fourth official here. The red number 2 goes up. We are 2 minutes away from penalties in the Women's Euro final. Jen Beattie.
Well, even I'm getting a little bit nervous now, I'll admit. But look, England are doing so well. It's what you call box defending at this point. Everyone back. You've almost got Adjumang on the edge of her box. Now, catch your breath. Hannah Hampton with a free kick. This is a big opportunity to gain some territory and get higher up the pitch.
And that's exactly what she does. She launches it towards the Spain penalty area. Adjumang's up there, bounces inside the box. Mead trying to get on the end of it. Really good goalkeeping by Katakoi. And she comes and claims Spain's number 1. And we have 90 seconds of extra time to play, and it is still England 1, Spain 1.
Yeah, Spain are really struggling to deal with those direct balls from England, and Beth Mead looked hungry for that one, but unfortunately for England, Katakoi was alert.
Here is Caldente, just inside the England half, plays the ball forward, and Bonmati is racing onto this, and she'll get onto it, left-hand side of the area, and Carter makes the block, and that bounces off Bonmati, and that is celebrated almost like a goal by the England fans away to our left, because that would have been a Spain corner. But again, it is brilliant defending from Jess Carter, and she waves her arms to the crowd and to her players and says, come on, let's keep pushing through. 50 seconds of extra time to play, or this final will be decided on a penalty shootout.
Honestly, she's had a tournament like a Toblerone, hasn't she? It's just been up and down, and she's been absolutely tremendous in this game. Absolutely lights out.
Big call from Serena Wiegmann to start her. The biggest performance from Jess Carter. Spain have it once more, midway through their own half. 25 seconds of extra time to play, and it's Spain who are sweeping forward once again. It's on a Badje, up against Alex Greenwood. Bonmati wants it, Lopez gets it. Badje once again, right-hand side of the area. It's now or never for Spain, or we're going to penalties, and Adjumang's done brilliantly. She's dispossessed Bonmati. Guiaro has it though. Out to the right-hand side, and Badje once more. Bonmati, back to Badje. Right-hand side once again, swings it across, it's blocked away by Alex Greenwood. And that is that. We head to penalties in the European Championship final. England, what have you got? Dig as deep as you can. That's what you've done in this final. And now it goes to penalties.
Take a breath, everybody. What have we just seen? Jen Beattie, if anything, that was the final. In normal time, then extra time. Over 120 minutes that I think everyone hoped it was going to be.
I think so. I think you've seen that Spanish side play some great football, defended very well, and been a great threat in the final third. But England's defensive performance has been exactly what it needed to be. Of course, they went behind in the first half, but they got themselves back into the game, and that's the key part for England. They looked tired, they looked leggy towards the end, but they defended for their lives, and they're still in it. Off to PKs.
So they come straight back down to the dugout. Jess Carter, with intention written across the face of England's number 16, stood next to Serena Wiegmann, who grabs her arm and brings her in closer into the huddle. Michelle Adjumang is there. Grace Clinton, both coming off the bench in this final for England. And Grace Clinton, Jen, missing a penalty against Sweden, as did Alex Greenwood, as did other players. So what goes through their mind now?
Exactly not that. I think the opposite. I said it mid-commentary. I think anyone who's missed it, everyone who's scored, every single training session, this entire tournament, penalty kicks will have been practiced afterwards. So hopefully you put that to bed. It's short-term memory when it comes. This is a new opportunity, new start, another big moment for these England players to create history.
Hannah Hampton off to one side of that huddle. Karen Bardsley with coaches around her. Epitome focus on her face. She's done it once before. That time she had a tampon up her nose after taking a bruising in that extra time against Sweden.
Is that not how you use them? No, listen, she's going to be clutch, isn't she? She's going to be absolutely massive. And we just saw a screenshot there of Hannah Hampton having like a bit of tape on her wrist, and she's written essentially all of the possible penalty takers, because there will have been some changes obviously made to that starting 11 from Spain, and there will have been some that possibly might not have been prepped for. So could it be possible that technical staff in the stands were kind of relaying some information down there? But yeah, I feel really confident that England have a really great opportunity to win this on penalties. Because Spain, I just don't think they've been through it, have they? Like, it's been a while.
Well, you said Hannah Hampton should enjoy this moment when it came up against Sweden. We've seen Spain miss a couple of penalties as well. Looking at records here, Vicky, England have won one, lost one in the Euros. The win just over a week ago against Sweden. The loss back in the inaugural tournament of 1984. Spain have never won a penalty shootout at the European Championships.
Yeah, if you go back to the Paris Olympics, they managed to get past Colombia on penalties in the quarterfinals. But as you say, Katie, you know, we've seen Putellas, who's not on the pitch, miss a penalty. We've seen Caldente, who is on the pitch, miss a penalty in this tournament as Leah Williamson and Irene Paredes come together on the halfway line, and the penalties will be taken at the England end away to our left.
Huge roars going up from that end over to our left-hand side, filled with shirts of white and the away strip as well. England playing in white tonight. The crosses of St George are flying. England high fives as they stand themselves on the halfway line. Spain will join them now, and it has to be decided now. England's European crown on the line, and it's gonna be decided on spot kicks. Let's go back to our team. Karen Barzi, Jen Beattie and Vicky Sparks.
Buckle up, everyone. Here we go. 4 years ago, in the Men's European Championship final, it was agony for England against Italy on penalties. Can the Lionesses find a way, as they have done repeatedly throughout this tournament, to dig deep when the odds are against them and win the European Championship for the second time? The two goalkeepers are in the penalty area. Final instructions from referee Stephanie Frappart. Casacoy of Spain, Hannah Hampton of England. And with Alessia Russo, who took the opening penalty against Sweden, off the pitch, it will be Beth Mead to step forward and take this first penalty for England. Mead, who saw her penalty in the spot kick against Sweden saved, but she takes the responsibility upon her shoulders now. Ball in her hands. She places it on the spot. Casacoy on her goal line. So the first penalty of this shootout of the Women's Euro Final 2025. It's Mead. She slips and she takes it, but it goes in. And it doesn't matter. Who cares? Because it's found the back of the net. And again, with a bit of fortune, England will score, and Stephanie Frappart will just check that there wasn't a double touch there from Beth Mead.
Yeah, it looks like she's suggesting that there was a double touch. That's such a shame. And now that's kind of in your head, isn't it? You know, in terms of, will my feet go again when I go to take that?
Well, Beth Mead's been told to put the penalty back on the spot, and it is going to be retaken. A double touch of the ball when the penalty kick was taken, and this time Casacoy saves, and Beth Mead sees that retaken penalty saved by Casacoy.
And that's so cruel, isn't it, Vicky? You know, in terms of, do you go the same way? You're constantly thinking, am I going to slip again? That is just so cruel. But she's got her England teammates around her to lift her up. Now it's up to Hannah Hampton to try to pull something back for England.
So Patri Guiaro with the opportunity in this penalty shootout to give Spain the advantage. Hannah Hampton stands on her goal line. Guiaro with this first penalty in the shootout for Spain. Up against Hampton, and it's scored! And Spain have the advantage in the penalty shootout.
And that is world class from Guiaro. It's a really short, calm approach. And then she just hopes that Hannah Hampton dives out of the way, which she does. And Guiaro just kind of clips it down the middle.
So it is advantage Spain, a penalty apiece have been taken, and Alex Greenwood now, who again had her penalty against Sweden in the quarter-finals, saved, steps up. Katakoi on her goal line. This to draw England level, but Spain would have taken one fewer penalty. It's Greenwood for England, up against Coy. And it's just past the outstretched fingertips of Coy into the bottom corner. And a big clenched fist from Alex Greenwood. Spain, though, still with the advantage in this penalty shootout.
Great pen. Alex Greenwood looked confident, actually, and just put it in the bottom corner, low and hard, and that's exactly what you need to do to beat Katakoi.
So now, Mariona Caldente of Arsenal, who scored the opener in this Women's Euros final, but missed a penalty, sent it wide against Switzerland in the quarter-final. It's Caldente up against Hannah Hampton. The slow run-up, and Hampton makes the save! And Caldente has missed another penalty at these Women's Euros! And we are all square in this penalty shootout!
Oh, that is a massive, massive moment for Hannah Hampton. She doesn't bite when Caldente kind of stutters. She backs herself, backs her instinct, backs her preparation, goes to her left and gets two hands to that save. That's a confident goalkeeper. Boy, is she living up to it.
So Niamh Charles steps up now for England. Two penalties taken, one scored apiece. We're level in the shootout. It's Niamh Charles, hands on her hips to restore England's advantage. Charles, oh, it's a great penalty, right-footed, bottom corner. Coy went the wrong way. And England do have the advantage in the shootout, but Spain have taken one fewer penalty.
Beaming smile on the face of Niamh Charles as she trots back to her teammates. I mean, that is brilliant to see. She was solid when she came on. She's not had many minutes, obviously, in this tournament, but that was a confident penalty.
So Aitana Bonmati, Spain's talisman, the two-time Ballon d'Or winner, whose goal deep in extra time against Germany sent them to this, their first Euros final, steps forward. It's Bonmati against Hannah Hampton of England. And Bonmati saved by Hannah Hampton! And Hampton once again is coming up with the goods for England! And now they do have advantage in the penalty shootout!
And there's so much certainty there from Hannah Hampton. She just waited. It looked like she kind of knew where Bonmati was going to go. In the end, again, two hands from Hannah Hampton. What a fantastic save.
Leah Williamson now. 3 years ago, she became the first senior England captain since Bobby Moore to lift a major trophy. Steps up now to take this penalty for England and give them a real grip on this shootout. Oh, it's saved by Katakoi. It's a really good save from Spain's number one, diving to her left to keep the ball out. And Spain now with a chance to draw this shootout level.
Oh, I really feel for Leah. She's been so good in this game as well and over the course of this tournament, but it was a tremendous save, I think, from Katakoi. But could Leah put it a bit more in the corner or slightly higher? It was good height for the goalkeeper.
So now Salma Pariuelo to level the shootout after 4 penalties taken apiece. Missed 2 big chances for Spain in extra time. It's Pariuelo, deep breath, and it's wide! It's wide! And England are a penalty away from winning the European Championships!
And that summed up her tournament, to be honest. She's really struggled to convert in front of goal against Germany, and she had her opportunities this evening to put the game to bed for Spain.
This is it. This is the moment for Chloe Kelly. It was her moment 3 years ago when she scored the extra time winner against Germany at Wembley. She scored in the penalty shootout against Sweden in the quarterfinals. She saw a penalty in extra time, saved against Italy, but scored the rebound. It's got to go in first time here. It's Chloe Kelly. Can she do it once again? Can she be England's heroine, Chloe Kelly? Yes, she can! England have done it! They are European champions once again! And this remarkable team, under this remarkable woman, Sarina Wiegman, just do not know when they are beaten. They find a way, whatever it takes. They dig deep. They put in that proper English performance that they've been talking about all tournament. And once again, England are queens of Europe.
Oh my word, what a huge moment for this team. Hannah Hampton with 2 incredible saves. But the resilience, the self-belief, the determination, the defiance to put themselves into the position. So many people doubted them from the off, losing that opening group game. But the quality to find themselves. But Chloe Kelly, oh my word, what an incredible year she's had. Leaving Manchester City, doubting if she would ever play again, going to Arsenal, winning the Champions League. And the impact that she had coming into this game, putting a fantastic cross onto Alessia Russo's head. I mean, it's just been an immense tournament for that young lady there.
Super sub and then some. But as the players celebrate all around us here in Switzerland, every single woman out there deserves the credit. They have all played their part, and at the last, they come through this roller coaster ride, and they end at the top of Europe, European champions once again. It's so beautiful to say.
It's been a labor of love, hasn't it? I mean, every step of the way, they've made it so tough for us, but they've persevered. We've all persevered. We've aged about 20 years in the process, but I am so proud of these girls, the impact this is going to have back home in England. You know, Sarina Wiegman's done something absolutely exceptional here, hasn't she? And, you know, a woman like her just goes to show that self-belief, leadership, those types of things, you can do anything when you've got the right people around you in the right environment.
What a moment for Sarina Wiegman. She has done it again. She wins the Women's Euros for the 3rd time in a row. First with the Netherlands in 2017, then with England in 2022, and now once more with England in 2025. England beat Spain on penalties, and for once it is not heartbreak when it comes to penalty kicks. These Lionesses find a way to win. Normal time, extra time, penalties, bring it on. And that is why they are champions of Europe.
Chloe Kelly wheeled away to the left after scoring that penalty. Most of the players went and mobbed her. Sarina Wiegman went and mobbed her. Also, Sarina Wiegman stopping to give a hug to Lucy Bronze, the epitome of proper English. She was strapped to the nines round her left and right legs, is hobbling, can barely move, but still wanted to be part of the celebrations. And yet, Karen Bardsley, Michelle Adjumang, one of the stars of this tournament, the 19-year-old, stood on the halfway line. She stayed there and she dropped her knees. Her arms went up to the sky, and she had a moment by herself to understand what this means. Back to back European champions. No one can say that.
No, it's absolutely monumental, isn't it? You know, unprecedented. The impact that she has had single-handedly as well on this tournament. You know, such youth, but such maturity at the same time. It's just unbelievable. I think Vicky alluded to it just the other day about a sliding doors moment. You know, early in the Nations League, Alessia Russo wasn't available. Michelle Adjumang got into the squad, scored that fabulous goal against Belgium with 41 seconds on the pitch, and put herself in a fantastic position to change England's fate in this tournament. And it is just incredible to see the impact she's had, that Chloe Kelly's had. It's been a masterclass from Sarina Wiegman in terms of learning from every step of the way, the group stages to the knockout phase, the substitutions. It all worked absolutely to a T.
So many of your former teammates, Jen Beattie, are out there celebrating right now. We're just actually watching Hannah Hampton, who's been awarded Player of the Match for 3 saves in that penalty shootout, and some remarkable work through normal time and extra time. She's just coming past us, hugging everyone who will stop near her. There are tears in her eyes. But let's talk about Chloe Kelly. Cometh the hour, cometh the Kelly. She does it again.
Listen, she is probably your perfect player to have on a fifth pen. Talk about pressure penalties, but you're looking at a player, sticks to her processes. She knows more than anyone. We all know what she's capable of, but so does she. She'll go above and beyond for her team. I think as soon as she stepped onto the pitch towards the end of the first half, she's been incredible. But she's done that in previous games. But that last penalty, stuck to her processes, absolutely smashed it in the back net. And to do it in front of the England crowd, right behind the net, it was just an amazing moment. This is a team that's created history in 2022. Now they're continuing a legacy. What these women have done, staff as well, it is incredible for England. Unbelievable to be here and absolutely witness it and see what it means to friends, family in the crowd, fans in the stadium. Awesome.
I just think, I just took a moment there, and you think about what this team's been through in the build-up to this tournament. People talk about this team being in transition, so you look at the bigger picture quickly, and they've got themselves to the final, and then it was just a one-off game, wasn't it, at the end of the day? And they've beaten Spain before, and they've been to the deepest, darkest depths of their, their soul, been able to pull something out in the way that they have. The big name retirements, the withdrawals, and they still make the final. People saying that the replacements aren't as good, they still make the final. The young players don't have the experience, they still make the final, and now they've gotten over the line and they've won it. Unbelievable.
I've just seen Beth Mead consoling her Arsenal teammate Mariona Caldente, both coincidentally missing in that penalty shootout. But let's talk about Spain. Fairly serene progress through the group stages. They got to knockout stages. They were tested by Germany. They took the lead against England. They were pulled back. They were taken all the way. How do we judge their tournament, the world champions?
Look, I think they still came into this tournament favourites. I think that the football that they played took everyone's breath away at the start. They topped the charts in the kind of goals they played, even with missing Bonmati and of course the other Ballon d'Or winner Alexia Putellas. They have the unbelievable amount of quality in that team, and I think I've said it before, you're looking at a product of football that a lot of teams around the world try and play but can't quite execute it because they don't have the players. You're looking at years and years of training that have come to this point. This is their first ever Euro final, let's not forget that. Of course they are world champions, but I think this team still has more. The one thing I've loved about Spain throughout the entire tournament is how adaptable they've been, how much squad depth they've come off. But come the semis against Germany and the final against England, they've come up against two sides that have made it really, really difficult. And in short, they've limited opportunities within the box, and that's what you have to do up against Spain. But they've still been incredible to watch. Obviously, Bonmati popping up, doing what she does against Germany and getting them to the final. I still think they'll be so disappointed not to go away with the trophy, especially after their World Cup final moment got knocked by obviously that experience that Hermosa had went through, and the whole narrative became about that and not about the football. I think as a team they would have wanted to come into this final and just focus on the football, so for them not to go away with the trophy. But look, tonight it was England's night.
Well, it was Chloe Kelly who scored the winning spot kick tonight in Basel. She scored the winner in extra time 3 years ago. Let's hear from her now. She's been speaking with Joe Curry.
Chloe, congratulations. What on earth just happened out there?
I'm so proud of this team. So grateful to wear this badge, and I'm so proud to be English.
What was going through your mind when you were stepping up to that penalty spot?
I was cool, I was composed, and I knew I was going to hit the back of the net. I don't miss penalties twice.
Second Euros final in a row, you've been the hero, but talk to me about this team and how much grit they had to show tonight.
Unbelievable, not just the team of staff behind us, 23 players, all the staff behind us, and Sarina Wiegman, she's done it again. Unbelievable.
I'm scared to ask this, but how big are these celebrations going to get?
It's going to be crazy. I hope the whole of England comes out to support us and shows the love to all these girls because they deserve it.
Massive congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
The contrast in scenes here at Sir Jakob Park. Down below us to our left-hand side, England victorious, chanting, dancing. They got red scarves that read England in white block capitals draped around their necks. Serena Wiegmann has one as well. And then just behind them, Karen Bardsley, Spain, looking disconsolate, trudging around. They have this horrible moment now where the apparatus goes up for the trophy ceremony. They have to stand and wait to receive their runners-up medal. But we've been talking about this being a sequel to the World Cup final 2 years ago. Do you think England learnt their lessons from that?
Oh yeah, I think so. England didn't show up in that World Cup final. I mean, let's be honest. And I think they were punished. Spain took their chances, and that was such a heartbreaking moment. And now the shoe is on the other foot. I think there were their moments where Spain obviously dominated this game as well, but England weathered that storm, managed to capitalize and get themselves back into the game. And as we said, since that equalizer, they looked so full of confidence and so fearless, and it almost, that was conveyed into the stands for me. I could feel it. I didn't feel scared. I didn't feel worried. I felt like they were going to win.
They've had huge support here tonight, and Chloe Kelly touching on something there that we can now confirm here on 5 Live. The FA are planning to host a homecoming victory celebration event for the Lionesses in central London on Tuesday the 29th of July. Further details are going to be announced in due course, so keep an eye on the FA website and social channels for further details. But there will be a homecoming victory celebration event for the Lionesses in London on Tuesday.
But first, so much celebration still to take place here in Switzerland. Karen and Jen watching on alongside me as England prepared to do a guard of honour for Spain to collect their runners-up medals. And I think Karen said it there, Jen. There's something about the resilience of this England side. Can we even put our finger on it? But the deeper they get, the grittier it turns, the further their backs are pushed against the wall. They just seem to find the answer.
Honestly, I think one of my favourite things to say in football is the best teams win when they don't play perfectly. And I think England are down to a T this entire tournament. They haven't played the perfect football, but they've always found a way. They may have kept it late, which I think has kept a lot of hearts racing across the UK, but look, they're the ones who are lifting the trophy, and I've said it, they have shown so much character, so much depth of their game. They've been adaptable, they've changed things, they've used players off the bench, they've done exactly what you needed to go and win a major tournament again.
Well, let's get some more reaction then from the player of the match, the heroine of the penalty shootout once again, England's number one, Hannah Hampton, with Joe Curry.
Hannah, I think we have all run out of words to sum up this team. Have you got the words to describe what just happened?
No. This team's just unbelievable, incredible. We've shown throughout this tournament we can come back when we go a goal down, and we have that grit. We've got English blood in us, so we never say die, and we just keep going, and we did that today.
Do you actually remember much of that penalty shootout?
No, when Chloe stepped up, I turned around to the fans and I was just like miming if a kicking motion, and said, if she scores, do we win? Because I completely lost track of what was going on, and they kept just cheering at me and yelling at me, and I thought, I don't know what the answer is to that, but yeah. As soon as I saw her run off, I thought, that's it, we've won. So I can't believe it. I don't think it's going to sink in for a while.
No, I suspect it's not. It was another extra time, another penalties. What did Serena say to you as a group when you went back out there for the spot kicks?
This is England. I think this is our moment. We've dug in for the 120 minutes. We've done what we needed to do to keep Spain out, and it was just one kick and that was it. And so we did that this time. Better pens than the last one, let's be honest.
Well, look, you've got a trophy to go and lift. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And the trophy is out on the field in front of us now as England applaud their supporters to the left-hand side who've been using those clappers, Karen Bardsley, all the way through this match. They used them through the penalty shootout to put off Spain as well. And now they join in a huddle and push 19-year-old Michelle Adjevau up towards the stage that has been set up down below us, because she is being named here, Karen, the young player of the tournament, the 19-year-old, the Arsenal player on loan at Brighton this season, who a couple of months ago wasn't even part of the England senior setup.
That's an absolutely incredible fairy tale, isn't it? We spoke about those sliding doors moments and the fact that just basically what happens when potential meets opportunity, and that's it. She's the young player of the tournament. She scored huge goals for England. And where would we be without her?
She only made the squad in April in the Nations League because Russo was injured. She wasn't named in the initial squad, and then Russo had to pull out. So Adjiman came in, scored after 41 seconds after coming off the bench against Belgium, and her star is only going to rise from here. Coming into this tournament, she said, or coming into this final, I should say, she said, hopefully we go all the way and I can show more of myself to the rest of the world. She's shown enough. My word, this woman is a special talent.
Very different scenes, Jen, as Aitana Bonmati now comes up to claim player of the tournament, the Ballon d'Or winner as well. We talked before about how she would complete football if they won the European crown tonight. That hasn't happened, but what an impact she's had.
Oh, huge. And look, to have the health scare right before and being in hospital right before your first game kicks off. But look, the way that the Spanish medical team have managed her and the way she's really stepped into her moment. Of course, she's not going to be smiling, having her picture taken, but still, incredible player, world class, and she's shown that again on a major stage. What a player, and still so much football left over there still to play.
Now the match officials will be recognised before Spain will then head up and England will follow. I've been keeping my eyes, Karen, down on the friends and family section, which is not too far off from where we are in the media bit of the compound in the stand. They are brilliant and exhilarating and stressful to watch in equal measure, but I had my eyes on Michelle Adjiman's dad. I cannot imagine how proud he must be.
No, I can't either. I mean, it must be an incredible moment to see his daughter shine, you know, on such a stage, in and amongst such adversity as well. You know, the way this team kind of went through the group stages and at one point very much looked like they were going out. So yeah, it is incredible to see the pride on these parents' faces and the friends down there that have been through the journeys, you know, along each and every one of these players, you know, careers so far. And it's a real special moment to share. You know, I'm standing here alongside one of my friends, Jen Beattie, and just being here tonight, being able to experience this with her just feels incredibly special.
Oh, you're spot on. This is why we love sport. It's moments like this. It's a community, and it's incredible for every single person watching, listening in the stadium. These are why you watch sport, why you love it.
And Vicky, the red and gold of Spain now comes up towards the stage. These 23 players, Montse Tomé, the manager, leading them forward. Their first European final. They're the World Cup champions. So much has changed for them off the field and on as well in terms of personnel. But what a fight they put up.
They were the pre-tournament favourites, and after they took the leads in the first half, they looked confident, they looked composed, they looked as though they believed they would be European champions when the final whistle went. But they have come up against an England side that do not know when to quit. This will sting for Spain. The reverse of the World Cup final 2 years ago when they overcame England thanks to Olga Carmona's goal. But they will be back, Spain. This is a side that are full of class, full of talent, and as you say, the way that they have changed football in their country since that World Cup final, the way that they have fought for their rights, for women's rights in football, to say we believe we are the best and we deserve the best conditions, we deserve the best treatment, we deserve to be looked at seriously and respected. And it's been so key to see that, you know, just being around the Spanish media during this tournament, they have won the hearts already of Spain. The Spanish public love this team. They adore Aitana Bonmati. They adore Alexia Putellas. They are queens still of the world in women's football. They will come again, but this night is England.
And Jen, they didn't do much wrong, if anything.
No, they didn't. If anything, they came up against two top teams, got past Germany, but couldn't quite get it over the line in the final third. Again, I think teams are figuring out how to defend against Spain, and we saw it. I compared it to Arsenal, Barcelona in the Champions League. Nobody expected Arsenal to go and win. I'm not saying the gap was as big as it was as it is tonight. It was much closer and a much more enjoyable game to watch, but it's still so much talent in this Spain team, and they've still got a long way to go in terms of winning their first Euro trophy.
And now Sarina Wiegman, almost like a hurried mum, Vicky Sparks, and she says she feels like a mum to these 23 women. Sometimes she has to get them away from their celebrations and say, come on, champions, let's go and celebrate all over again.
What a woman. What a manager. She leads England's players up onto the platform, competing in her 5th major tournament final in a row across World Cups and European Championships. She becomes only the 2nd manager to win 3 Women's Euros finals running. 2017 with the Netherlands, 2022 with England, and now again 2025 with England. She always seems to find a way, just as these Lionesses here in Switzerland have dug deep and found a way. And Karen Bardsley, former England goalkeeper to my right, the pride you must feel in this moment as these players receive their medals from the likes of Alexander Cheferin and get the handshakes, and Prince William is there as well, just embracing Ella Toone and handing out these medals. What a moment it is for them.
No, it's incredible, isn't it? I can just see Georgia Stanway alongside Kira Walsh, Lucy Bronze and Alex Greenwood just trying to spot their friends and family, and they're just sharing a little moment, doing little dances and waving and saying hello. And yeah, it's just really amazing to see the likes of Lucy Bronze and what she's been through. I was there when she made her debut for England, and to see how she's grown and matured over the course of her career and what she's been able to do, and it's just unbelievable. She is arguably one of England's best ever players, and to have the accolades, to have the leadership, to have the emotional intelligence to be able to be that leader off the pitch as well is just unprecedented.
Chloe Kelly is getting the biggest hug of the night from Prince William there. You can see the smile on her face, Jen.
I think everyone in the stadium wants to give Chloe Kelly a hug, to be honest, how she's stepped up this entire tournament. And I love him. He's such a football fan. That's what's amazing about Prince William, and to see him here giving everyone the support is just amazing as well. But see them all step up. I want to talk about Leah Williamson really quickly. A Champions League winner just a few months ago, named captain officially just before 2022. What she has done as a captain for her country, she's had the weight of the world on her shoulders these past few years, but she's taken it all in her stride. This is her moment.
And it is a moment that she will relish. She takes that silver Women's Euro trophy. She walks to the plinth where her teammates wait, and together with Kira Walsh, she raises it into the air as the golden ticker tape explodes into the skies here in Switzerland. 3 years ago, England's Lionesses made history. They won their first major trophy, and now it is history again for this remarkable group of women. They become the first senior England side, men's or women's, to retain a major trophy. They become the first senior England side to win a major trophy on foreign soil, and they have done it with the roller coaster ride that has enthralled us, that has taken us through the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. But in the end, they dug deep, they found a way, and they are European champions once more.
And the sky glimmers with gold as the confetti swirls in this evening air in Basel, like a never-ending firework above these now back-to-back European champions. They sway together, arm in arm, all 23. Sarina Wiegman as well, all the support staff, the coaches, the medical team, the media team. As one, they say they have been galvanised, they have been together all the way through. They said they always believed, and that we should too. And they have done it. History there on that stage, Karen Bardsley.
I'm just so proud. I can't get this goofy smile off my face, but the struggles and everything, all the adversity that they've been, like I said, trying to add some context to just how great this moment is. It forges that strength, doesn't it, in terms of the togetherness in this group, in terms of the self-belief, and it almost feels like this is the start of some kind of dynasty, in terms of there will be transitional moments where a lot of these more experienced, more senior players will move on. but then to usher in a new generation of players, the likes of Michelle Adjiman, etc. Like, she'll remember this forever. What a way to introduce yourself on the European stage.
Five Live's breakfast presenter Jeanette Kouachi has just come past us, Jen. She said yesterday she wasn't on the hype train, then this morning woke up and said, right, I'm getting on, I'm driving the thing, take me to Basel, let's do it. Look what's happened, these moments, these memories, and the players. Now Alex Greenwood completely covering herself in golden tinsel, and they're having more photos taken.
And look, I get it. It's not been the perfect route. I get it. It's not been the perfect play that's happened, but they've done it. They've done it again. It's as simple as that. And they deserve it. I think they've gone through a lot of hardship. I think the whole narrative before the tournament, obviously with Mary Earps retiring and Millie Bright, obviously mental health reasons, not here, but I think what this team has gone through and how they've rallied and focused on the football, and they've come to it. And okay, they haven't had the most incredible performances, but they've done it. They're the ones lifting the trophy. Again, back-to-back Euro winners. That is huge.
And off the back of what Jen's just said there, across their 3 knockout games at this tournament, England led for a total of 4 minutes and 52 seconds. I mean, if that's not adversity and overcoming that, I don't know what is. 2 penalty shootouts, 196-minute winner, equaliser I should say, in the semi-final, 119th minute winner in the semi-final when the initial penalty was saved. I mean, they could not have given us any more drama here in Switzerland, the Lionesses.
I'm going to let you...
Again, they're on the summit of emotion.
I'm going to let you keep eating that cereal bar that you're munching on over there.
I need sugar. I need sugar.
It's been a lot. Let's bring in former England forward Tony Duggan, who's going to be taking your calls on 606 tonight. We've made everyone wait, Tony, but we don't mind.
Oh, I am lost for words. I cannot believe what this team has shown. Back-to-back European champions. I played for England myself. I've been to semi-finals. We couldn't get over the line, but this team, they've took it to new heights. They deserve every single minute. The maturity, the mentality, the togetherness and belief that they've showed has just been incredible, and I'm so proud of every single one of them.
So what's the difference, Tony, from when you were there and almost making it to now, where they are making finals over finals and they are defending their titles?
The most obvious difference, Serena, that woman and what she has done for English football is she's won 3 European champions back to back with Holland, with 2 with England now. It's just incredible what she's done. She's got this team fighting for each other, whether they play 1 minute, 90 minutes, it doesn't matter. It's a team that just does it for each other, and I just absolutely love following them, love supporting them, and I don't even know what to say about them. Like, it hasn't been pretty, but they've done it, they found a way, and we didn't have that back in the day. They've got it now, and the talent, they have talent in abundance.
Well, that is a remarkable stat that Vicky just pulled out there, Tony, about the number of minutes, 5, that England have led throughout knockout games here in Switzerland. And yet, Karen Bardsley was saying that when they reached the penalty shootout, that's where she felt her calmest. That's where it feels like England came into their own.
Yeah, there's definitely been a shift in mentality. I look back in the days of me and Karen Bardsley, and it was always America. They had this mentality and we just couldn't get there. The team are at that stage now. They are the new USA. They are the winners, and I can see it going on for many more years ahead, which excites me.
Karen, let's bring you back into the conversation. We're just talking about that mentality change. As we're hearing roars, intermittent roars going up over to our left, because every time a different player is handed the trophy, they obviously push it towards the England fans who have stayed in their thousands. No one is leaving this stadium for a while, and the roars are going up. But Karen, a word on what Tony was saying there.
No, it has been a huge shift. I think just the support, the investment in the girls, the investment in the professionalization of the WSL has obviously played a massive part. But I think Serena Wiegman, I think Tony hit the nail on the head. You know, that's essentially when everything changed. Like, we were making progress, you know, the likes of 2015, 2017, getting to the semi-finals consistently, just trying to get over the line, you know, and it was massive, obviously, when they won this European Championship. But, I mean, just look at this. Vicky, do you want to step in here?
Yeah, Lucy Bronze is hopping. She cannot put any weight on her right leg.
But look at Serena
leading the celebrations. And Serena Wiegman now waving both arms and joining in. I mean, these are just wonderful scenes away to our left. And this is all the joy, the exhilaration, the complete sinking in of what this side have achieved. And again, Katie, I just cannot get my head around the number of times that we, the 5 Live team, have been here and thinking in the penalty shootout against Sweden, oh, this is it. 3 separate occasions they're a penalty away from going out. 95th minute in the semi-final, this is it. They're 1-0 down to Italy. Then Adjiman equalised. Then they get the penalty. Then Chloe Kelly sees it saved. Then she scores the rebound. Then they go 1-0 down in the final against Spain, and Spain dominate until half-time. And you think, is this the World Cup final all over again? But it wasn't, because this side have shown the utmost grit, belief and determination.
I love Serena so much. I mean, she's such an honest person. She cares about her players. She cares about everyone that's ever been involved in the England team. And to see her dancing there, to see that personality be able to come out.
She's got rhythm, Karen.
Well, I don't have any, so I can't recognize any. But yeah, no, she's dancing around. It's brilliant to see. But like, if I ever have kids, I'm going to name them all Serena.
Can I just say, one of the hardest things in football is to win these kind of moments. To do it again is a testament to the level of talent that we've witnessed from England over the years, and the tactician that is Serena Wiegmann. And I hope 2022, of course, it was home soil, so they would have caught them a little bit off guard, the surprise, the pressure, everything, being a host nation. I think coming into this one, they're going to enjoy tonight that little bit more.
I mean, Serena Wiegmann is literally jumping about, bouncing, arms waving to Freed from Desire as the players now begin this full lap of honour around all 4 sides of St Jakob Park. The players taking the glitter and the tinsel with them and trailing it over their bodies so that the crown almost glides along the pitch with them. Tony Duggan, I wonder if that is why Serena is celebrating so hard, because to do it once, to do it twice is quite something with 2 different sides, different players, but to back it up, like Jen said, that is different gravy.
It's absolutely incredible, but you see it in the players when they speak about it in interviews. Even the players from the bench, you see how well they speak of Serena, and for me that shows the strength of the team. She's been absolutely incredible, the way she's man-managed players. It was difficult going into the tournament, obviously losing key players for different reasons, and the way she's got this team so together is just absolutely incredible. No one deserves it more than Serena, and she has been the biggest difference for women's football in England.
Tony Duggan, you're going to be alongside Natalie Pike for 606. Lines are open now, 08085 909 693. You just want to hear from everyone tonight, Rout, because we've been hearing from everyone throughout the match from the text, but you want to hear the elation in their voices.
Oh yeah, Katie, we absolutely do. We want to hear from England fans celebrating. I want the stories. Where were you watching it? Did you jump up and down on your sofa and break anything? Were you celebrating with your kids and your granny? And where were you? Give us a ring. Tony and I'd love to speak to you. Call now, book it in, 08085 909 693.
Natalie and Tony, thank you very much. The England players are coming towards us, Jen and Karen. I'm trying to work out who is the one completely decked out in gold tinsel at the back.
Beaver Jones, Aggie Beaver Jones.
Well, it is her 22nd birthday today, Karen.
Yes, it is. No, did you hear? I don't know if anyone heard this during commentary, though, that the crowd started singing happy birthday to her. It was a real nice moment. But yeah, I was personally hoping to see her a little bit more. But, she did get on the score sheet against Wales as well, and that would have been a big moment. But to celebrate your 22nd birthday by winning a European Championship, that's not bad. I'm not sure how she's going to one-up that one.
And how do we assess some of the newer players then, Jen, the ones making their tournament debuts? Yes, we've touched on Michelle Adjiman, but there was a feeling that amongst the starters there was a lot of experience there for England, and some of the game changers, the substitutes, were going to be the new fresh legs. Some criticism as well from Serena Wiegmann that maybe they weren't tested and tried before they got here.
Yeah, but I think that's a testament to the leaders that you have, and I always say you have to have a blend of everything. You can't have a squad full of experience, and on the flip side you can't have a squad that's not had any, so I think a mix is always amazing. Obviously Adjiman's one of the key ones, making her debut in April and then coming up young player of the tournament is incredible. But look, of course some players might not have appeared and made their appearance, but it's behind the scenes that you have to recognise of what squads do day in, day out, training every single day to make sure the 11 that do start are ready to roll. But it's been a performance across the board from every single player in that Lionesses squad.
And I think, something that was really, really fascinating about Leah Williamson and her press conference yesterday, she touched on 2 things that I really, really loved. She said that, we want to make sure that European Championship win in 2022 wasn't just a flash in the pan, that it was a start of something, and I said earlier, around how this makes me feel, and this could potentially be one of those dynastic moments, where this is something in terms of England's dominance in Europe for a very, very long time.
Beth Mead is currently rocking the European Championship trophy like a baby, cradling in her arms, and other players are coming over just to pat it on the head.
Vicky, you've got to stop eating and talking with your mouth.
I'm so sorry.
Karen, a final thought then. We saw the watershed moment for football in England after the Lionesses' victory, their first 3 years ago. Can we even try and understand, predict what might happen now?
I think I'd like to think that this will have a massive knock-on effect back home, but everyone that's watched that today, in some way, shape or form, everyone's gone through something in their lives that's very similar. So, whether it be like my dad's just had a cancer diagnosis, and this is a moment where, I know that people have the resilience and the passion to fight, and they can relate to this in some way where they never give up, and I think for me, when I think about something else that Leah Williams said that really inspired me, is around nobody wins, afraid of losing. And I hope people take that message away from this in terms of go out there, believe in yourself, don't think about the bad things that can happen, and just embrace the good moments. And hopefully that knock-on effect back at home will inspire girls to get into football without the fear of chastisement or being chastised, and just having the fun, the freedom, and the confidence in yourself to go and do what you like.
I think these moments are always about the bigger picture. I was completely in awe of the reaction of the fans after the 2022 win, and next minute attendances were bigger at club games, and the fan base was growing, and the attention, the exposure, the media, everything just heightened. I can't wait to see the reaction of everybody else back home, and really, if you're already a football fan back home and you're new to it now, it's just going one way. Football, women's football specifically, has been on this trajectory of growth since a long time. 2022 kicked it on. This tournament, another win back-to-back, first time on home soil, is just, again, another legacy continued by Lionesses. What they've done for their country, for football back home. If you weren't still a women's football fan, you have to be now. Get your kid involved. It's an incredible atmosphere, experience, the fan base, everything. It's been just amazing to be here and witness it tonight.
And that's it, Jen, something that Beth Mead was actually really emotional about, that you picked out with her, Katie, was a shot after the semi-final of a young boy absolutely sobbing when they made it through to the final. And this is it. Yes, this is going to inspire young girls to get into football, and that's amazing. But women's football is for everybody, whether you're a boy or a girl, a man or a woman, because football is for everybody. And England, if you're English, is for everybody as well. And this is a story about an English national side who have come to a major tournament and against the odds have made new history once again in the quite remarkable way that they have done it, and it is inspiring all round.
Very well said indeed. Well, we've been talking throughout this trip here in Switzerland, these 4 weeks, this tournament, that England have taken the scenic route from moments at the bottom of the mountains here in Switzerland to the summit of emotion, and they've taken ours with it. But this is where we depart, this lovely country that has been a brilliant host here as England defend their European crown. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. I just want to say thank you to our team, small and mighty, out here in Switzerland, that have made all the difference. To Vicky, to Karen Bardsley, to Jen Beattie, Izzy Christensen. We've had Ben Haynes, Ailey Barber and Danny Gabadon on air with us. Rob, Gary, Chloe and John, our producers. Neve, our digital guru, who puts up all those amazing shots on social media. There'll be plenty more of them this evening. Rob and Steve, our engineers. Katie back in Salford, and the rest of the amazing production team, the production management team too. And of course our editors at 5 Live Sports, Steve Houghton and Graham McMillan. But mostly thank you to you, the listeners, who have been on this roller coaster journey with us over the last month. Tony Duggan and Natalie Pike want to speak to you. Get in touch for 606. Get your calls in now. 08085 909 693. We're also going to hear from Serena Wiegmann as well. and more of England's victorious players here on 5 Live. What a tournament, what a final, and what an ending we have had here in Basel is coming back home.
We're going to make a movie someday, yeah. Well, this is a movie, my goodness.
It's definitely a movie that keeps you on the edge of the seat, a fantasy for sure.
No more years of hurt! No more needs for dreaming! It's heartbreak for the Lionesses. Spain, against all the odds, champions of the world.
We have a new England. The team has been in transition. We have new players. And yes, you do everything to play games like this. It is so exciting.
And France are running England ragged here in the first half.
No tournament is won and lost on the first day, so we have to remember that.
The Lionesses European Championship is on the line tonight.
James gets onto a left foot, goes for the corner! A jewel of a goal from Lauren James!
I think proper English to us just means we'll work hard, we'll work until we can't run anymore.
And it's 4! And England have arrived at Euro 2025!
Next one is Sweden. It's going to be another great one.
Perfect start for Sweden! England behind inside 2 minutes!
It's just simply too easy.
Stina Blackstenius for 2-0!
The defending champions 45 minutes away from exiting the Women's Euros.
Chloe Kelly down the left-hand side, brilliant work, hooks it in, meets it there, and
the place in the semi-finals to be decided on spot kicks.
Oh, it's over the bar! And England are through to the semi-finals.
I think it would be really disrespectful to Italy to think that we're the favourites.
Oh, Borensaia scored!
Oh, it's a tough watch. It's a really tough watch.
And again, we look to the England bench, and now Serena Wiegmann gestures to Michelle Agyemang.
This definitely should have happened sooner.
Agyemang! Yes! She's done it again!
We relied so much on how important the substitutes have been and the finishers of the game.
This Wonder Woman for England! It's Kelly, the hop, skip and the jump, and Giuliani saves it! But England get the rebound! And England surely are through to the final of the European Championships!
The hard job's done. They're in the final, and now anything is possible.
Here we go then. This is what it all comes down to. Can England make history here in Switzerland? Alessia Russo into the area to give England an early lead. Good save by Coy and won't quite fall to James. Madge down by the bar line, hooks the ball across, and that's 1-0 Spain. Mariona Caldente is there to nod the ball into the back of the net. It is Spain who hit the front.
That's really, really frustrating because England started so well.
Naomi Kelly's ball into the area, it's Russo! And it's 1-1! And the Lionesses are digging deep and fighting back once again.
Who else to deliver that ball in but Chloe Kelly?
And we're going through it again. This roller coaster ride at Euro 25 continues for the Lionesses. Pina swings it in high towards goal, and Pariuelo with a swing and a miss. And it is another huge chance squandered by Spain. Salma Pariuelo.
Wow, you really should have put Spain ahead.
And that is that. We head to penalties in the European Championship final. England, what have you got? Dig as deep as you can. That's what you've done in this final. And now it goes to penalties. And Bonmati saved by Hannah Hampton.
So much certainty there from Hannah Hampton.
This is the moment for Chloe Kelly. Once again, can she be England's heroine? Chloe Kelly, yes, she can! England have done it! They are European champions once again! And this remarkable team, under this remarkable woman, Serena Wiegmann, just do not know when they are beaten. They find a way, whatever it takes. They dig deep. They put in that proper English performance that they've been talking about all tournament. And once again, England are queens of Europe.
So proud of this team, so grateful to wear this badge. I hope the whole of England comes out to support us and shows the love to all these girls because they deserve it.